Hello, everybody, and welcome to GKR. I am your host, Panicast, joined by the amazing Duncan Brawl Stars. I hope you guys are excited. It is going to be match day number 1 of the finals. We have an 8-team double elimination bracket, so it's going to be a little bit of a marathon today to get to some of these matches. But I'm kind of excited. We saw some great matches earlier in the week for not this week, but like later in the last week for competitive in EMEA. But now we have Ed A. So I'm kind of excited for this, Duncan. How about you?
Dude, I couldn't be more excited. We've got 8 of the best teams in the region, and we have a double elimination bracket, so there's not going to be as much of a chance for them to get cheesed out of here. Each team is going to have 2 lives, so going to be a lot of games, but it's going to give us our best team coming out on top. So definitely like the format of this, hoping that we can get through all these games today and keep our energy up for the entire time, Panda, because like you said, this is going to be a marathon, guys. But if you like watching a lot of Brawl Stars competitive gameplay, then oh boy, have you found the right place.
Yeah, indeed. And if you haven't already liked the stream, please do so. But first up on the docket, it's going to be Pioneers versus Base Station Gaming. And these are 2 great teams facing off against each other here in the GKR group stage. You had them pitted against each other, but both of them won a single match each, so nothing really deciding on either side. But we're at the playoffs, and that means business here, Duncan.
Oh, absolutely. It does mean business. And these are 2 teams that are quite familiar with each other. They did face off already in this GKR bracket twice. So we had Pioneers winning the first time, SSG winning the second time. So it's going to come down to the best of 3. Who's going to be able to come out on top when it really matters right here? Obviously, these teams have players that have been around the scene for a very long time, very familiar with each other and their play styles. So it's going to be a grudge match for sure.
For sure. I mean, just look at these players, very storied rosters on either side, been to multiple world finals from 2020 to the date, so they definitely have the repertoire under their belt. But SSG, though, had a better monthly finals than KCP, but the results weren't up to par for either team, as both are still vying for worlds, so they're not there yet, but they still have the possibility. The winner of this opening match is poised to take on either Tribe or Crumbs, the former of which swept SSG in the monthly finals in the semifinals specifically.
Yeah, no, going up against Tribe in round 2, as most people would expect, is Tribe is going to beat Crumbs, but that's definitely a difficult bracket right there. I still think that Crumbs could be a little bit of a surprise today, so holding that hope that they'll give us a banger in match number 2, but it's definitely a tough bracket for both of these teams. Obviously, facing each other first round, already a pretty tall task, and then Tribe looking at you in the horizon is definitely going to strike fear into their hearts, but these guys are ready. They've played against each other and Tribe many times.
Indeed. And just looking at some of the other teams, because obviously you guys have just joined, so the 8 teams that managed to qualify are going to be Pioneers, Space Station Gaming, Crumbs, Tribe Gaming, which is going to be the next match. Then we have Elevate versus Code OG and LC Esports versus Stamina Esports. Now, Stamina Esports, if you remember from the last stream, didn't actually qualify for the playoffs, but there were some roster issues for Motomami's FA, who they will be replacing. And unfortunately, I believe some of the members weren't able to show up for the playoffs due to various reasons. I also believe that Diego is joining up with Elevate as well, so that's one of the members off. So as a result, they couldn't, I guess, muster up a roster for this GKR playoff stage. So that's unfortunate for them, but SMA and Esports, they have Pain, Juan Carlos, and Tacos, and honestly, not a bad team, all things considered. I think it's a great addition, in fact.
Yeah, no, 100% I agree with you there. STMN is a team that could have definitely made an argument that they deserve to qualify here. They did lose a couple of points due to missing one of the match days. I believe that they actually would have got in ahead of SSG if not for that fact, so they probably deserved a playoff spot. It's good to see them get it, even though it is unfortunate to have to say goodbye to Motomami's on some unfortunate circumstances there.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, last match day we had a lot of no-shows, but Bobby did show up. He showed up 10,000 feet in the air because that's how important competitive is to him. So kudos to him. I feel like a lot of people aren't as dedicated. They're like, oh, I have a flight, I gotta go. I'm not gonna show up. But Bobby, doesn't matter. He's gonna be there.
He's a real one for that, and hopefully his hard work will pay off today, because I mean, they've got a matchup against Pioneers and they've all been training for this. I saw Bobby playing ranked this morning, so he's already locking in on the gameplay. But I mean, we've got, I guess, a little bit of time before our game starts off, Panda. We can get into the maps here a little bit before our round 1 winners bracket matches. It is going to be the same 5 maps for all of these first round matchups. It's going to start off on Heist Hot Potato, then we're going to move into Hot Zone Open Business. Set 3 will be Bounty. It is going to be Hideout for that map, and then if necessary, set 4 will be Brawl Ball Pinball Dreams. Set 5 is going to be Knockout New Horizon.
Yeah, that fifth set is not a really fun one. Knockout as the last deciding set is a very, very difficult one. So it's going to be a gauntlet. And hopefully for either team, they're able to close this out in the first three. Obviously, though, that's not always going to be the case. And specifically, I remember Space Station, they went up against Stamina in the monthly finals and the quarterfinals, and they were down 2-0, but then they reverse swept their opponents. So, you know, it's not over till it's over. We might see a lot more of these set 4s and 5s, but it's going to be a really hard proposition to go up on that set 5 there. But Hot Potato, pretty standard heist map. I feel like the heist meta has changed so much and it's become much more aggressive as of late, especially with the buffs of some of these brawlers. We saw, I believe, Semantic was, and even Angel Boy were piloting bowls in another tournament, and they were doing so well with that brawler. So expect to see a lot more brawlers like Bull coming out, which have got reworks or maybe some buffs.
Yeah, that's a great point. Bull has definitely catapulted himself back into his former spot atop of the heist meta. Definitely one of the best damage dealers, one of the strongest tanks in that heist meta right now, which is just characterized by so much aggression, so much safe damage. Brawlers like Bull, Chuck, Melody, Lily, they're all going to be kind of things that can just get straight up to the safe. Miko as well, with like very limited interference. So if you get some of those picks on your team, it could be very beneficial to ending off that heist safe incredibly quickly. And then if you're drafting against that, you want to make sure that you have some of those defense brawlers like Cordelius, as well as Charlie, who got a recent buff and has become much more strong in the meta.
Yeah, for sure. And there were some questions about Space Station Gaming's coach for this tournament. So OG, I believe, took up the mantle from, what was his name? Ducky, I think? Yeah, Ducky.
Ducky, yeah.
Yeah, so OG took up the mantle from that guy. And they did pretty well in the monthly finals, considering that they didn't have as, you know, a lopsided draft as otherwise. So the question on everybody's mind is OG going to be helping out Space Station today with the drafts, considering the fact that he's actually participating in this tournament as Code OG?
I don't even know if I have the answer for that off rip. I kind of assume that he's probably going to keep his assistants in-house for this tournament, playing with his own team here, but not sure who's going to be running the drafts for SSG, but they got to make sure that they're polished, because Pioneers, although they don't necessarily bring out the most flashy picks, they are very consistent with draft. They rarely get out drafted, and it's just kind of few and far between as far as mistakes go for them. So definitely going to have to play a pretty perfect brand of Brawl Stars to compete.
Yeah, for sure. Duncan, I got to do something for production, so if you could carry on for like a few more seconds, I would appreciate it.
Hey, man, no problem at all. Looks like we actually, now we're just going to be showing up our maps here, guys, but this is what we were talking about earlier, starting off with Hot Potato, going to be a pretty aggressive heist map. Set number 2, though, Open Business, just to talk about that one a little bit, it is a little bit cagey as far as the hot zone maps go in this meta, a little bit more similar to Dueling Beetles than a map like Ring of Fire, perhaps, but a brawler that I've kind of become aware of very recently that has been banned out and picked by pros a lot more frequently, especially on a map like Open Business, has been the Willow. She hasn't had any balance changes to her, but I feel like just kind of through like general power creep, she has kind of extended her reach in the meta a little bit. So that's a brawler that I have my eye on. Barry is also another pretty frequent pick in heist and in hot zone, honestly. So those are some brawlers I'm going to be looking out for. I know SSG also loves their Barry and Draco combination, so that might be something that we get to see here. Moving on to Hideout, it's going to be a pretty pole-dependent map. I mean, there's a lot of aggression that you can run here, especially the Jae-Young-Hank combo is another one that has been kind of terrorizing the meta for quite some time now. In some of the match arenas I've played in, we've been absolutely ran down by that comp on Bounty Hideout, so definitely got to be sure that you have a good enough tank counter to be able to deal with in a situation like that.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I am officially back. Sorry about that.
Just making sure.
Oh, it seems like we're going to go into our draft right now. It is going to be Hot Potato, Faye, Tyrant, Sulan, Bobby, and Sans on Campino. Unfortunately not there, but our bands going to be Barry, Amber, RT, Bull, Barry, and Kaze. And the Bull band being there, it just shows how strong Bull has been in the recent reworks, because otherwise you don't expect Bull to be either picked or banned out unless there's a very, very small niche for him to do so. So the fact that he's banned out means that people respect that. Chuck can be coming out for Pioneers, and we know how good Chuck can be. So SSG have to be all in with a very aggro 3-person composition.
Definitely, and they are already going to be addressing that Chuck pick with the Cordelius draft. I think that makes a lot of sense. Definitely one of the strongest defensive brawlers in Hot Zone. Very easy to shut down a Chuck. Once you get that first super, you can kind of just cycle it out and take him into the realm before he is able to touch the safe. So I really like that from SSG. Seems like them leaving the Chuck was probably a play to get that Cordelius into the Chuck, but I mean, it is a little bit of a risk. Pioneers could have banned it out. They're also going to grab Lumi, who has been continued to be a pretty strong brawler in the meta, even after receiving a range nerf. The pros are still picking her almost as often as before. It's just that she's banned out a lot less frequently.
Oh yeah, the range disparity right now compared to the previous Lumi just makes her that much less of a viable option. But maps such as this, which you have enough walls for the reclaiming to work more effectively, it does make it really scary to go up against that Lumi, especially also with the guaranteed safe damage and with the stuns. But Charlie coming out on the other side is pretty good. But just looking at the composition right now from SSG, they don't have anything specifically to answer the damage that Chuck can do on their safe on the opposite safe. So I'm not too happy with how these two brawlers are for the side of SSG. And now you have a double split lane push coming out from Pioneers. I think SSG have already lost this draft, at least for me.
I don't know about all that yet. I mean, I think that the Charlie pick is a little bit preemptive because SSG does not quite have their tank / damage dealer yet. Melody is still on the board. That is definitely something that I think that they could go here, but you are correct. There is a lot more guaranteed damage on the side of Pioneers, but if the Cordelius is able to play extremely well, if the Lumi is able to shut down the Charlie and the Chuck aggression, then they could still have a pretty good path forward here. Their last pick is going to be the Nita, so we see SSG playing a very, very defensive brand of Brawl Stars in this draft.
I haven't seen this sort of draft in competitive heist in a very long time. They are going to be relying completely on shutting down Pioneers. I feel like initially that might be the case, but it's just a matter of when rather than if Chuck is going to get the post on the safe. So I think Pioneers have a much better easy way forward, but SSG have to play perfectly to get this one done.
I couldn't agree with you more right there. It's going to be really hard for SSG to get a lot of that safe damage. I mean, they do have the Nita Bear. The Lumi is able to do a ton of damage if left unabated, but we are into game number 1, guys. Pioneers are going to be in blue. SSG is going to be in red. Looks like we're going to flash back for a little bit, so hopefully we can jump back into that game momentarily here.
I think that the spectate was reversed, which is probably why that happened. So they're just going to give us the spectate back in a second. Apologies for that, chat. Right in the first game too, right?
Okay, looks like we are back now. Okay, Pioneers are in blue, SSG is in red, and it looks like there has been about 10% dealt to each safe so far. SSG in control of this mid, and a great stun coming out from Sands on the Lumi is going to be another kill falling down onto the board. KCP just trying to get their Chuck post set up, try to get their buzz onto the safe, but it looks like Chino is going to be shutting that down completely for now, and things look pretty decent for SSG.
Indeed, great start actually from both sides. Neither team has really taken all that much, but considering the fact that the competition they're going up against, I think it's a pretty decent start for the side of SSG. We don't have any posts on the safe either. There are hypercharges on both Chino and on Bobby. Sands going ham on the safe finally gets taken out, and it's going to be a 75-62, which favors SSG in fact.
Yeah, and Chino is going to use his hypercharge on Zulon. That should be a pretty free kill right there. Tyrant does have his super in order to defend if necessary. That is going to be enough to take out the hyper bear with the help of those spiders, but Bobby is trying to sneak up here. He has another bear ready to go. Not going to choose to use it quite yet, though. It looks like Fade is actually going to miss his super as well, so a little bit of utility out of the window from KCP. Still trying to get their Chuck post set up, but it looks like the cocoon is there. Bobby's own bear is going to help him out with that, and they're going to be able to pinch out on Fade. SSG still looks like they have pretty great control.
For sure, Bruce is man's best friend, taking Bobby out of that situation. But so far, it seems like SSG definitely have the number on the side of KCP. But we see the jump coming in from the Zulon, and he tries to go in, gets a little bit of damage, not all that much. They are still behind in terms of the safe here, as Tyrant uses his hypercharge, not getting as much value as he wants. Gets taken out by Sands. There is Zulon coming in, but he's going to be addressed as well. Great stuff from SSG. Complete defensive outplay.
Yeah, the defense has just been unbreakable for the side of Space Station Gaming right now. Chino is going to get taken out here by Fade, and that could be the break that they need to get a little bit of damage. They have Chuck and Buzz going up, but 2% left on the safe of Kansas City Pioneers. That is going to be a surprising SSG win in game number 1. They didn't have a ton of damage to get it done, but I mean, they just kind of stayed down in that dominant positioning. They were able to get enough Nita Bears, and that was basically their ticket to a victory in game 1.
Beautiful stuff from SSG. I think that, you know, they need to play a little bit more along the same lines as we go into the second one here. This is just the first set. It is a best of 3, best of 3. Sorry, best of 5, best of 3. So we still have 4 more sets as a possibility. But right now, pretty good start from SSG once more. They get the kill on a Fade as well, and Zulon being taken out of the reality here, gets taken out by Chino in the end, who does get addressed on the other side by Tyrant.
Yeah, and we saw just how much damage the Lumi is able to do when Sands is left on that safe by himself. Pretty similar to the way that a Carl can kind of shred through the safe if left alone. Lumi's going to be the same, if not even better than that. Tyrant does finally manage to take down Sands, but this is going to be the best positioning that we've seen from KCP in this entire set so far. The Chuck posts have been established, so that's definitely a better look for them than we saw in the last game. Chino's got his Cordelius super ready for the next Chuck attack. He's actually going to jump over the wall here, and that's going to be a fantastic kill, but the super is going to be missed, so a lot of Chuck damage going to come through, but SSG is still managing to keep pace.
Okay, going into Bobby, tries to find the kill, but gets taken out himself. There are a little bit of spiders happening for Tyrant, but not all that great, all things considered. 24-46 is the scoreline, and slowly but surely, KCP is coming back in this one. They are regaining a little bit more control, but Sands has a stun. He could go for the safe damage, and he does go for the safe damage instead. Chino puts down his purple button, goes in for more damage, jumps to avoid fade, but that doesn't matter. As Sands is still going ham. It is the SSG show, and KCP are merely spectators here, Duncan.
The end of that game was played so well by Sands. He got that gadget off in the perfect spot, had two defenders slipping. He was able to get his super lined up onto them and the safe and just shredded through it so incredibly quickly. Overall, it was an interesting draft coming out from SSG, but it proved that a strong defense can beat a stronger offense right there. So well played to SSG. Good draft and great gameplay. They're going to take set number 1. Pioneers need to find an answer.
I think I gotta eat my own shoe at this point, because I already called an outdraft after seeing like the 3 brawlers that Pioneers picked. I saw no path forward for Space Station, but they perfected that. They used the comp properly. They used their walls. The stuns were on point, and Fade just did not seem to figure in Pioneers' plan for domination in this set against SSG. So kudos to SSG. Pioneers need to pull them up by their bootstraps.
That's exactly what they're going to be looking for as we go into set number 2, which is going to be on open business. When I was just kind of freestyle yapping earlier, I did mention that Willow and Barry can be 2 throwers that are pretty strong here. Outside of that, though, I still think that Lumi is going to be pretty decent on this map. Gus is a brawler who has kind of been completely dominating on every map and mode except for Heist, I would say. So that's another thing that you have to look for. Also, even though the Jackie did get nerfed, the gray tank teleport strategy is still very much in play. Once you get that gray portal up, it can be very difficult to deal with. So these are all some brawlers that I would expect to be banned out or maybe drafted pretty early in this hot zone set.
Yeah, one thing that has to be mentioned is that while we got balance changes with the update, we still haven't got the new set of hypercharges. Otherwise, we would expect to see a lot more of chaos and anarchy in the draft, because you'd have like RT and Doug. So Doug is a brawler which has got rework, but I haven't seen it being picked up at all, actually. Or sorry, once I did see it being picked up in knockout in, I guess, in an EMEA tournament. But what I mean to say is that without the hypercharges, you don't have as much of that explosiveness and the variety, at least in terms of the top of the meta. So we still don't have that. Maybe that's a good thing, because these players know what to expect going into this tournament.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of those hypercharges coming very soon here, and it's definitely going to throw a curveball into the meta, so I'm happy that these players don't have to deal with it quite yet, even though they will for the next round of monthly finals. But we're not worried about that. We're worried about GKR right here, and we've got our second draft pulled up. Like we said, hot zone open business is going to be the map. Our bans are Barry, Crow, Griff, B, Lumi, and Kaze, and Pioneers are going to pick up the Lou with that first draft pick.
Yeah, indeed. And I like this loop pick here. You ice out the hot zone. You are able to make people, I guess, slide over the ice rink as well. And obviously the stuns, and it de-incentivizes tanks from being picked up. Finks is also a great brawler here. Once you put down the super, you're going to be able to hit those shots much more frequently because of the speed of the projectiles, of your own projectiles, and you can dodge like your Tensai looking at the other projectiles for the other team. So I think this is a pretty good pickup, but let's see what they paired up with the Finks.
Yeah, I do completely agree with your point about the Finks right there. I think that B is also one of the most common mids here, so her being banned out is definitely going to be pretty interesting. Gus is still on the board, so that we could see that get picked, but SSG going with that Hank means that Pioneers might even want to add another tank counter into the mix. They do already have the Lou, but SSG does not care if they have a Lou. They're still going to go with the Hank, definitely proving that he's one of the most broken brawlers in the game. Still, nice. Even after his gadget did get nerfed, not that that's that impactful.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, Hank is still a pretty good brawler, I think, but you need to pair it with like a healer. I think that SSG are probably going to go for one at the end, but they want to see how Pioneers play their card. Daeyoung might be an option, but you might even see Barry coming out in response to the Barley, or maybe even a Willow to take somebody out of the hot zone. But on the other side, with this Barley though, I feel like SSG need to be a little bit more careful, because Hank really has no counterplay against Barley unless he walks up into the Barley, and I think that's not going to be an easy proposition, all things considered.
Yeah, I do think that the Barley's a pretty safe pick. Fantastic for zoning out the entire hot zone as well. They're also going to add an Ashe with the final pick, which I don't really dislike. Even if the Ashe does get a lot of damage dealt to him by the Hank, that's just going to fuel up his rage, enable him to take out the fish a little bit quicker. So I think that makes sense. Still a little bit of a questionable draft overall, but I mean, with the Lou supers and the Barley supers, there's going to be so much utility that's going to kind of force SSG off the zone. I think that's kind of the strategy that they're going for here. We have one final pick coming up for SSG, and it's actually going to be the Dynamite. So not a very common pick on hot zone in general, but I'm very excited to see it. It does counter Lou, it does counter Barley. Once Ashe gets the speed up a little bit, it's going to be pretty difficult to deal with that, but it seems like maybe not necessarily a map dependent brawler, but a matchup dependent brawler. So I'm excited to see how this mic looks.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I don't know if they're going to be running the stun gadget or the rotating gadget, but either way, I feel like Dynamite is a lot better than people give it credit to. Remember Tribe Gaming? They ran a Dynamite once in a hot zone set, and I called it out, and I said that's not going to work, but it did. Now, though, we're going to go into set number 2 between SSG and KCP, with SSG taking set number 1 quite easily, are looking to extend their success once more.
Yep, but it looks like the full zone domination is going to be on the side of KCP so far. They're able to pick off 2 kills quite early, and Sans manning this Dynamite is going to be left all by himself. Really no counterplay to deal with these million rats that are coming at him, so he's going to be the next to fall. We have yet to see SSG take back any control of the zone. Zulon is doing a fantastic job feeding off of Bobby, and he's going to pop a super there, but it's not going to be enough to keep him alive. And this zone is ticking up to 50% for the side of KCP. We need to see Space Station get onto that zone and get there pretty quickly. This game is slipping away from them.
Yeah, it does seem to be getting away from them a little bit. There is a gadget being popped by Bobby. He pops his hypercharge as well. Goes on to Zulon. Should get the trade here. No, he does get the trade. Gets taken out himself and addressed by Tyrant almost immediately. Stunned from Sans, and that's going to let them get a little bit more, I guess, value in the hot zone. But no, the Rink is going to push the Finks away. And I think that SSG are completely out of this one.
Yeah, it seems like at least game 1 is probably over. I don't want to call it for the set or anything yet, because the beginning of this game number 2 could go a lot differently, but this is going to be a very tall task for them. It looks like the comp is not really there. Bobby's trying to get something going on this fish, but it just really has not been able to do much. Zulon's been able to tank those big bubbles and just kind of get onto him and farm out that damage. We do see SSG taking a bit of control now. The fast Dynamite super is going to absolutely nuke Tyrant, but he's still alive, and the Barley super is there to keep SSG off. So even though they got a couple of kills, still not getting any zone time, this will probably be it for KCP.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, right now SSG don't have any counterplay for this game, but they need to consider what they have to do in the next game. And honestly, it doesn't look all that promising considering the composition that they're up against. Bobby seems to be like a walking supercharger, and it allows them to get a lot of purple buttons, right? So I think that's a major concern for Space Station going into the game number 2.
Yeah, it seems like picking the Hank into the Lou might not have been the best strategy. I mean, these guys know better than me, but it seems like the super feeding has been serious so far. And once they get that Lou super, it's going to be so difficult to push back into the zone. We're going into game number 2 right here. SSG is down 1-0 in the set, but they do have a set lead. So if Kansas City Pioneers win this game, we will be evenly tied up. But right now, we're just going to see Tyrant duking it out in the middle with Chino. And it seems like he is getting the best of him so far. They do have a little bit more zone control. We see a trade between the 2 tanks on the right side, but all the other 4 players are just kind of poking for now.
Yeah, Fade seems to be getting the better of Sans. Obviously, he does have a little bit of a range advantage, as well as the Herbal Tonic, which keeps him up alive a little bit longer. And that Herbal Tonic also helps out Zulon whenever Zulon is close enough. So right now, once more, SSG being pushed out of the point. They don't have control of the grass. They don't have control of the hot zone. They don't have control of anything right now.
Yeah, that's a kind way to phrase it, I would say, Panda, because they're kind of getting cooked out here. The Herbal Tonic's going to be coming down as well, so KCP is going to be staying juiced up onto the zone. Tyrant does fall a little bit weak, and Chino gets the super out. Should be enough to deal with Zulon, and indeed it is. So we're going to see SSG taking control a little bit earlier than they ever established it last game. They're going to have to hold on to this for the rest of the game, though.
Yeah, last time I felt like SSG members were falling like dominoes, just one after the other. This time it seems a little bit better, but the stuns are there. Tyrant finds it. Hypercharged by Zulon. He has a purple button, so he should be going on the Sans, but no, he decides not to pursue it. Just wants to be there along this team, just to ensure that Bobby isn't too much of a threat for them.
Yeah, he's going to be comfortable leaving Fade on that matchup, and Fade is going to clean it up. Chino's trying to get a little bit of work done in the middle, and it is going decently well. Not going to be able to get that kill, though, so he's going to fall. Sans is the next to stand on the zone, but the Lou hypercharge is actually going to miss, so a big break for Bobby, who's likely still going to get pinched out. Did waste a little bit of time in utility, and he continues to just stay alive long enough. He does finally fall, so Chino's going to be the lone member remaining onto the hot zone. And although SSG is putting up a much better fight here, it is still a 30% deficit as we move into the end of this game.
Oh, for sure. And that hypercharge from Tyron, I don't think it was a misplaced hypercharge. Obviously, he wanted the stun, but he pushed him in a way that it became a pinch, which definitely favored them. So I feel like it was a catch-22 situation for Bobby. You either go in or you don't. You're going to die either way. So he didn't really have a counterplay for that. But with that, we have Pioneers finally taking one back against Space Station. It's tied at 1 apiece here, Duncan.
Yeah, that was a pretty dominant bounce back from them. Exactly the type of vibe that they were looking for. After losing on Hot Potato, they were able to bounce back and win on Hot Zone. So now we're going to be moving into set 3. We are tied up at 1 set apiece. It is going to be best of 5, so we are guaranteed at least a set 4 coming up here. But this set number 3 is going to be pretty huge for momentum. You definitely do not want to be going down 1 to 2 sets.
Yeah, it's not as very, you know, confidence building situation to be in. Wow, that was bad. Okay, but I wouldn't want to be in either team's position if they're down 2-0, right? But right now we're back to parity. It's going to be a best of 3 once more. Obviously that means that number 4 is going to be on the cards. Pinball Dreams is going to be played today, but right now we're going to be going into Hideout. Hot Potato was claimed by Space Station in a very dominant display, but Open Business on the other side wasn't really all that great for Space Station as Pioneers completely swept through them. In Hideout though, it might be something that Space Station could do something, but it depends on the draft here.
Yeah, the draft on this map is really kind of all over the place in the competitive meta right now. There's a lot of comps that you can go that are pretty much centered around tanks. Ollie with his kick push star power is a really good pick here because he gets that speed when he's next to any of those walls. So Ollie is in play, Buster is in play, Hank is in play, and then if you pair any of those brawlers up with a Jae Young, it can make them that much more menacing with the speed and the heals that Jae Young has to offer. So that could be a brawler that we see get banned out here. Also Gus, Gray, Gene, all of those more standard bounty brawlers are going to be in the mix as well. We don't typically see as many snipers on this map as we used to. So like Piper, Mandy, Angelo, maybe a little bit more of a rare occurrence nowadays than they used to be. I feel like in recent past, the bounty meta has kind of just shifted to more aggressive than it ever has been before, Panda.
Yeah, for sure. The brawler changes, the reworks, the balance changes as well have made a lot more brawlers viable as a pick because right now they're it's a little bit more prominent in terms of the niche that they're in, and as a result we see different bans as well. We're going to be going into Hideout now, and the bans are there. We have Kaze, Angelo, Hank, and Gray. So Gray is going to be banned. SSG do not want a pill brawler on play, I guess specifically the teleport brawler. Gray, one of the best assassins on bounty. Byron's going to be brought out here. Gene might be a problem for either team because if Gray is not there, Gene becomes a little bit more viable, but it depends on how many multi-targets that the Gene is going to be going up against.
Yeah, I'm a little bit intrigued by that Byron first pick when Gus was still open, and we're going to see Pioneers having that same exact thought process. They are quickly going to lock in the Gus. I mean, the Byron first pick from SSG does imply that they're probably going to add a tank to the mix, but they did in fact ban out the Hank, so maybe it's going to be Ollie, maybe it's going to be Buster, but I think that they probably will add a little bit of aggression. Pioneers with the Gus also has the option to do the same thing though, so we'll see if they snatch the Ollie out from under SSG's nose. I feel like that's probably what they're going for, but also Kaze's banned actually. Scratch that from the record chat, and they're going to be going with the Bell with the second pick.
The Bell makes a lot of sense, right? If you have a Byron, you're going to have a composition which Byron is heavily going to be supporting, which means they're going to go for something a little bit aggressive, maybe a little bit more tanky. And Bell is great for 2 reasons. One is that you clump up together if you're running that composition, so Bell shots bounce off them, and also the fact that when you can mark up an opponent, a dive brawler or an assassin isn't as scary. And Carl's going to be coming out. I feel that still right now Pioneers have a pretty good chance in terms of neutralizing Carl if they play their cards right.
I do like the Carl pick, but yeah, you are completely right. The Bell mark is going to be a pretty impactful thing when it comes down to that. Also, just kind of in bounty in general, having a Bell on your team is so fantastic. If you have the lead, it's going to make it so impossible to push into you in the end game if you're able to get like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of those traps set up. So I think that I do like the strategy coming out from Pioneers. There is still one more pick coming in for SSG though, and it looks like it is going to make me wait too long. It's going to be the Gene. All right. So I do like that from SSG. Gives them a lot of turnaround potential at the end of the game.
Oh, this reminds me of 2020 Bobby Gene versus Tribe when he was in Tempo Storm. What beautiful matches he used to have back in those days, right? But right now, I don't know if he's going to be running the Gene or the Carl or the Byron. But Pioneers have this last pick here. They have two great mid brawlers, but they need a little bit of aggression here, or maybe they could go for Charlie. I was going to suggest RT because it has range and also make sure that Carl can't go in, but Charlie also makes a lot of sense. You can cocoon them with a hypercharge as well, multi-targets, makes it harder for Gene to operate. So I think this makes sense to me.
Yeah, I think that the cocoon is going to be great for the Carl, and then the spiders are going to be great for just tanking Gene pulls. It's going to be a lot harder for the Gene to have a pull that he feels comfortable about now. Going to have to aim for the Gus or the Bell. The Charlie is pretty much completely off of the menu as far as Gene pulls go. I don't really know which one of these comps I like better. I feel like it is going to come down to gameplay. We'll see if the Carl is rocking with the flying hook as well to secure the blue star. That is likely going to be the case, and indeed it is. Chino is going to take that blue star, and SSG is going to be in the lead to start us off.
Indeed, it's going to be set number 3. It's down to the wire here because obviously both teams have claimed a set of their own. Here so far though in this game, with SSG claiming the blue star, they are in a pretty good spot here. Zulan is going to try to get all these nest eggs up, but right now it's for KCB to get into an aggressive position to get those kills in, especially before Gene can get its super. So that is definitely a concern, and it is a time-based concern.
Yeah, we can see Zulan is already getting to work setting up these bell traps, but that's not going to be too impactful unless they're able to get the lead here. So it is a little bit difficult to see where that kill is going to come from unless they just push in at the very, very last second. They don't really have anybody with any pull abilities, so it's going to be tough for them to get that kill. They are going to get splashed by the Byron as well. So Tyrant and Fade, although they have decent enough positioning, not really in a position to get any value as of yet. Bobby also has that Gene pull online. Chino falls quite weak, but he's going to be able to survive. But SSG is all the way backed up right now, Pin.
Indeed, and Bobby also has the magic hand, so that is something to consider. What? Sans goes down for almost no reason, unprompted. Now the lead is going to change. It's going to be favoring KCP as SSG are all the way back here.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough task for them to push into as well, especially moving up the right side. Zulan's got 4 bell traps right there, and that is not something that Bobby's going to be wanting to walk anywhere near. He has his pull, but like we said, the Charlie is going to make it very difficult for him to hit that. He did waste the spiders there, though, so Bobby might have a little bit of a window of opportunity right here. He's getting a lot of Byron heals to try to move up in position for that pull, but KCP knows this. They're backing off in due time. Only 15 seconds left. Wow. Bobby goes for the pull. He connects it on the Tyrant, but he has the shield, and he's actually going to be able to survive that, out healing Sans. And that's going to be 4 stars to 1 star. Only 5 seconds left. And I don't see a way that SSG is going to be able to bring back this deficit right here. Well played to Kansas City Pioneers to be able to survive that win condition.
I am legitimately surprised by how well that went for Pioneers. Bobby had the pull. He managed to hit the pull. The shield shouldn't have managed to help Pioneers survive that interaction. I felt like he should have been taken down. But unfortunately for them, that wasn't the case as their own teammate got taken down. Let's see if Space Station can turn their luck around in game number 2 in this 3rd set.
Yeah, they're going to have to, but I mean, they got that blue star once again. They just can't lose a member of their team like they did in the last game. It's going to be really hard for them to make that push. Even with Bobby hitting the pull, it seemed like everything was in their hands and they still could not secure that kill. So we are going to see them falling back even quicker than they did last game, already up against the back wall right now. Chino's trying to get a little bit of damage to keep them away, but not going the best so far. Fade has his cocoon ready as well, so if he's able to hit that, it could be absolutely devastating for SSG, but he's going to hold on to it for now. Tyrant's going to be able to take out Sans, and that is going to be exactly what KCP was looking for.
Yeah, that is the exact same situation that happened last time around. Now Bobby going a little bit aggressively, pops his unfriendly spirits there. Doesn't get the value he's looking for. Gets marked up to add insult to injury. Tyrant really pressuring Chino. Chino might be in a difficult position as Sans isn't able to hit those shots to get those heals off.
Yeah, and they have a high Kooky Popper up there too, so that could come into the factor later if Tyrant's able to land a shot and then maybe connect that. He might go for it now, choosing not to quite yet. We just don't see a way that SSG is really able to get out of this hole here. Bobby has no super. Oh, he got it immediately, but he's going to go for the insta-pull. It's not going to connect onto Zulan. And with 40 seconds left and Bobby marked up, I mean, this is just going to be a really tough game to come back from, Panda.
Yeah, Bobby gets taken out. Oh, no, the Chug Jug was there, but not soon enough. Hypercharge from Zulan finds his mark on his Sans, which is going to make it even harder as the entirety of SSG aren't really healthy enough to make a stand.
Yeah, only 20 seconds left, and they're going to need to take out Tyrant or take out 2 players of the other team, but it's going to most likely have to be Tyrant right here, but he's got his hypercharge. He's got his shield online as well, so it's going to be very, very difficult. Sands is marked up too, but they're going to finally move up here, making this final push of the game. Fade's going to miss his hypercharge super, but it's still going to be enough to take out Chino with the help of Zulon, and that is going to be another kill falling down. That is going to be a clean set win from KCP. They're going to go up 2-1.
That was poetry in motion coming in from Kansas City Pioneers, and Space Station Gaming out of their depth in this one. They didn't really have a decent draft. The execution was subpar as well. We saw Bobby get 1 pull, but he got punished for it. And the second time he got a pull, it didn't work out for him. And honestly, it didn't matter how many utilities Space Station had online. Pioneers shut them down systematically and across the board.
Yeah, it looks like they never really had a chance to win that game, even though they were able to get the blue star. I don't think they got a single kill outside of blue star, now that I'm thinking about it, Panda. So maybe the draft was not it. I still question the Byron over the Gus first pick, but I don't know, man. Maybe they'll learn from that. Maybe they won't. We do have our next set coming up here, though, guys. Set 4 is going to be played on Brawl Ball. It's going to be Pinball Dreams for that map, so pretty up close and personal with that. It also can be a little bit of a stally type map, especially if there's no wall breaks and there are throwers in the mix. Willow, Barley can definitely be some pretty strong lanes on this map that make it very slow to push into, but as much as there are brawlers that slow down the pace of the game, there's also stuff like Hank and Shade that can really speed up the pace of the game, get those pop-off kills, Ash as well. So excited to see what type of draft we get here.
Oh yeah, for sure. And honestly, you saw how good Charlie was in the previous match, and Charlie can shut down people by completely putting them in a cocoon as well. But she's a lot better now because of the range that she has. I think that's one of the reasons why you're going to see her a lot more in both Bounty and in Knockout. But in Pinball Dreams, you're going to have a lot more aggression coming out from both the teams. It is a map which has grass, so and some specific walls around the goal. So you got to be, you know, either going for a complete team wipe to get a goal or possibly getting maybe a wall break here and there. So expect some wall breaks as a possibility, or expect complete control.
Yeah, I think that by far the best wall break on this map does tend to be the Griff. So if we see that brawler banned out, that is going to be kind of a tone setter for how this draft might go. I do think that he's very strong with that hypercharge, so it is a pretty reasonable ban. But if you do ban him out, then you're going to see throwers be a lot more meta on this map, especially Willow and Barley, like I said earlier. But you could even make a justification for a Barry if you go with a tank comp. You could probably do a Dynamite if it's near the end of the draft. Larry and Lori is kind of a forgotten brawler, but not too bad as the early draft. But we have our bans up here. It's going to be Barley, Kenji, Hank, Lumi, B, and then Hank being double banned out. So only 5 brawlers out of the mix as Pioneers is selecting their first brawler.
Indeed. And we saw how Humble drafted on this map in another tournament, and they were facing off against a very well-rounded composition. They had they had an aggressive brawler, a support brawler, and a tank as well, but they were going up against a triple tank from Humble. So, you know, expect a little bit of the unexpected. You might have triple tanks coming into Brawl Ball as a possibility, but Pioneers going for Willow. And I think that this is one of the better maps for Willow because of all the walls that exist, obviously, but just specifically because you have the Hex and you can use your opponent to score a goal as a possibility. There are some bugs with Willow. I'm not 100% sure if they've all been addressed or not, but hopefully they have been, right?
I'm not 100% sure either, but I do like the Willow as a first pick. I was kind of talking about the throwers here, and if you're going to take a thrower early, it has to have some type of defensive capability into more aggressive picks. Willow has that with her super, so I think it's a good pick from Pioneers. SSG is going to be going with the Kaze too. A little bit surprised to see her slip through bans here, but somebody who's good at Kaze can definitely make the Kaze work here. She's got those 2 forms, so she's kind of going to be able to do the best of both worlds. They pair it up with a Gus as well, so giving her that shield is going to allow her to get even more aggressive, make some even crazier plays. I really do like that 2-3 from SSG.
Indeed, this looks really nice because they have the Gus for the shield and Kaze as well as such a great aggressive brawler. But let's see how Pioneers decide to go about this one. They go for Jae Young, which is a great healer. Also does a lot of damage with the gadget equipped as well. It's going to give you a lot more sustain, but more importantly, it's going to give you speed for that last aggressive brawler that Pioneers are 100% likely to take. If they don't take it, I'm probably going to have to eat something. Wasabi, maybe?
We could go to Tyrant's Bakery and get some food from there, but
Ooh, that bakery be selling a lot today.
That's what I'm saying. We got one more pick coming out from Pioneers, though. It is is going to be the Ashe. Definitely one of my favorite tanks on this map. I think it makes perfect sense to pair up with the Jae-Young. It's going to have some beautiful aggression coming in, and it's probably going to be a little bit too beefy for the Kaze to be able to deal with easily. So I think it does address their weaknesses of their comp extremely well. Now it's time to see what aggro SSG adds. Typically, I would say Jackie would be pretty decent here, but she did get a nerf in the last set of balance changes. She's got a lot less HP now, so maybe not as strong as she once was. Shade could fall into the mix here as well, but with 2 seconds left, we are going to see that pick soon, and it is indeed going to be the Buzz, who thankfully is no longer broken, guys. He's not going to get that permanent long stun anymore, but still a pretty decent pick into Ashe, into Jae-Young, so I don't hate it, but not my favorite draft in the world from SSG once again.
Yeah, I mean, it really depends on how good Gus is in providing these shields. They have a little bit of long-ish range with the Kaze. Obviously, once you change your form, you're able to hit a little bit longer in terms of your range. But going up against Ashe isn't an easy prospect for anybody, especially the fact that Jaeyoung's going to be healing you up. So Kansas City Pioneers are up 2-1, are facing off against SSG, one set away from moving up in the next round in this upper bracket. SSG possibly one set loss away from moving down to the lower bracket. It's for all of the marbles.
It is indeed for all the marbles, and we're going to see Chino and Bobby able to combine for that kill, and actually Chino's going to use that Kooky Popper to take down Tyrant as well, so the kills are on the side of SSG. Nobody has touched the ball yet, but Chino is finally going to throw that up here. Doesn't look like they're really going for a play quite yet. We've got a lot of gold skins on the field too. Everyone looks the same to me right here, but Bobby's going to miss the hook. He's going to throw it up forward anyway, but Fade's using that dive to get out of a bad situation. He's going to mind control Sands, trying to get a little bit of damage onto his teammates right there. Sands is somehow going to be able to escape with that, but that's going to be the end of that SSG push.
For sure. I mean, even in overtime, I like the KCP composition only because of the Willow. If a Willow has a Hex, it's a little bit scary to go up against. But right now with that super, Sands has pushed back both Zulan and Tyrant. They don't want to take any amount of that smoke at all.
Yeah, Fade is going to be lobbing a couple of shots onto Sands, but he's able to dodge out of this so quickly with the Kaze. He is going to be trying to move up onto the thrower and onto the Jae-Young, but Zulan's going to be there to defend his teammates. He throws down his Hypercharge Rats as well. That's going to clear out a lot of room. KCP might have a angle to get a goal right here. Zulan's not that healthy though, so they're going to take their time here, just keep on getting kills. The spawn trap is in full effect, and that ball is cornered for SSG, but Sands is the lone man remaining, and he's going to get mind controlled. Going for the ball. Is he able to get the pass? Not quite yet. Bobby's going to be there for the defense.
Wow, Fade gets stunned, but it gets saved by his teammates. Zulan has a ball. He can go for a goal. He goes for the goal as Chino can't compete in that scenario. It's going to be KCP one up in terms of the goal.
Yeah, we're going to have to see SSG bounce back right here. They need this set win to remain in the upper bracket. Sands is getting very aggressive, but he's going to be next to fall. Chino has his Hypercharge shield online, but with the Robotic Rats pushing them back, he's likely going to chill out for now. KCP is not going to stress moving this ball up at all. They are comfortable playing the last 30 seconds of this game on the defensive end, and we're going to have to see SSG make an aggro play right here, but Bobby once again misses the hook, gets the Gust shield. It's going to be enough to take out Zulan, but the aggression of Sands is pretty strong on the upper left side here. This is their chance.
For sure. Though Tyrant gets a kill on a Bobby now, they have to make something going. Oh, they are able to do it with Sands with 240 HP in the game, managing to score that one. Ice in his veins, so now we're going to go into overtime. Bobby popping the purple button as well. Goes in, gets the stun. No, he gets hexed by Fade instead. Ball is going to be moved up, and it's a little bit of parity here. Ooh, supercharge coming in from Sands. The hypercharge gets the kill, as well as Bobby going down. Now KCP making a counter-offensive. Hypercharged by Gus there. Not going to be able to get all that value. He's trying his best. Zulan gets the ball, but no, the pass was not there for him. Bobby can't clear this, but he decides to get the ball back to Sands, who clears the ball instead for them.
That was honestly really great defense from SSG. Definitely could have gotten scored on there. The pass wasn't really perfect, but SSG did their job on the defensive end, but Sands is mind controlled right now. They're using him to take out Chino. They are both going to be able to survive this. Bobby almost gets that stun off, but now it's once again going to be Chino's Gus on the defensive end all by himself. The Robotic Rats are able to clean that up though, and that is going to be Zulan slotting in the ball right there, and we are one game away from KCP taking this entire match.
Yeah, it might be a 3-1 scoreline right now. Space Station have to lock in. They have done this in the past. In the monthly finals, they did go down 2-0 to SDM and reverse swept them and went all the way 3-2 to win it. But right now, they're going up against KCP. It's not as easy of a task. We're going to go into game number 2 of this set here, and Kansas City Pioneers already on match point.
Yeah, we've got a must-win situation for SSG. How will they respond? They're going to have Sands pushing up on the left side pretty aggro here, but Zulan is going to be trying to spot him out. Good pinch coming in from Sans and Chino, though, but it's not going to be enough to keep the aggression of Fade from pushing them all the way back. Bobby's got to get a super charged up pretty soon, and he's got to connect it this game. We saw a couple of missed buzz hooks last game, and that was definitely very detrimental to SSG's chance of success. Sans has a super ready to go as well. He's going to throw that down for a little bit of positioning, and that should give them a little bit of a respite in this pressure here.
For sure, they're moving up a little bit with the help of that super as well. Chino has a shield that he can use. Sans once more, very aggressive, but gets taken out. Tyrant is able to heal up Zulan, and as a result, they're able to hold the line. Right now, SSG need to hold up this position to ensure that KCP can't get back into the mid.
Yeah, Sans has that hypercharge ready to go, and Chino has that shield, so they could go with an aggressive play coming up here soon, but Bobby, once again, just does not have his super ready. He is, in fact, running tougher torpedoes, so that means that his stuns are going to be longer, but it's going to take him longer to charge those up. He has it ready to go now, though. Fade is going to dip down. Sans has great positioning, might be able to slot the ball over to him here. Indeed, that's what they're going to do, and Sans barely has enough HP to walk it in, but that's the type of start that SSG needed here, Pan.
That was very, very close. He threaded the needle with that interaction there. And now we're going to go in the second engage. It is SSG up, which is what they want, but it's looking really strong from KCP as Tyrant is there with full health, and he's also ensuring that his teammates are also pretty healthy. Sans gets taken out once more, and that is unfortunate for Space Station as one flank getting taken down is going to make everything a bit lopsided. Bobby goes in, gets the stun off on a Fade, but right now, purple button pop by Zulan. He's going in very aggressively. Can they get the kills that they need? One more super coming in. Chino trying his best to hold the line, manages to stay alive, and as a result, KCP's advance has been halted.
Chino has clutched up so many separate occasions on defense for SSG right here. He's playing such a good defensive Gus right now, but they are still on the back line. Fade is moving up very aggressive. He's going to mind control Sans, and Sans is going to be trying to get some of that damage onto Bobby, but the double stun is there. He gets another stun on the Tyrant, and the defense has held strong for Space Station Gaming. Zulan is trying to hold it down for his team. Might be able to get a little bit more damage up here, but Bobby's popping the hypercharge. Not going to be able to get that kill, but it does not matter. There is going to be no equalizer for KCP, and we are on to a set point right here for both of these teams.
Yeah, double set point, still match point for Pioneers, so Space Station are staring down the barrel of a gun, so to speak, going into this last game. It's going to be a very, very hard one, but one where they can possibly force another set. We're going to go into game here, and KCP in a pretty good position in terms of ensuring that they're pushing back the opponents. We have the members of SSG going back all the way to their spawn, and Fade engaging against Sans once more. He's got the better of Sans in the majority of these situations. The kill has been confirmed on a Bobby, but Fade gets taken out, but so does his teammate, and now Zulan is neatly able to close this one out. It's going to be a first goal for KCP within 25 seconds.
Yeah, Chino wasn't able to clutch up the defense on that one, but there is still a ton of time left. Sans is going to throw up a very aggressive Geisha form super on the Kaze as well. He has hypercharge. He's going for a double dash. That is going to be a double kill. Fade is the lone man left on defense. Surely nothing he can do to stop this goal. Bobby swings it up to Sans, and he's going to waste a little bit of time, maybe trying to play for OT a little bit, but with a minute 40 left in the game, both teams have already got on the board here. The next goal is going to win this set. Bobby has been mind controlled, though. He's going to be pushing aggressively onto Chino, but now he gets that shield. He's going to go in with the stun. Fade is going to dip out of that, but he is still going to fall right here. Sans moving up aggressively, and SSG almost had a chance to score there, but they're going to have to take a chill pill for now.
Ooh, Bobby tries, but he gets taken out by Tyrant, and Tyrant ensuring that the assault from Space Station has been dissolved. So far, though, we need KCP to get back into the spawn here, but SSG as well need to get back into the mix of things. The ball, it favors KCP in terms of position, but now with that super and a hypercharge as well, Sans has pushed back Zulan from the right. Doesn't get the value that he's looking for as he's completely halted.
Yeah, SSG does still have decent positioning as we do tick under 1 more minute until overtime. So Chino is going to be looking to charge up that shield. He has his hypercharge online. Bobby also has his super ready to go. So going to be looking to see who he can stun and when. Sans is dashing up for the ball, though. It looks like they might be going for a little bit of a play here. Bobby has the rock with super, but not going to choose to aggress quite yet. Fade has his Willow hypercharge super as well, though. So now SSG has to be very careful about any self-score opportunities. KCP with full positioning here.
Yeah, Fade going in. Oh no, he doesn't take out Zulan, who puts out a purple button. Lots of robotic racks coming in. Fade also has his own super. Could go for something. Bobby is going to be addressed first because he's going to be the person with a stun. Now there is a hex. Oh no, the ball being passed to Sans, and that is going to be goal because of the hex. And just like that, it's going to be Kansas City Pioneers taking out Space Station and moving on in this upper bracket.
That was a really close set on Brawl right there, but KCP looked like they had the advantage, and indeed they did. They're going to be able to lock it out in 4 sets right there, beating their opponent's SSG. Definitely a grudge match right here, and one that Kansas City Pioneers are going to be very happy to walk out on top on. So they are going to be our first team advancing to round 2 of the winners bracket. SSG, unfortunately, are going to have to move through the losers bracket for the remainder of this tournament. It is in fact double elimination, guys, so all the fellow Bobby Glazers out here, he's not done quite yet, so we've got to see how they can do later today. But well played to Kansas City Pioneers. Definitely a well-earned victory.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we saw some moments of brilliance coming in from Space Station Gaming, but there were a lot of issues, a lot of misplays of the micro interactions as well when they had a pretty decent draft. And a lot of times they didn't have the draft. I don't know if OG was drafting for them, considering that they are participating in the same tournament. That could be a possibility, but it was a very lackluster showing coming in from Space Station Gaming, but Pioneers looking a little bit stronger than their opponents. Now we have SSG falling to the lower bracket. Kansas City Pioneers is going to be up in the round 2 winner, waiting for the results of Crumbs versus Tribe, which is going to be the next match, Duncan. But before that, we're going to take a break of about 5 minutes, and we'll see you then. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to GKR. We are back a little bit earlier than expected, so you know you're welcome for that. You get to see a little bit more Duncan. But right now, we're gonna go into Crumbs versus Tribe Gaming, which is gonna be match number 2. But before that, if you are joining us now, we had Pioneers versus Space Station, which actually went the way of Pioneers. They went 3-1 in a very dominant display against their opponents here. Space Station out in the lower bracket, but right now we have Crumbs versus Tribe Gaming. Crumbs have Nathan, Zemp, Banny, Ormy, and on Tribe Gaming we have RBM, Luffy, and Zeus. Crumbs, we're on a dream run, but you know it's time to wake up as Tribe Gaming is at their Tribe Gaming is at their doorstep, and while they lost for the first time ever in a domestic NA match to Elevate, they're still the top team in the region, and one that Crumbs might have their work cut out for.
Yeah, definitely going to be the people's favorite. Tribe Gaming has been very, very dominant throughout GKR. I believe that they didn't lose a single game in our group stage except for one that they forfeited. So haven't really been beaten GKR quite yet. Crumbs, on the other hand, has had a little bit of ups and a little bit of downs. Nonetheless, they did manage to qualify though, which went against what a lot of people would have predicted. So definitely a very strong team right here. Actually, in the first round of the monthly finals in June, also we did see Tribe Gaming against Zemp's BSC team, New Heights Gaming. That did in fact go the way of Tribe in a sweep, so hopefully we'll be able to see Crumbs bounce back a little bit harder from that. Zemp does know what he's getting into when he faces against these Tribe Gaming boys though, so although we might have a pretty strong hankering on who might be able to walk out on top here, definitely don't count anybody out quite yet, Pan.
Oh yeah, I mean, we have the mythical lure of Bald Benny and Unk Zemp. Can they save any against the hegemony of Tribe Gaming? I don't know, but I would certainly like to see that. I mean, I'm a big Zemp and Benny and Ormy fan, so big high on the Crumb stonks today. Let's see if they are able to close this one out. They are going to be playing the same maps as it is the first round of the upper bracket, so we're going to have Hot Potato, Open Business, Hideout, Pinball Dreams, and New Horizons. Pinball Dreams and New Horizons obviously only if it is required, so maybe Crumbs are going to try to make it required. Let's see how that plays out for them.
Yeah, I think that starting out on Hot Potato does bode pretty well for Crumbs. It is a pretty hectic map, and honestly, the more chaos that you throw into the mix, the better chance the underdog typically has here. So they might have a couple of freaky Hot Potato drafts that they can pull out that might be able to catch Tribe Gaming a little bit off guard. I mean, this is a very strong team, so they are typically used to playing the more meta brawlers. They are very strong in draft as well, Tribe Gaming is. They rarely ever get out drafted, but we did see a couple of instances of that happening in the monthly finals against Elevate in June, so the door is definitely open right there. The real question is Crumbs going to be dialed in, locked in enough to take advantage of that?
Oh yeah, they want to walk through that door, right? Be one of the teams that can beat Tribe Gaming domestically. The only one doing that is Elevate, and none of the other teams have been able to do that. So Elevate did that at a monthly finals, which is certainly something to talk about. But right now we have to talk about Tribe and Crumbs. So Tribe falling off a little bit in terms of like the aura in the recent past, especially in the last few months, but you know, they're still the top team in NA, and they're still probably looking to be the first team to qualify for World Finals. But obviously it's not going to be an easy proposition, but they're going to go up against Crumbs here. And in the GKR, Crumbs have shown us lots of moments of brilliance, so it's promising to be a pretty great matchup, but let's see if they are able to execute on that ambition that they're showcasing.
Yeah, I do believe that when Zemp did face off against Tribe in the monthly finals as well, that he was playing out of a van. Never really got any more context for that, but he definitely had pretty bad ping, so maybe he'll be trying to take advantage of a more even playing field right here. Also, guys, in case you weren't aware of how this tournament format is, the winner of this game will continue in the winner's bracket to face off against KCP in round number 2, but the loser is not going to be out quite yet. It is going to be double elimination, so whoever loses this match is going to have a matchup against SSG on that loser's bracket. That match will take place later today. The loser of that one will go home for good, but none of these teams playing right now are going to have the chance to get eliminated quite yet.
Oh yeah, for sure. You need to lose twice in order to get kicked out of the competition, right? So it's not over for Space Station, and it won't be over for teams that lose in this first match here, but it's certainly going to be a little bit scary, right? We're going to go into our draft here, and Zeus, Luffy, RBM, Zemp, Ormy, and Benny, all of them showing their faces on cams. The bands are going to be Barry, Kaze, Lumi, Charlie, Rico, and Cordelius. So the first pick, Chuck, coming in from Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, pretty similar draft to what we saw take place in KCP versus SSG. We saw that defense beat out offense in that case, and we're going to see Crumbs going for a similar strategy here, running the Amber for a little bit of mid control, as well as using that spinny gadget to have some pretty solid defense against the brawler like Chuck. So I do think it's a pretty safe option coming out there, especially with Charlie and Cordelius banned out. Seems like Tribe Gaming was kind of expecting to be able to get that Chuck because they banned its 2 strongest counters. Crumbs is going to get a little bit of an aggressive pick in here, though, with the Melody, and I do like this draft from Crumbs, honestly.
I mean, you can see the smile in Zemp, so I'm pretty sure he's enjoying the way it's going so far. They have Amber to burn up the grass. They have Melody, which can get onto the safe and do a lot of damage. Melody with a hypercharge is a very scary proposition to go up against, but Chuck on the other side, gives Tribe some guaranteed damage. Otis coming out as well. It's to probably shut down the Melody from going across the map and, you know, reigning dominance through the entirety of the game. Obviously, with Cordelius and Charlie being taken out of contention from the bans, it makes Otis a little bit more viable as a brawler to at least shut down some of these more aggressive dive types, right?
Yeah, I mean, the Otis pick is interesting, man. It's not something that you see on this map too often. Not the greatest of matchups into Amber either. And even if you do hit that mute Starfish onto the Melody, she is still going to have those circles. So although she's not able to attack, she still has those notes that are able to get a lot of damage coming in. Tribe Gaming is going to rock with the Lily last pick, though. So they're going to have the Otis on defense and going to go pretty aggressive with the Lily Chuck strategy. Going to be a lot of aggro for Crumbs to deal with. They're probably going to have to go another defensive brawler to counter this out.
For sure. I mean, Lily's going to be able to get on the objective, get onto people specifically. I think the RT does address the Lily, considerably so. Also, it does address the Chuck because, you know, RT can just be on defensive the entire time. That doesn't really remove the damage that Chuck can bring to the table, because you just dash through regardless of the RT super. But the amount of damage that he can do on the save is going to be less so.
Yeah, the RT is one of the main bugs that has yet to be fixed. Maybe it's a feature, maybe it's a bug, but he can in fact mark up the safe, so he is able to play a little bit more offense. Typically you see RT as a defensive option here, but he is going to get a little extra safe damage, so something to take note of as we get into game number 1. We have Crumbs in blue versus Tribe Gaming in red. Luffy is going to be moving up to this right side. Zem seems to have a hankering that he might be there, but he is still not going to be able to get any of those scouting shots off. He's going to be the first to fall, and it looks like RBM is going to finally finish setting up these posts. Yeah, he still got it barely through Ormi.
Yeah, Ormi tried, you know, just to be a little bit cheeky there to ensure that it didn't happen, but it did. And now Tribe Gaming are off of the races, really, as we have the Chuck coming in on the other side. We see Zem going in as well, so double split push, but doesn't really favor Tribe, Crumbs by any means, as Tribe are off the mark.
Yeah, we do see some good defense coming through, though, but RBM's just going to continue to cycle out these Chuck lives, getting so much damage onto the safe. We haven't really seen Crumbs get like any motion up onto the safe as of right now, but we finally have Zem moving up with that Melody pick, gonna be able to get that shield down a little bit, and that is a significant amount of damage. Ormi is muted and Luffy is gonna be taking him out, but I mean, they cannot get Vanny or Zep off of the safe quite yet. That's gonna be 50%, so Tribe is gonna have to work up from here, likely gonna be able to tie that up pretty soon though.
Yeah, for sure. Nice shot from Ormi to find out RBM in the grass lurking there. But the other side, we see Luffy as well lurking on the right-hand side. And he goes into Zem. Doesn't find the kill just yet, but has caused enough of chaos here to allow RBM to get a little bit more damage. And now RBM runs away from the situation. The RT leg's not in the best spot either.
Yeah, but Zemp is absolutely shredding that safe right now, and we have Crumbs on top still. Van quickly going to be able to get that kill as well. Ormi does get muted by the Otis, but only 3,000 damage remaining. One more shot from Ormi will do it. And just like that, guys, we have an upset alert coming in hot. Tribe Gaming loses the first game to Crumbs, and beardless Zemp is not even acting like it's a big deal, man. Just taking a sip of his water, chilling like the goat that he is. Fantastic way to answer the call for Crumbs so far.
Dude, Betty's aura is unmatched, so much so that GKR can't even put his cam up because he's that much of aura. Gator 1 went to Crumbs, but let's see how Tribe are able to respond. They had a really good start, considering the post setup was done almost immediately, but the defensive plays and the aggression at the right time by Crumbs put Tribe 6 feet under as Luffy goes down as well. Now Zeus is going to go up against Betty, but gets taken out. Is Baniel?
Yeah, a little bit confusing there, but already another hot start for Crumbs. Vanny is going to be able to survive with the help of his spinnies as well. Zeus is able to finally take him out here, but Zemp was able to get some good damage, just going to be waiting for that next super. Ormi still holding it down strong on the defensive end, and that is going to basically one-shot RBM. Things just look like they're going fantastically well for Crumbs. The comp is looking like it might be it, Pan.
For sure. Now we see a little bit more damage coming in from the Chuck, but it doesn't matter. All 3 members of Crumbs are on the safe. They are abusing the fact that RT can mark up the safe, getting as much damage as they possibly can. There is so much damage coming in, but Luffy is able to address it. They conceded a lot, but it could have been much worse.
Yeah, they do have their Chuck post set up, but Ormi is just going to be there to absolutely clean them up. Every single time they go in, that's more than likely going to happen. Ormi is not going to be going back into his non-split form. Zemp has the hypercharge ready to go, though. He does get a little bit blasted, so not nearly as much damage as they were looking for, but Ormi has the high safe marked up. He's getting a ton of work done. Vanny as well is going to contribute a little bit more damage there, and that's going to be under the final shield for the safe on the side of Tribe Gaming. Is them going to be able to finish it off right here? Not quite yet, but I mean, this is a very, very difficult deficit to make back for Tribe.
For sure. I mean, I don't think they had the composition to do that. The Otis really showing the chink in the armor of Tribe's composition. Once more, we have the Chuck going in, but at the same time, so does Benny. He has his hypercharge, and that should be done. He gets muted out, but it's just gonna delay the inevitable, as now Crumbs are up 1-0 in terms of set score against Tribe Gaming. I thought I'd never say that.
Yeah, this is not the start that most Brawl Stars fans would have expected, but it is the start that Brawl Stars fans want. We all love Tribe Gaming, but it's always fun to see the underdog take a set here. We did see SSG take the hot potato set from KCP, though, and they ended up losing the following 3, so hopefully Crumbs doesn't meet that same demise. They're going to have to keep that edge as we move into set number 2, which is going to be on Open Business, Fan.
Yeah, and honestly, I want to talk about a business that we just saw. I didn't like the RT pick for the offensive strategy, but I have to eat my words there, because the RT was basically the biggest reason why they were able to deal as much damage as they were. You saw all 3 of them coming together, collapsing on that Tribe safe with the RT mark intact, and you just had so much of damage being rolled in. It wasn't even about the defense, because I thought the Tribe would be arguably the more defensive, aggressive composition, but the entirety of the match, we just saw them, you know, fighting fires, and it was just an inferno that they weren't able to contend with.
Yeah, the RT pick was just too strong on defense, much stronger than the defensive pick that Tribe opted to go with for the Otis. Very off meta with that Otis pick, not really sure if that was justified, especially when RT was on the board. Seems like they will probably learn that lesson moving on going forward into this tournament. But we have Open Business coming up here. Very curious to see how the draft goes for this one. We saw a lot of aggression coming out on the last set, but the Lou with the first pick was able to do so much work. So Lou is going to be one of those brawlers that we are going to be looking out for. Finks as well as the Hank and the Jae-Young synergy. So lots of different metas that you could go with on this map.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, we saw Lu coming out, like you mentioned. The Kaze can also do a great amount of damage to, I guess, the other opponents as well. You can even go for maybe the great tactic of just putting a teleporter on the hot zone and get there. But we're going to be looking into our bans right now. We have Lumi, Kaze, Hank, Stu, Dynamite, and Lu coming out. So 6 different brawlers. I think that Tri Gaming saw how good Lu was in the previous game. Maybe they also want to ensure that they can have more viability for RBM's picks, because he's a very tank heavy and aggressive player. So, you know, banning out the Lu, banning out the Dynamite, which can be a big annoyance, and even Stu, which can do a number against a lot of the RBM brawlers. Makes sense to take that out of the situation, as Jae-Young is going to be picked up by Tribe Gaming. I think it's a really good pick. It doesn't really showcase what you're planning to bring, but surely we're going to get a lot more aggression.
Yep, super versatile, and the ability of him to just heal up his teammates is going to make him a great hot zone brawler, going to extend your teammates' lifespan on that zone, and that's really the name of the game. It's all about the objective here. Jae-Young makes a lot of sense for me. We're going to have to see what Crumbs goes to counter this out. Crow is a pretty common pick into Jae-Young just because of his anti-heal capabilities. It can be very menacing, so could still be on the table for Crumbs as they go with the Finks with their first pick. Definitely a pretty solid brawler to man that middle of the map, kind of control it with your super. Once you get that, it's going to be very difficult for the opponents to hit shots on you, and it makes it much easier for your teammates to hit shots on them. The one thing I don't love about the Finks is that he's outranged by the Jae-Young, so we'll have to see if Crumbs goes with a little bit more range with their next pick.
Oh, for sure. They go for Barry instead, so that's going to be paired up with a tank for sure, along with the Finks as well. It can do a number because those projectiles are going to be falling even faster. So, you know, the Finks along with the Barry, not a stabby composition. Ash going to be coming out for Tribe Gaming. Obviously, we expected an Ash or something a bit aggressive, but it pairs so well with Jae-Young, and we've seen how good Ash was here. It was piloted by Pioneers in the previous fixture, so Ash, all things considered, with what we're facing, a pretty good shout.
Yeah, I don't know if Crumbs has enough DPS to be able to deal with that aggression that Tribe has to offer here. They're going to add the Griff as well, so they're going to have the wall break. It's going to make Barry a little bit more useless. Although you don't necessarily need walls to play Barry, there are viable strategies where you kind of just put that ice cream down on where you're planning to walk, and the walls aren't really even that necessary, but it is still going to be a little bit of a deterrent here. Crumbs doesn't look like they have the greatest comp picked out so far. I mean, if they do go aggro here, it's going to get countered out by the Griff. If they don't go aggro here, then they just might not have enough damage or pressure to be able to take that hot zone. So we'll see what they go with that last pick. It is going to be a Carl. Honestly, I kind of like that pick. I feel like it's a pretty good balance of what we were talking about there. You're able to pierce through the robotic rats of the Ash, and you can kind of just go in on the Jae-Young and get those assassinations. I still like draft a little bit for Tribe, though.
Oh yeah, the tribe draft makes a lot of sense. The cashbacks, you open up the map, and it makes Griff that much more of a threat. Jae Young as well has quite a long range. In fact, one of the longest ranges that we are going to be seeing right now. Yes, the Carl does pretty decently into multiple target brawlers and brawlers that have multiple rats like Ash, but it's still a little testy going up against that Griff, because that damage that Griff can do with a super is scary. We're going to go into our second set here between Crumbs and Tribe Gaming, where Crumbs claimed set number 1.
Yeah, we're going to have to see if they can extend on that lead that they have right now, but Ormi and Banny are going to be holding down control of the mid so far. Luffy's going to be trying to charge up some of those cards, but he's already gotten the wall breaks shaken here. RBM's moving up pretty aggressive, and that is going to be enough room for Tribe to be able to take over the zone for now. Zeus trying to get off a pinch here with that damage gadget. So impactful into the game right now. Ormi teleports right back into his death, and RBM is just staying alive on low HP, just completely dominating the positioning. Banny is back with the super to get a little bit of HP back, but Luffy has basically broken the entire map.
Yeah, this is the right win condition. Big super, 1 cashback does find a lot of value. Is able to find a little bit of value on Ormi as well as he gets taken out. Now with RBM going down, Tribe does have a little bit of a problem, but 2 members are on the point there. They are 50% up here.
Yeah, it's going to be a tall task for them to get back into this game. Banny tries to get something done with that super, but it's not going to do too much. Zemp is able to clean up a little bit, so the deficit is going to be dropping down marginally right here. Zemp with the fast hook is going to be able to get a kill as well, but Zeus and RBM are charging up here. The hypercharge is online. A lot of them are going to die immediately to that berry ice cream, though, so not the most value for RBM. Either way, though, only 20% needed left on the zone for them to take this game.
Indeed. Ooh, big kills coming in on Zeus. Now there is a kill on a Zemp, so all of that aggression has been dealt with, and super and a cashback as well on Banny, who goes kind of crazy, gets a kill on RBM, but it doesn't matter as Tribe Gaming are back in form and take game number 1 in this second set.
Yeah, it looks like the draft. Wait, where is Luffy at? Is this
way.
man really on an island resort right now playing Brawl Stars tournament? You love to see it, man. The dedication to the craft. He is absolutely chilling. Probably got his toes out in a margarita next to him. But the Tribe Gaming draft looks like it's going pretty well so far. We're going to see Luffy continue to break open this map as we get into game number 2. But it looks like the comp from Crumbs just isn't exactly what they had planned. They have a good beginning to the game with the Berry and the Finks combination, but we see once again Zemp's going to be the first to fall, and this is just looking like a repeat of game 1.
Yeah, it's not easy for Zemp to hit some of these shots, especially once RBM is raised up. It's pretty simple for RBM to really deal with Zemp, but he gets taken out with the help of Ormi as well. All of this is great for outside of Crumbs, but they are still far behind Tribe Gaming, but this super from Ormi allowed them to get the entire team wipe that they needed, and right now Crumbs are back in this game with full control and with Tribe Gaming not in the fray.
Yeah, they're going to have to group up and make a push together, but Ormi's got that time warp on the map. Going to make it so easy for them to stay strong on this zone. They have ticked up a little bit into the lead. Zemp is going to be 1v1ing RBM over here.
Wow.
Barely able to come out on top of that interaction. Banny gets a kill as well. So Luffy's going to be the lone man remaining, but he dies as well. There's going to be a ton of berry heals onto the field, and this is looking fantastic for Crumbs. Tribe's going to have to push together as a team to get the zone back with the robotic rats.
It seems like Banny wants to finish his records there with the number of hypercharges that he got. For right now, a nice mark off of RBM, and Crumbs are in a big lead, 40% in fact, and Tribe Gaming, despite the map being so far open, aren't really doing as well as they expected.
Yeah, it seems like the berry heal is just the sustain too much to overcome for now. Tribe is finally making a push back, but Banny continues to just heal up himself and Ormi right now. They're able to stay on the zone for so long with only 3% remaining. This is going to be an unlikely Crumbs victory in game number 2. So now we're at a point where if they win this next game, Tribe is going to be in a very, very bad spot. Against all odds, Crumbs just continues to hang in there and look like a very strong team.
Yeah, beautiful stuff coming in from Crumbs. I felt like Tribe had a better start since they opened up the map a little bit faster than they did last time, but Banny really showing us how good Barry can be played as he did in that second game. This one is going to be the decider for set number 2. Can Crumbs go up 2-0 against Tribe Gaming, or will Tribe Gaming be able to equalize the set score that they sorely need to do in this situation?
Yeah, we're gonna have to see Crumbs play the very, very good style of Brawl Stars that we saw in the last game. Once again, Zemp is going to be the first blood drawn here. Banny and Ormi continuing to hold it down, though, with these multitude of healing that Barry has to offer. The zone percentage is going to be favoring the side of Tribe so far, but Zemp is back into the mix now. Might be able to make some plays, especially with those heals coming in hot. And we're going to need to see Ormi get a super pretty soon, but he does a great job teleporting out of the Griff cards. Zemp is going to be going pretty aggressive, but he does choose to back off right now. Banny and Zeus in a really intense 1v1 down there, but Zeus comes out on top. That's a big break for Tribe.
Yeah, Zeus going in here. Oh, big hypercharge as well. Zemp surely getting taken out with only 1366 HP to try RBM's name. That's a little bit scary for Crumbs. They are down by about 40%, and it's slowly getting away from them. Despite all the supers from Banny, Crumbs aren't able to get onto the point at all.
Yeah, they're having a really difficult time dealing with RBM as well. Last time, Zemp was their real answer to be able to deal with that. He has his hypercharge online. He doesn't choose to pop it quite yet, though, so he's just going to be holding on to that value for now. Going for Zeus, but not going to have the range for that. Only 20 more % remaining on the zone for Tribe Gaming, and they are going to get a kill as well. So Banny's going to be trying to do it all himself now. He gets one kill, not able to get the second, though, and RBM is just going to stand on that 1 inch of the zone. That's going to be Tribe, giving us a 1-1 set score, tying it all up.
Beautiful stuff coming for Tribe Gaming. I initially thought that Luffy was like, I thought it was a green screen, right? Because it might have been, but like with the glare of like the light and everything, it definitely looks like he's outside chilling, having probably some pina coladas, maybe some coconut water as well. So kudos to him and Tribe Gaming as they are up 2-1 in terms of the set score. As we go into Pinball Dreams, which is the fourth set, can Tribe Gaming win this one, or will, I was going to say New Horizons, but can Crumbs come back and get another set win that was very unlikely in the first place?
I mean, they dominated in set 1. They had a chance to win set 2. Definitely didn't look like they had it, but I mean, they won a whole game there. So it's clearly anyone's game. These teams are not as far apart as a lot of people might have thought it seems. So we'll have to see how the draft goes. That definitely is going to come down to that at the end of the day. A lot of different options that you can go with on Hideout too. So we'll see what the bans are looking like. I feel like that is probably going to give us a decent look into the strategies that these teams are looking to employ.
Oh yeah, for sure. I do like the way Crumbs tend to draft, because most of the time it's a little bit experimental, maybe reactionary to what they're seeing, and most of the time it does work out, but sometimes they get completely outclassed. I feel like the last set was a little bit of that, especially after they drafted 2 brawlers. They looked like they knew what they were doing, but Tribe had the right answers to neutralize them repeatedly. I feel like despite the fact that Crumbs didn't have the draft, they played like they were, like it didn't matter. They played so well in the second game. In the third game, it kind of got away from them. In the first game, it seemed like there was a path forward for victory. But all this means to say is that Crumbs is a team that people need to really, think about in esports context in the future.
Yeah, and I think that them taking a game in set 2, as well as obviously just winning set 1 outright, has got to be getting into the heads a little bit of Tribe. Obviously, with great power comes great responsibility. A lot of teams are expecting them to be kind of walking through a team like Crumbs right here, so they can't be feeling the most confident after how this game has unfolded so far. But at the end of the day, if they take the win, nobody's going to remember all of the micro plays that didn't go their way, so that's what they're going to be looking out for here. But we have Hideout for our next map, so like we said, a lot of different strategies here, but the draft is just going to be so important. If Crumbs is able to get an outdraft, then we could see Tribe fall into a set point pretty soon.
Yeah, I mean, Tribe Gaming looking a little bit stronger in this last Hideout set. They don't look as unsure. In Hot Potato as well, they were really out of their depth, but I feel like slowly as the sets are going by, they're revving up their engines, they're getting a little bit more comfortable. We're going to go into our draft on Hideout. Gus, Byron Bell, Jay Young, Angelo, and Bell being banned out. So double Bell ban. It's only 5 brawlers that are removed here. That's going to mean that 1 extra brawler could be picked up by either side. One point to note is that Gray hasn't been banned, and neither has Gene. So Gene is going to be the pickup for Crumbs in game number 1. But if you remember, Duncan, in the previous match, we had Space Station picking up the Gene on this map as an early pick, considering that the Gray wasn't there as an option. So they didn't get what they wanted out of that pick. Hopefully Crumbs can, but Tribe Gaming opting for the Kaze in response.
Very interesting Kaze pick right here. Gene is definitely a pretty safe option with the first pick, but Kaze, on the other hand, is a lot more aggression than teams typically opt to go for this early in a bounty draft. I do like it. If you're able to play it well, like I'm sure RBM will, then it can definitely be pretty menacing up there. You get a lot of free positioning, and you can also likely make a dash for that blue star. So expecting to see that. What is going on here? I guess we're getting a nicer look at Luffy's shirt. Sorry, guys. And it looks like the other pick for Tribe Gaming is going to be the Charlie. So we saw that in the last set as well as a pick into the Gene. Can counter out those pulls. I like the looks of Tribe Gaming's comp.
Yeah, sorry about that, chat. I wanted to see his shirt. I wanted you guys to see his shirt too. He has a little kitty cat on his shirt, so that was pretty cool. Hank coming out for Crumbs. I like this pick as well, but you know, considering the fact that it was picked into a Charlie, I don't know if that's the best pick, because whenever Hank is going to go in, surely Charlie's going to have that cocoon ready, right? Amber is also such a good pick here, but one thing that I feel like Crumbs is lacking for him is range. Charlie has a much longer range than most of the other brawlers. Gene as well has that sprinkle damage, but it's not enough to push them back consistently, so I like this Charlie pick. Amber is also pretty decent, but let's see what Tribe Gaming go for as their last one here.
Yeah, this like barely even looks like a bounty draft with the way that it's unfolding. I mean, we've got a Hank, an Amber, a Charlie, and a Kaze. Tribe Gaming is going to finish up with a Juju, which doesn't really have all that much damage to be able to kill anybody on the side of Crumbs, but you are going to be able to charge a lot of those supers up, get that Gree on the field, which can just distract the opponent so much, take up so much of their ammo. I don't really know which team I would give this draft to, but like I said, it's not a very standard bounty comp, so I think that does kind of favor Crumbs a little bit. The more chaotic for them, the better.
I kind of actually like this composition for Tribe, because they're going to have an early composition, which means that they never mind. Yeah, they're going to have an early composition because the blue star is going to be picked up by Luffy, obviously. But then after that, they're going to be playing it defensively, where Zeus gets a lot of value with his super and with his attacks as well. So early stuff from Tribe Gaming. Crumbs really need to pick up the slack, as they are going to be behind here in this set.
Yeah, but they do have the fish on their team, which is going to be cause for a lot of stress right there. He does get cocooned, though, and although he is able to get a kill, he is going to be traded out. So the lead remains on the side of Tribe. Crumbs did take the blue star with that, though, so could come into impact later in this game. We see Tribe pushing up a little bit higher here. Zeus is going to have pretty free reign over this, but the Hank range is going to catch him out a little bit, so Ormy's going to be trying to finish up on that. Not going to quite happen yet. We're going to see Crumbs pushing Tribe back into their spawn now.
For sure, and left-hand side Zemp is there with his super, but he has to be very careful against RBM. And also Zeus, you obviously don't want to feed Zeus that Gree. On the right-hand side, Luffy dodging these shots coming in from Ormy. But the range disparity for both these sides makes it a little bit lopsided if you think about it, because it's only RBM and Ormy holding the line.
Yeah, and Ormy is likely going to be looking to get some supers online, but it's probably unlikely that we see a hypercharge come out for him. That would be a win condition for Crumbs, but it's going to be a lot of damage that he's going to have to get to charge that up. Zemp is going in, though, and he's actually going to be able to take out Zeus. He heals up with the help of his hypercharge as well, and the Charlie Cocoon is going to be a miss. So that's going to be a huge swing in the direction of Crumbs here. They have a one-star lead. They are on the back foot right now, but only 20 seconds remain, and that was a miss right there.
I mean, it was an expected outcome, right? They saw the pull coming in, they put the Gree down. I think that was why they decided to draft it into the Gene. 7 kills as well. That's huge, in fact, for Crumbs, as now Luffy tries to go in, gets taken out. Ooh, he would have triple marked them if he did manage to do it. Gree goes and takes down Zemp, but it doesn't matter, as Tribe Gaming are not figuring in game number 1. It actually goes to Crumbs.
Yeah, I think that Crumbs has a really good comp situated here. Even though they know they aren't going to get the blue star, it's a lot easier to get that kill when you have a brawler like Hank that can kind of just ignore the existence of walls and just pick off some of those weaker HP brawlers from behind them. Zemp played that game really well, and I think it was smart that Crumbs didn't wait till the very end to go in and get their kill. But we're going to have to see if they can pull it off again. We're into game number 2 of set number 3. We are tied up at 1 set apiece, and we are going to see once again Luffy picks up that blue star, but Zemp has so much HP, he's just going to be able to push up on his own time, especially with these Gene heals.
Yeah, I like the fact that they're making sure that Zemp is a little healthy with Benny picking up for him there, because the last time it felt like he was on his own most of the engagement, but this time it's a little bit better. Now they're going to be forcing themselves onto the Kaze. Ooh, that's super! Managed to hit Luffy. It actually gets in the lead and the blue star. Zemp in an awkward position. I'm not sure why he's up so high. He's going to be taken out. The blue star is definitely going to go the way of Tribe, and that wasn't an unforced error. It's a comedy of errors, in fact.
Yeah, definitely not a great look from Zemp there. I mean, he got the great play to be able to secure the lead, but they're going to give it up just as easily. Not an unsurmountable deficit so far, though. I mean, only 2 stars, including the blue star, but they are going to have to take out Zeus if it's going to be one player for them to get the lead back. Tribe knows that. They're going to be protecting Zeus with all of their might right now. Ormi does light up RBM with that super, though, so he's going to be quite weak. They're going to have to fall back into their spawn. Zemp is going to take advantage of that, pushing up with his big Hank bubble, but Luffy pops his hypercharge. Zemp's going to be able to heal up with that fish super, but he does get cocooned, but Ormi might actually be able to get 2 kills. Zeus stays inside of the spinny range. Zemp gets a trade out there, and after all of that action, we still have Tribe with a 3-star lead.
Yeah, but Benny has a super and a pull is required for Crumbs, but the problem is that the members that they need is basically 2 people because the fact that the blue star has been split. So I think Tribe are in a good spot in these last 15 seconds. Super coming in from Luffy, gets to get out. That actually gives them a parity in terms of the blue in terms of the star, but the lead is still very much on the Tribe side as they have the blue star. Now it's time for the pulls to come in, but Betty misses that pull. 3 seconds left, they're going in, but the kills have been confirmed, and that is going to be Tribe Gaming taking this one and equalizing the set at 1 apiece.
That one was so close, though. If Banny was like 1 inch lower with that pull, they definitely would have been able to secure that kill and won the game right there. That was absolutely massive, but unfortunate for the side of Crumbs. Tribe is going to tie it up here, and the winner of this next game is going to take a 2-1 set lead. This next game is absolutely massive for momentum. Luffy's going to grab that blue star and take it back to Tribe, and we will see the same start that we've seen twice already.
Yep, once more, we're going to go back to this one. It's tied at 1 apiece in the set, and it's tied at 1 apiece for the entire match here. So whoever wins this is going to go up 2-1, and it sets the momentum for the rest of the engagement. So far, it is a mano-a-mano, neither team really making a path forward, but Blue Star firmly rested on Tribe Gaming, as you see the Kaze Luffy with the Blue Star above his head.
Yeah, he's going to be pushing up a little bit aggressive here, too, especially considering Ormi has that gadget. He's going to let it rip, and that is going to be a very, very unforced error coming out from Tribe. Crumbs is going to be in the lead right now. Wow. I don't really understand what the point of that was. I mean, they have to know what gadget Ormi is rocking with. He's got his super as well. Might choose to just light up that grass to take away some of the Juju utility. That's exactly what they're going to do. Zemp moving up with this big bubble, trying to get rid of Luffy, but he does get a double dash. But Ormi is going to be there to clean that up with the help of Zemp. Positioning is on the side of Tribe, though. Zemp might be the next to fall. Still a 2-star lead for Crumbs, though, but they are pretty trapped back here in the spawn.
Indeed, but there is Luffy with a hypercharge, which he could use. Opts not to go for it. Puts out his super. That's going to blind out the enemies and the opponents. Gregory also put down. There is a super from Zemp to stay alive. He is very, very low, betting barreled and buffeted by the Gregory as his teammate goes down. This is looking really bad. Woo-hoo-hoo! Hypercharge Luffy taking out the entirety of Crumbs, and that is going to put them into shambles as Tribe Gaming take the lead here by 6 stars.
Yeah, well played by Tribe. They executed that spawn trap to perfection using the Kaze super to go in and clean up right there, but it's not over yet. Still 20 seconds left. Crumbs is going to need 6 stars to fall back into their hands. They're definitely going to be looking for Luffy or Zeus back here, but the time is ticking down. Amber Super is online, and it does connect with Luffy. Zemp is going in. He's going to be able to get 2 people, and that's going to be a full squad wipe. As long as Zemp doesn't die, this game is likely going to be over, but he gets cocooned. It's not going to be enough, though. It actually saved his life, and that's going to be Crumbs taking a 2-1 set lead over Tribe Gaming. Zemp throwing up the crow right there, but what an amazing victory for Crumbs. Guys, Tribe is on the back foot here in their first round of GKR playoffs.
Yeah, Tribe is on the back foot in the GKR playoffs, and I gotta say, those who crow, chat. Good job from the guys in Crumbs to get that dub. They definitely needed that, as now they take the momentum in terms of the set score. They're up 2-1 in that, so they're going to be pretty happy with how things are going for them. It's going to be Pinball Dreams next, but what do you think about that? I feel like that was a little bit of a steal there from Crumbs.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there were definitely some big misplays on the side of Tribe Gaming. I mean, we had an early death from Luffy that was definitely uncalled for. They were able to bounce back from that specific death right there, but I mean, they fell back into their spawn a little bit early. The Hank hypercharge was too much for them to overcome right there, and they just simply did not have enough time to catch Zemp on the way out. So, I mean, Crumbs executed the comeback pretty perfectly. It's pretty impressive seeing these players stay as composed as they are against an opponent like Tribe in such an important matchup here. And now we're just gonna have to see if they can pull it off one more time on Pinball Dreams to pull off the upset of the tournament, Panda.
That was crazy. I mean, I already thought that with the complete team wipe we saw from Luffy with that hypercharge, that was basically it. I thought Crumbs were out of it, but then we saw them getting all of those kills and managing to get out of that situation. I mean, you have to time that push right, and then you have to be lucky as well, but you need to, have all your mechanics on point. I felt like once the cocoon was down, that was basically enough for Crumbs to win, because if they didn't put the cocoon, I feel like they could have got the kill there. I feel like, you know, the 3-second, 4-second guaranteed invincibility while he's in the cocoon allows him to stay alive. So I'm not sure why they did that. But, you know, at the end of the day, Crumbs were able to execute at a very, very high level when the, you know, the chips were placed down. So, you know, great job to them. And let's see if they are able to extend this success as we go into our next set, which is going to be Pinball Dreams.
Yeah, something that I want to point out as we move into Pinball Dreams is that Zemp is one of the most nasty Shade players I've ever seen, and this is definitely a good Shade map, so we might be able to see Crumbs pull out that Shade. It looks like it's not going to be banned as we move into draft here. Crumbs bans out Kaze, Lumi, and Hank. Tribe Gaming is going to ban out Surge, Willow, and Lou. So definitely haven't seen too many Surge bans come into play, but that is indeed what Tribe is going to be rocking with. They have the first pick of the draft, and it is going to be a Jae Young. Makes a lot of sense to me. Very versatile brawler, and a pretty safe first pick. Not really giving away too much of their hand quite yet.
Amber coming out for Crumbs. That's going to allow them to, you know, burn down the map. Also, the Amber hypercharge on a map like this where you have to go through the mid, and it's perfectly set up for that hypercharge. It might be a little bit scary to face off against, but this first pick of Jae Young, it's still a pretty superior option. Stu is going to be coming out for the side of Crumbs. Let's see how this one does play out. I feel like Stu hasn't been brought out as much in the meta, at least in the last, what, 45 days or so. So it is interesting to see that Crumbs decided to pick it up.
Yeah, Stu is a pretty interesting pick. I mean, I don't really hate it. It's not like Jae Young has the most damage to be able to deal with Stu, but I mean, he's going to have to get pretty wiggly with that. Likely going to be a low ping player manning that brawler. Tribe Gaming is going to answer that with a Chester who has fallen off since his supercharge rate nerf, but definitely still a pretty solid brawler. Even though he does get less hypercharges now, it's still the same hypercharge. So if you get that, it's going to be hard to prevent a goal from happening. We're going to see RBM locking in his comfort pick as well with the Ashe. And I really do like this draft from Tribe Gaming. We'll have to see what Crumbs can go with to overcome that, but they definitely need a little bit more HP on their side, in my professional opinion.
Professional opinion, damn. Okay, Shade's Shade's gonna be coming out as you mentioned. Oh, you see the smile on Zemp. He is already pretty happy about this. But on the other side, he's going to go up against Ashe, Chester, and a Jae Young. There is sustain, there is a lot of damage, and there is burst damage from Chester. Don't know if this is the best matchup for Shade, but let's see how this one does pan out as Crumbs are up 2-1 in terms of the set score, Duncan.
Yeah, and I think that this is about the draft that they wanted. I mean, they got the Shade for Zemp with that last pick. They have Stu and they have Amber. I mean, it's a pretty safe Amber and Stu, and then the Shade is really just going to be the player to watch. If he's able to make any pop-offs, that could be the path that Crumbs needs here. But we are moving into set number 4, game number 1. Tribe Gaming on the back foot right here. They need to win this set to force a set 5. If Crumbs wins this set, then they're going to be walking away in the winner's bracket.
I never thought I would say this about Tribe Gaming NA in 2025 against a team like Crumbs, and unfortunately for them, this is where we are. And as a fan of the sport, I love this. I love this. I love when new teams come to the fore here. We have a little bit of a Kamane Mano in the mid here. On the left-hand side, Luffy does go up against Betty, but gets pushed back, and Zemp doing the same thing to RBM. Zemp actually, gets taken out. I look like he might have got the kill there.
Yeah, nah, he was cooking for a second there, but RBM is going to be able to use his HP to walk away on top of that. He gets a kill as well, and he has his hypercharge ready if he needs it. Takes a couple tries to get the ball, but I don't think Zemp is going to have quite enough DPS to be able to blast through him. Indeed, he's not. That's going to be Tribe Gaming taking the first goal of the set.
Indeed, and Zemp really needs his teammates to stay alive or at least hold lanes. It's not even about positive lane pressure, but right-hand side, we have a hypercharge coming in with a purple button. Zemp gets addressed, and now the dominoes are going to crumble as both Betty and Ormi push back all the way to their spawn. But with that super from Ormi, they've at least delayed and stymied the offensive pressure on this right-hand side. But honestly, it's still looking really bad for them.
Yeah, Zemp is going to be trying to clear out a little bit of room right here. Luffy likely will be the next one to fall, so a little bit of pressure alleviated on the side of Crumbs' defense. RBM still full health, though, with the speed and the health of the Jae Young. Is going to be a very difficult brawler to deal with. He's going in full rage right now. That's 2 kills for him. Ormi's the last one remaining. He is going to fall, but the fire is going to connect on the RBM. Might be able to delay the goal for a little bit longer, and indeed it is. Zemp is going to be going in to try to get some work done, but the Jae Young speed is just going to outrun him and evade him. He does get the gadget kill, though. So well played to Zemp. He's holding down positioning a little bit for his team. They'll finally be able to escape the spawn trap, but they do lose Zemp.
Honestly, it is looking really difficult for Banny to get much value because he's going to be outranged on either side, either the mid or even the left lane here. And with the Zemp having no other opponent that he can go up against except for RBM, it's looking really difficult for Banny.
It is definitely looking difficult for Banny. He's trying to hold it down here, but Luffy and Zeus are both doubling his lane. The Hypercharge Rat's coming in, but Zemp is likely going to be able to kind of blast right through those. Still a lot of HP on RBM side. Banny sitting at 71 HP and he can't move. That is probably going to be another goal coming through for Tribe, but even if not, that's not going to be enough time for Crumbs to get back. So Tribe takes the first game of Brawl Ball. That's the type of bounce back that they needed in order to force us at 5 here.
You know, it's sometimes a little bit hopeful when you see underdogs like Tribe Gaming coming out on top and getting a win against, you know, the storied players like Crumbs. So we're going to see how this one plays out next.
Yeah, we're going to have to see a little bit of a better response from Crumbs here. Zemp is going to be switching up lanes, taking on Luffy on the left side here. He's going to get blasted down pretty quickly, though. Not going to die quite yet, but Zeus is going to be trying to finish him off with that Jaeong gadget. He does get spun down by Ormi, but RBM has a lot of health, a lot of rage, and it's probably going to be enough to be able to force it through. It looks like Tribe might just have the comp that they needed here, but Crumbs still has a chance to get back. Over 2 minutes left in the game, Panda.
Yeah, we're hoping that they don't start crumbling just yet as the pressure is mounting, and Tribe Gaming are cool under that pressure. They've been in situations like this against other teams from other reasons in the past. Obviously, not really favoring them, but hopefully with all of that pressure, they have, you know, wisened up what they need to do. Now, Zem going in, he tries to find the kill on a Zeus. That would have been almost necessary. Unfortunately, he doesn't pay out for them, but Ormi does stymie that pressure. That super was enough to push them all the way back. You can see Zeus very, very low as well.
Yeah, once again, though, it just feels like Crumbs are kind of just stalling the inevitable right here. They've had no chance to even come close to getting a goal, but the hypercharge from Ormi might be what they needed to play defense, but RBM just has too much HP, and he's going to be able to force it through there. That's going to be a quick, very quick bounce back from Tribe Gaming. That's going to be their second set win, and we are tied up at 2 sets apiece going into set number 5 here. Absolute banger for this round 1 of the winners bracket.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, I liked the idea that Crumbs had in terms of them playing brawlers that they're happy with, but I feel like that Stu pick was very ill-advised. I don't think it paid dividends for them, and it was an earlier pick, right? So Tribe could obviously draft their last brawler around it. We knew that it was going to be Jaeyoung, along with the fact that they're going to have the Ashe from RBM, but the last pick was in the air, right? So considering the brawlers that we already saw and the fact that we knew that Zemp was probably going to be going some tank brawler, maybe the Shade, it made a lot of sense for them to go that Chester pick, and that Chester pick was basically the undoing of the web that Crumbs had against Tribe.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to keep their mental up, though. It's definitely a little bit intimidating facing off against Tribe, especially when somehow you become the favorite and they are the underdog. But now it's all even back up. Once again, they're going to be feeling a little bit back to normal, a little bit snap back to reality moment right here. But we have set 5. It is going to be New Horizons, so the room for error is going to be very, very, very small. If you lose a member early, that basically dooms you in knockout. So we'll have to see how these drafts look. Maybe a little bit of aggression coming out from Tribe once again. I mean, we've seen RBM just absolutely spamming the Ashe pick. Probably not going to see that this time, but Hank, Jaeyoung definitely could still be in play, as well as Kaze.
Yeah, I mean, recently we've had a change to the Shade, right? And you don't have the stacking of the speed like you used to before. So if you could get multiple supers within like a short duration, you could just keep speeding up across the map. And with that being removed, it makes Shade a lot less viable. And no shade to Zemp, he was not that guy today. So that might have been one of the reasons why they did end up losing. Maybe New Horizons might be the call for them, but it is a sudden death. It's down to the wire. It's going to come down to this. Whichever team wins this is going to be up in the upper bracket and facing off against Pioneers. The loser is going to be off against Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, a win here would be just so huge for Crumbs. Obviously, wanting to stay in that upper bracket facing off against KCP in our next round here, but I mean, it's going to have to be pretty perfect with the draft, with the gameplay, all of the above. There's going to be no room for error, no room for a bad draft pick here. I'm very excited to get into this draft to see what we might have here. I think that Gus is going to be a pretty commonly picked / banned out brawler. Jaeyoung definitely could still be pretty meta here. There are some other snipers that we haven't quite seen too much of, including like Mandy, Piper, but I don't really expect that to come through here. I feel like it is kind of a more closed off knockout map, so I think it is going to bode better for some of the tankier options, more aggressive picks.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm just looking to see how this one does play out. I saw what we had Charlie coming out, which has a balance change. She has a longer range, which is why you see her in hideout a lot. I wouldn't be surprised to see her in New Horizons either, considering a lot of the brawlers that you see on a map like this are maybe snipers or sharpshooters. You have the utility with the spiders. You can shut down aggressive options with your cocoon. So I think that we should expect a lot of Charlie. We are seeing our bans here, and we have Brock, Grey Griff, Angelo, Jean, and Gus, Duncan.
Yeah, I think that the Tribe Gaming bans definitely make a lot of sense considering that Crumbs has the first pick, but we are going to see no punches pulled already. Crumbs is going to lock in the Hank. That is a brawler that you see more often than not on this map, but with the first pick does feel pretty aggressive. They did ban out the Brock though, so maybe this is the plan all along. Not going to leave any wall break. Actually, Brock and Griff, yeah, so it looks like they want to keep all those walls up. They wanted to go the Hank. Tribe Gaming is going to answer with the Bell, which does have the mark ability that could be pretty good into the Hank, but you've got to hit those shots to be able to get the value out of that.
Oh yeah, for sure. I like the Hank as well, but the Bell pick makes a lot of sense. Jae Young as well. The gadget towards the end, or whenever an aggressive brawler tries to come near your face, I feel like Jae Young can do a big number. But the problem with the composition that we have from Tribe Gaming is that yes, they have the mark, they have the heals from Jae Young, but they could be very susceptible to, you know, unbridled aggressive pressure. So they have to be careful about how Crumbs decide to draft the next two brawlers and accordingly pick their fifth one.
Yeah, I think that Tribe Gaming is probably drafting Jae Young just so that Crumbs doesn't get the Jae Hank synergy. That's kind of where my head's at here. But they're going to go with the next best healer, which is going to be Byron. I think that makes a ton of sense coming out from Crumbs. The splash can be so useful as well to be able to kill somebody who's hiding behind some of these L-shaped walls here. So I do like that synergy coming in on the side of Crumbs. Probably going to add a little bit more range here. In fact, they are. It's going to be the Juju. So they have a thrower, they have a tank, they have a sniper slash healer. I like this draft, very well balanced from Crumbs, but there probably could be an outplay from Tribe Gaming. We'll have to see what they go with the last pick. They already have the Jae Young, so I feel like they might as well add a beefier brawler with that.
Oh yeah, for sure. The Juju is a little bit scary though. Obviously the slows are going to be a bit of a concern, but if Jae Young can competently heal, then I don't see the problem with going for that pick here. Barley is going to be coming out. Wow, that is interesting. I mean, they don't want to obviously go up against Juju, especially because Juju has so much of a range with the grass, right? And you don't have any wall breaks coming in from Tribe Gaming. They could have opted for a wall break, but they decided not to go for that.
Yeah, there's not really that many great wall breaks though with Brock and Griff being banned out. I don't hate the Barley pick. I think that he is going to be very useful at the very, very end of the game when he can kind of cover the entire remaining map with his super, but until that point he's going to be a little bit weaker, probably just hiding behind one of those L's and poking. But we are into set number 5, guys, a surprising set number 5 between Tribe Gaming and Crumbs right here. We're going to see both teams start off pretty passively, but Luffy's already getting to tapping, and it looks like the positioning is going to be fully on the side of Tribe to start us off now.
Yeah, beautiful stuff coming in from Crumbs. You see Zem going in quite aggressively. I feel like this is probably a very bad call for Zem. I don't know why he went out so aggressively. Completely left his team on the lurch there. Get taken out. It's going to be a 3-2 favoring Tribe, and I feel like they're not going to be pressured at all, though.
Yeah, those are the plays that Crumbs just can't afford against a team like Tribe. Definitely going to be a little bit of a misplay, but they are stuck in the 2v3 now, so they're going to see if they can charge some supers at the very least. It's unlikely they'll be able to win this round, but if they're able to get a Gree, if they're able to get a Byron splash, that could bode well for them going into round 2. Likely going to see both teams play it pretty cautiously to end out this round, though.
I still am at a loss for words for what Zemp did to his team, because now they have to face the last engage without their linchpin of the composition. Here we're going to go with Ormi hitting a lot of these shots, managing to get Zeus down a lot. He's going in for Luffy. Nope, he doesn't get the kill as RBM finds a kill on his teammate on the other side. There's going to be the first round to Tribe Gaming. Hopefully Zemp, doesn't walk and hold W.
Yeah, we got to get the mental straightened out here, boys. Come on, Crumbs, but it's all good. They're going to be pushed back from that Zeus super, so they're going to be pretty spawn trapped as of right now. Zemp moving over to the right-hand side of the map. Definitely the right choice, but Ormi is super weak. Fantastic jukes from him to be able to survive that interaction. Very well played. They still have the spawn trap going pretty strong right here. Banny might be pretty weak as well, and it's just very, very difficult for Crumbs to break out of the spawn trap pin.
Oh yeah, for sure. This Barley is going to keep giving them pressure. Now Zemp is going to be alone by himself, and that Barley super also splits him from his healer. So great stuff from Tribe Gaming, and they've been consistently pressuring Crumbs so that Crumbs can't really get the value that they are looking for. But Zemp is surely close to his super, and maybe even close to his hypercharge soon enough.
Yeah, we also have Banny with the Grigri online, but all three members of Tribe Gaming have their super, but Banny's actually from downtown going to be able to take out Zeus on the Barley. That is going to be the massive break that Crumbs needed right here. Still not over yet. Ormi is going to be marked up by this trap, so he's going to be pretty slow. He does end up falling, but Banny is able to trade out that kill. RBM is the last man standing, and he is not even going to want any smoke with Zemp. So we have 1 round apiece, and this is just going to be so huge for the momentum going into the last round.
Beautiful stuff from Banny. How was he able to get that kill that allowed Crumbs to get that win there? We're just in our first game here. It is tied in terms of the round score. Whoever wins this round is going to win the first game off this set and is going to be off to the races. Hypercharge is there for Zeus and is also available for Zemp on the other side, but less utilities online for Tribe, less so for Crumbs.
Yeah, Zemp does have his hypercharge, though. That's going to be very scary. If he's able to pop that, get that speed boost, he might be able to absolutely blast through Zeus, especially if he uses the super after. But so far, so good for Tribe. They're just remaining in control of the middle of this map. Banny trying to get some of that range from the grass, but RBM on the Jaeyong is just keeping him out. He might be able to catch him out a little bit. Not going to be too much yet, though. And we have once again just seen Crumbs kind of hanging out in their back line, but the smoke is coming in now. They have to make a move. Zemp going up with Hyper, and he might be able to absolutely body the Barley right here. Not going to be there for the kill yet, but he does get that. Now we're left into 2v2. Jaeyong and Bell versus Byron and Juju.
Ormi hitting so many of these shots. He has a super as well. They are able to get this one. They are up on match point against Tribe Gaming. Just 1 game away from sending Tribe to the lower bracket is Crumbs, but they still have to win those 2 rounds.
It looks like they have the comp for the end game, though. I mean, outside of the round where Zemp just kind of walked up by himself and got himself eliminated, they were able to win the last 2 very easily when it came down to the end of it. So Tribe Gaming looks like they might have to get a little bit of motion earlier. I mean, they've had the spawn trap. They might want to go for those kills a little bit quicker. RBM is using his speed to finesse onto Banny, though, and Banny's going to have to fall back pretty quick. The gadget coming in, not going to be nearly enough to kill him, though, with that shield. Zemp all by himself on the left side, but he's going to choose to play it a little safer this time. I think probably the right decision.
Yeah, actually beautiful stuff from RBM to use his speed to push and pressure Banny to the right lane, Baniel from the right lane. So super coming out here, Herbal Tonic coming out, and lots of heals from on a Zemp from Ormi. I feel like Ormi is very underrated here. He's been playing and connecting so many of these shots, giving his team a big chance for a win. But right now, Zeus going to be pressuring on the right-hand side, not really committing all that much as the storm and the smoke starts billowing in.
Yeah, this is what we've seen so many times. Crumbs has been in the spawn, but once the smoke comes, they are ready to answer the call. Banny's got the Grigri on the field as well, going to take up so much of that ammo from Tribe Gaming. Banny's in the spot that he likes, but Zemp is moving up with the big shield, likely going to be able to get a kill or 2 up here, or 3 up here. He might as well just go for the trifesta. Ormi getting in there as well, and that's going to be round number 1 going to Crumbs. They are a singular round away from knocking Tribe down to the lower bracket already.
Yeah, and Zemp didn't even have his hypercharge, so he should be pretty close to it right now. It should be, you know, I don't know, almost there for that purple button. So it's not a great prospect for Tribe Gaming. Now, it seems like Tribe are going ring around the rosy with Zemp. The objective, I guess, for them is to get the super onto Luffy and then mark down Zemp to ensure that he isn't as big of a threat. But Tribe being so aggressive, dodging so many shots, and pushing back Crumbs all the way to spawn is going to give them a little bit more leeway, especially since Zemp has a longer path forward in order to be able to get some value.
Yeah, we've seen Crumbs spend this entire game in their spawn, though. Zemp getting a little bit lost by himself. He's got to get back to his teammates really quickly here. He's not in range of Ormi for these heals. He does manage to get back, though, and likely going to see the smoke start coming in soon. We've seen this positioning time in and time out from Crumbs, and they've just managed to bring it back at the end of the game so frequently.
Ormi going in for some healing duty, keeping Zemp very, very healthy here. Now Zemp going in, he pops his hypercharge, misses it! But no, they're picking up the slack. Banny is getting so much value, but super coming in from RBM. He gets 1 kill. There's a kill onto Banny as well, and Zeus is able to ensure that Tribe Gaming get this round win. 1 round away. Crumbs is 1 round away from putting Tribe Gaming away, but Tribe Gaming are saying no.
Yeah, it looks like Ormi might have missed that splash onto Zemp. He threw it onto himself instead. A little bit of a misplay, but you just can't afford that when it's coming down to the wire like this is here. Teams got to keep their mental composed. And once again, we're going to see Crumbs back in the spawn. Zemp choosing to kind of stay with Banny, not go up too high, feed too many supers. But, I mean, it's just, we've seen this positioning so many times. And once they get that push out, I think that they need Ormi and Zemp to stay grouped up. Otherwise, Zemp is going to be a lot more vulnerable.
Yeah, 100%. But the problem is whenever Zemp goes on cleric duty, he leaves the mid open, so that whole flank is completely open. So you have Banny trying to pick up the slack, and that doesn't always go the way that Crumbs wants. And honestly, you can't have Zemp walking up like he did in game number 1 and round number 1. But here, Luffy already has a hypercharge, manages to pop it. Zemp in trouble. He gets taken out. It's going to be a 3v2. Tribe Gaming in a great spot, and here we see Ormi in the backlines.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough for Crumbs to be able to lock out now, especially with that herbal tonic coming down. Banny uses the shield, but it's not going to be enough, and that is going to be Tribe Gaming taking game number 2 here. We are all tied up, double match point to see who is going to stay alive in this upper bracket, Panda.
Oh man, I feel bad for Zemp. He popped his hypercharge, wasn't able to hit that button. I feel like that kind of changed the whole favor the wins favored Tribe Gaming after that interaction. We're gonna go into the next game. It is gonna be our final game for this fixture. The one who wins this is going up in the upper bracket, while the one who loses this is gonna be facing Space Station in the lower bracket. This one is a very important one.
Yeah, the stakes are so high right now, especially for Tribe. They do not want to be getting upset this early in the tournament. Even though it's double elimination, still just not a good vibe for them. Once again, Crumb's going to be manning up the back of this map right here. Ormi does get tapped, so the bell bounces are going to be going a little bit crazy, but nothing that they can't overcome yet. Ormi's got a juke, though. He's going to have to use that super on himself, so a little bit of utility out of the pocket right there. Well played by RBM to force that out.
Oh yeah, for sure. And it's a same story that we've seen for all of the rounds. Tribe Gaming get control, they push back, Crumbs all the way to spawn, and then Zemp gets the super and they're back. Right now the smoke is billowing in, Zemp is going in once more. Lots of heals online from Ormi, keeping him alive. Ormi in a difficult spot. There is a kill onto Zemp, and I feel like now they are in shambles, adding into the injuries. Zeus gets a kill on Ormi, and now Banny is going to go into the smoke to ensure that Tribe have a chance.
Yeah, it looks like Tribe is doing a much better job this time, focusing Zemp and Zemp alone once that smoke starts to push Crumbs out of the spawn. It seems like when all 3 members are aiming at Zemp, it is going to be enough, even with the Byron heals coming in from Ormi. So we'll have to see if Crumbs is able to hold down a little bit more positioning before the end game this time, but I feel like likely they're going to do it the same strategy. Banny's going to sneak up into this right-hand side, though, and he does have his Grigri online, so he's going to be waiting for his teammates to charge a little bit of super, but him doing that play does give them a lot of positioning.
Yeah, there are a few win conditions for Tribe, and all of them involve Luki marking up Zemp, which is why you see him going very aggressively. He gets a mark off, Zemp going very aggressively as well, but managing to get back here, uses the hypercharge to run away, and I think that is necessary, but it ensures that Tribe Gaming have a much better path forward in terms of the next game, because right now they are on match point. One more round is all they need.
Yeah, and Zemp is going to be hitting that bell trap as well, so he's going to be slowed, but Ormi is going to get that splash down. He's going to die, but Banny's able to get the trade out on the other end, but Zemp is going to fall down to Zeus, and now it is Banny versus the world, and it looks like he knows what fate has met them. Unfortunately, we are going to have to lose Crumbs from the upper bracket right here. Tribe Gaming is able to lock in and get the W that so many of us expected right there. Well-earned victory to Tribe. It's definitely got to be hard to keep the mental when you lost as many games as they did here, but they still played it well and locked it out at the end of the day.
Yeah, I want to see what happened to Zemp here. Let's have a look.
I think it's just Barley Hypercharge. Yeah.
Okay, he walks under the trap, and there's a super Barley Hypercharge as well. He walks straight up, and he gets taken out. Ooh, he didn't have any recourse. There was really nothing that he could have done there, I honestly think. But
unfortunate situation for Crumbs. They definitely could have been able to pull that out if a couple of the plays were a little bit cleaner right there. Either way, very impressive stuff to take Tribe Gaming to a double match point in our winners bracket, but they are going to be facing off against SSG later today in round 1 of the loser bracket. So well played to Crumbs, well played to Tribe. Definitely a well-earned victory, but that was a close one. That was a really exciting game, Pan.
I know, I didn't expect it to turn out the way it did, but I'm glad it did. That just shows that Tribe is a little bit more susceptible than people, make it out to be, and that Crumbs is definitely a team of repute in the future. But right now, we're still gonna, not have Crumbs showing up in the upper bracket. What we do know, though, is that the next 2 matches are going to be Elevate versus Code OG and LLC versus Stamina Esports. We're going to take a reprieve of about a few minutes before we come back to the next match. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to GKR. We are doing our finals phase. It is match day number 1 for finals, and we have finished 2 matches so far. We're looking to finish our next 2 in the upper bracket, and it is going to be an exciting one. We have Elevate versus Code OG. OG, I believe chat's been telling me that this is going to be his last tournament, his last official tournament. So, you know, this is going to be the last hurrah, so to speak. They are going up against Elevate, which isn't an easy proposition, but yes, I have been Code Pan, joined by Duncan Brawl Stars. So make sure you use Code Pan in the shop if you are buying anything. Any of the Brawl Stars games works, that is fine. Make sure you also subscribe to Duncan Brawl Stars because he does make content every single day with a ranked focused content schedule. And he also streams once a week, so make sure to check him out. He does cosplay as well. He did a Mandy cosplay, so yeah.
Yeah, thanks for calling attention to that, Pan. I got it up in the back. You can't even see it in this angle, but it's all good. We've got a banger match ahead of us, though, guys. The new, potentially, face of North America with our Elevate team right here. We're going to have Diego, EVX, and Patchy representing this team today, but they have finally taken a monthly finals victory away from Tribe Gaming, who had won all of the ones prior to that, so could be a new number 1 seed in the region. Maybe Tribe Gaming still holding that title, but definitely those 2 teams on top. On the other hand, we have a team who definitely has a ton of potential, hasn't really been able to put the pieces together quite yet this year, and might be more so the signs of a fading dynasty, unfortunately, with OG announcing his departure from the BSC scene. But it is going to be his last hurrah here today, so he's going to be leaving it all out on the field as we get into our first round of GKR playoffs.
Yeah, for sure. Elevate are your June monthly finals champions for North America, beating Tribe 3-0 in the grand finals and losing only 1 game while doing so. But as far as GKR is concerned, they aren't nearly as dominant, right? They lost to Code OG in the only match that they faced, and the other one was a forfeit win for Elevate. That being said, Elevate are Elevate are supposed to be rocking their monthly finals roster. I believe that this is going to be their monthly finals roster going forward because Vegeta is in East Asia right now, so you will see all these players playing with each other. And it feels like, you know, that Elevate are the overwhelming favorites, especially after Code OG's hopes for Worlds have seemingly been quashed.
Yeah, I definitely think that Elevate's probably a little bit more of a better prepared, polished team. Probably been doing a little bit more practicing in the gym right here than the side of Code OG. But, you know, a team with nothing to lose is definitely a scary proposition. I think that's what we're going to see here today. But we are into our first draft already. We've got the bans coming in. Elevate bans out Barry, Kaze, and Lumi. Code OG banning out Charlie, Amber, and Nita. So a lot of the defensive brawlers have been banned out of here. And OG is going to lock in the last remaining one, which is the Cordelius Mushroom Man.
Yeah, for Hot Potato, considering the bans, Cordelius is a pretty good shout because Charlie has the Cocoon, right? So you don't have Chuck being brought out just yet. You don't have Melody either, but you are going to probably see them towards the end of the draft. So a pretty good early pick from Code OG for that Cord. RT as well satisfies similar idea, but we saw how good RT is at marking down the safe and getting that damage in. With RT and Melody on Elevate's side already, and only 1 brawler that can possibly address them, I don't like Code OG's chances, even though it's just 1 brawler on their side.
Yeah, I think that the RT pick is just so menacing in the current heist meta with his ability to mark the safe and just play like pretty good permanent defense. It's definitely going to be a tough brawler to get around. Code OG is going to go with a little bit of an old meta brawler, which is the Rico on Hot Potato. One of my favorite map and mode combinations, or map and brawler combinations from the past. Not as strong anymore. There's a lot of things that can get into Rico's face and blast through him, especially that Melody. So I think that the Cordelius is likely going to be there to play defense. They're also going to add the Buzz there, so a little bit more aggro coming in from the side of Code OG. But I still do think that Elevate probably has comp as long as they don't throw with this last pick.
Oh yeah, for sure. I feel like a lot of the picks from Code OG are more like, not ego, I would say, but safe picks. Like, they like to play these brawlers on this map, which is why they're going for it. I don't think they're going specifically to address the brawlers that they're facing, at least in terms of what I can see. Maybe the Cordelius does that, but I think that Rico, classically one of the best brawlers on this map, may not be as great here. Elevate bringing a little bit more spice to their composition. Ooh. 3 triple threat on the safe. I don't like Code OG's chances at all here, at all.
I still kind of keep on forgetting about Bull's existence, but he is a much better brawler now, definitely back into the heist meta, and I'm excited to see what Elevate can do with him on their roster right now. Something to note is that Chuck was not banned, and in both of the past sets, when we saw Chuck make it through ban stage, he was the first pick of the draft. Both teams opting to just completely ignore him this time around, so I think that Bull is going to kind of fill into that role very nicely, but the Bull Melody RT comp, it's going to be so much safe damage if they're ever able to get up there, but we are into set number 1, game number 1 of Code OG versus Elevate Panda.
Indeed, this one's getting underway, but second is already put 6 feet under as OG going up against Patchy doesn't connect as many of those shots from his super as he wanted. Elevate Evex also being taken out. Patchy going in with his super, gets a kill onto second, gets taken out himself, and super coming in from Evex, who could go on the save, but big super from OG. Actually, I gotta say, Code OG doing a fantastic job to ensure that Elevate aren't on the safe all the time.
Yeah, OG's using that Rico speed to just stay alive at a low HP amount and just keep on playing defense wherever he's needed. He's able to help pinch out with Patchy right there, but it is still going to be the Melody getting onto the safe. That's going to be a ton of damage coming in for Evex, and OG and Charles are going to be trying to get this pinch off here, but Evex just wasting so much time. Might even be able to get a couple more spins onto the safe. Not quite yet. Patchy's got his Bull super ready to go, but the OG hypercharge is going to sway Patchy out of the middle of the map right here. He knows that Charles has that realm ready for him whenever he goes in as well.
Indeed, super coming in from Patchy. He goes in, gets pushed into the zone, but on the other side, Evex getting killed, and Code OG is rotating around the safe, and that safe from Code OG has been taken down at 52%. There is a little bit of a kill coming in from OG on a Diego Gamer, but it's just, you know, soothing the injuries that they've already been inflicted.
Yeah, Patchy's going to be getting so much value with those bull dashes as well. That is going to be a ridiculous amount of damage coming in from Patchy. They finally got the save below 50%, and it looks like Diego Gamer is getting quite stunned out here by second, but the hypercharge from Evex coming in. OG's able to get that kill, though, and that is going to save them from a lot of hurt onto their safe. Charles cleans up on the bull matchup as well, and that defense is going to be holding strong, but they just have yet really to get too much offense set up here.
Indeed, actually much better defensive plays coming in from Code OG than I expected. Second once more has a super, could go for something. Evex as well with his own super finds a kill on an OG actually. That's huge super as well from Diego to take down second. Charles alone man on the safe, you're defending, it's a kill on Evex, and now Patchy has to contend against OG. OG has a hypercharge, goes for it, finds a kill on a Diego Gamer. Patchy trying to get on the safe there, but not able to do so because of the opposition he's going up against.
Yeah, only 10 seconds left, though, and there is still a whole shield tier differentiating these two teams, but OG is going to massively cut down the deficit right there. Charles needs to get this kill very quickly if they're going to be able to hold strong, though, and it looks like with 1 second left, that is going to be Elevate just holding out strong for the first victory of the game. It looked like OG had a couple of chances to bring it back, but they just never really had as consistent of an offense as Elevate had to offer.
Oh yeah, Elevate definitely look a little bit locked in going into this one. They looked really strong, especially in the first half of the first game, but Code OG looked like they were, you know, having a path forward in terms of the defensive plays and even from the aggressive plays. We're gonna go into game number 2. Let's see if this one does pan out for Code OG or if Elevate are gonna extend their dominance.
Code OG is pushing up pretty aggressively as of right now. Charles has Patchy in his realm, but they're both just going to be dancing around this L-shaped wall right here. Second's got super ready to go, though, and they're going to combine to be able to get that kill on Patchy, so it's all up to Diego to play defense, and oh boy, is he going to play defense. That should be a double kill coming in hot. Very well played to Diego Gamer right there. Patchy's moving up with the super, and he's going to end up trading out with OG, but maybe not the best use of his utility.
Yeah, and now we see Diego Gamer going to get a lot of damage onto the safe. Gets taken out himself, but so does his teammate. Now second is there grouping up with his team, and hypercharge from Code OG along with second here, who could go for the safe, deciding not to do it, deciding not to use his own objectives and supers. Your utilities hypercharge brought in by Patchy. Now Evex going in on the safe, does a little bit of damage, not all that much, but has managed to pop that second shield that they need.
Yeah, and we just once again see about the same mix up here with Code OG having 1 shield knocked out, Elevate having 2 shields knocked out. They've got to find a way to stay up on offense consistently and just get the safe damage down to an even matchup here. But OG is going to be going absolutely crazy with these Rico angles, as he has this entire set so far. Another kill coming in from OG, and this is the type of break that they needed. Finally able to get some heist damage. They take the lead for the first time. Charles is going to stay up there, but Evex is looking like he's going to make a breakaway now.
Beautiful stuff coming in from the side of Elevate here as they've taken down 2 members of Code OG. It's still a pretty close game. Hypercharge is available and online for Code OG. He could go and get some value in as he does get a pretty big Hypercharge safe onto the objective. But on the other side, Evex going in, he should surely be taken out. He does. Patchy tries to cap this one off, not able to do so. Code OG, he just needs 25% here. A second goes in ham, and so does the entirety of the team. Patchy running his super in, but that's just feeding OG. OG has a super. He goes in for no save damage. Instead, he goes for Patchy, and that is a little bit scary for their situations as there are hypercharged supers coming in. Evex going in, gets taken out. The defense is online for Code OG. They're going in ham.
Yeah, it was very, very good defense, but I mean, the gap between these two teams is so small right now. Whoever touches the safe next is more than likely going to win. OG going down the middle with that super, got it down to 6%, so they are in the lead. Patchy is not going to be able to get out of Cordelius's realm in time, and that is going to be Code OG barely by a thread tying us up right here.
Wow.
They can barely believe it themselves, Panda.
Dude, that was crazy. I didn't expect it to go down the wire. 2% was all that differentiated the monthly finals champions and Code OG. That is crazy. The amount of untapped potential in this team. A lot of people write them off, but we can see how they're one of the most respected players or a group of players in NA.
Yeah, that was just amazing defense. I mean, I feel like they held it together so well. The communication had to be on point for them to pull that off. Very, very well played in a very exciting game. But the winner of this is going to be taking set number 1. Going to be absolutely massive for momentum as we see OG beefing Evex over on the right-hand side. He's going to be able to get a lot of damage with these melody circles, though. OG opting to ignore him for the time being. That is going to be the first shield knocked out. Evex likely going to fall here, but it looks like they aren't forcing the issue quite yet.
Charles chasing Patchy. They're playing around the rosy there. The right-hand side Patchy gets taken out. He did try to bamboozle Charles a little bit over there, but it didn't work out for him. In terms of the damage, there is a lot more from Elevate onto the Code OG save, but OG doesn't really make that much of a connection with his Hypercharge. All things considered, 2 members of Code OG getting taken out, and it's up to Charles to defend.
Yeah, Evex is going to be able to knock that safe down to 50%. We have yet to see Code OG establish any offense really here. They have 4%, but that's more or less of a formality right now. The safe is falling down quite weak. Elevate only going to have to make a couple more pushes, and Patchy has his hypercharge, but no super quite yet. He's going to be trying to feed that off of second best, and it looks like it's going decently well for him, but the pinch is coming in hot. OG is going to absolutely light up that lane, and OG is just doing so much on the defensive end with an absolute squad wipe all by himself there.
Dude did not have to do that. Triple super crazy. None of them were hypers either. He's pretty close to his hypercharge super as well, but great stuff from Code OG. Despite that heroic effort, they're down by 30%. Super coming in, hypercharge, not as much value as they want. Goes in for the objective. Now Patchy going in, but Charles managing to save his teammate on the other side.
Evex is just absolutely about to demolish this safe though, and it's going to get it down to 25%. Charles is doing all he can on defense, but OG is going to respawn to help him out a little bit. Not going to fully clip Patchy with that, but it is still going to be enough to get the kill. The deficit has been reduced quite a fair amount, but there are no more shields on the high safe of Code OG. The next big push from the side of Elevate should be enough to secure this win. Charles takes Evex to the realm, but it's not going to be enough quite yet. Patchy dashing up for a little bit of positioning, just trying to keep OG on the back foot right here, and Patchy is able to get that kill, likely a couple of shots away from being able to take this game, and indeed Elevate's going to walk out with set number 1.
Yeah, it was good from Elevate to hold to their strategy, but Code OG, I have to say, they played this one really well. They may not have won this, but it goes to show when there isn't as much pressure on the table and these guys take it without, you know, that much of difficulty, they're able to execute at such high levels. And as a fan of OG, that was such a beautiful set to see. We saw Rico on full display. It was almost as if I saw iChaos.
I love watching some good Rico gameplay, and oh boy did OG provide us with some good Rico gameplay right there. Not able to win the set, but still, man, the amount of squad wipes that he was able to get on the defensive end was absolutely ridiculous. Hopefully we'll see Code OG's team dialed in as hard as they were in set number 1, in set number 2, because they are going to be down 1-0 in sets right now. They are going to be looking to bring this back and be able to extend their life in the winner's bracket.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it's gonna be a little bit scary going in the losers bracket, obviously, but we don't know who they're gonna be facing. It might be LSE Esports, it might be STEM, and not. But you know, results remain to be seen. Obviously, we're gonna go into our second set, and it is open business. As you can see on your screen, you have a lot of grass, you have the walls as well. Different strategies can be used here. I feel like it's a very adaptable map to a lot of different ideas that can be brought out, so expect a lot of variance in terms of what brawlers can be fielded in this map.
Yeah, one of the brawlers that we've seen very frequently picked throughout our first two matches was the Finks pick. I think that's something that I wouldn't be surprised to come into the fold. Barry as well, just to kind of heal up whichever mid brawler you have hanging out there. B and Griff are another combination that could be employed here. You've got the range and the tank counter ability that the B has to offer. Griff, obviously a great tank counter as well, and he's able to break all of those walls out here, guys. It is indeed going to be open business for this set, so ignore that hot potato on your screen right now, but our bans are in. It's Barry, Jaeyoung, Amber, Kaze, Lu, and Lumi out of the picture.
First pick is going to be with Elevate, and despite it saying hot potato, it's obviously not going to be hot potato. It is open business, so just in case that you guys are confused, I believe production will get that solved. It's going to be Charlie first pick for Elevate.
Yeah, pretty safe first pick right here. We've seen a lot more Charlie than we used to now that she's got that range buff. Definitely worked her way back into the meta. Even though she is typically employed as a tank counter, KodoG does not care, and they're just going to be rocking with the Hank immediately here. One of the best brawlers in the game, barely touched by the balance changes, so pretty safe option right there. Even though he does get a little bit countered out by the Cocoon, still a pretty menacing brawler to deal with. With the Jaeyoung banned out, that does mean one of his best synergies is not in the picture, but we've seen a lot of Byron Hank, so that's something that I would be keeping my eye out for.
Oh yeah, for sure. Byron synergy with Hank is great. Jaeyoung as well, but obviously Jaeyoung Barry being banned out gives Byron a little bit more credence in terms of a pick here. You could also opt for maybe a Barley for the herbal tonic, or you know, that just might give you a little bit more healing, as well as the fact that you have a thrower. Things being brought out here. It's a pretty decent brawler, I think, on a map such as this one for the mode, but Elevate have the next two picks here.
Yeah, Finks is a very, very popular brawler in the hot zone meta nowadays. Once he gets one of those supers, it's just going to make it so much easier for him to land consistent shots, as well as juke out of a lot of that damage that would be coming to him on the hot zone. And when the name of the game is just sitting on the zone, a brawler with an ability that helps like that is going to be pretty impactful. We are going to see Elevate bring out the Gray, though, a strategy that we haven't talked about quite yet, but it's a pretty popular one as far as hot zone goes. If you guys play any ranked or ladder, I'm sure you've been cheesed by your fair share of Gray tank comps where they just get that teleporter down one time and just keep on sending him in over and over and over again. So we'll see what tank that they choose to pair up here. Since Hank is out of the picture, that was probably the best one to pick with the Gray.
Oh yeah, for sure. Bull's going to be coming out here. That's not something that I expect for Elevate, but I think that they can possibly cook. Obviously, Bull should never go on a Hank because that's never going to work out for Bull, but the other two brawlers are going to be fair game. You're going to have Gray just putting the teleporters up, allowing Bull to get onto the mid. Those hypercharges and supers are going to be coming thick and fast. Charlie as well is a great brawler to keep people out on a Cocoon, so I like this from Elevate. Let's see what KodoG decide to use to pick up against this Bull here.
Yeah, it's going to be a Barley coming out with the last pick. I don't know if that's going to be enough damage to really stop what Elevate is going for. I don't think it's a bad pick at all. It's definitely good into Charlie. It's all right into Gray as long as you avoid the hooks, but man, that Bull is going to be pretty menacing. I really have no idea how this is going to go. I have yet to see Bull on a hot zone map as far as competitive gameplay goes, so this definitely could be pretty fun to watch. But I mean, if he does dash onto the Hank, once he has that super, he's going to be able to out heal and out blast him, so might not want to go directly onto him. Maybe he'll be dashing onto the Finks and Barley more often, but should be a pretty fun one either way as we get into set number 2, Pan.
Indeed, and the match is underway. Right hand side, we have second going up against FX. Nice pull coming in from Patchy, but the heals are online with the herbal tonic. Patchy getting taken out. Now FX going in, gets taken out himself, and that is what I expect to happen if you're not careful about when you're rushing in.
Yeah, the Hank super counters out that aggression so incredibly well. Hank is just a brawler with like very, very limited weaknesses in the meta right now, and that's what we've seen so many times today. OG has his first Finks super on the zone as well with that very cool new skin, I might add. So the control is going to be pretty heavily on their side, but the teleport strategy is fully online right now. Evex going in for Charles is going to be able to get that kill, and now it's just OG left remaining. Patchy should be able to get that kill, but OG with the wiggles is going to be able to survive a little bit longer, but the zone lead is ticking on on the side of Elevate.
He timed that gadget perfectly to ensure that he was able to stay alive. The kills are there, but Diego Gamer with his hypercharge has puts them back, and now everybody up Elevate right back on the zone because of that teleport there. Evex going on the hunt, and surely is going to be taking out Charles, who knows that his days are numbered.
Maybe a little bit more time dedicated to that mission than he would have liked, but he is going to walk out on top. Second is the lone member of Kodo G remaining right here, not able to connect any of those fish torpedoes. And we're going to see the cocoon used on himself on the side of Diego Gamer. Evex going in, might be able to get a double kill. That's exactly what's going to happen, and that should be enough to buy enough time for them to be able to take down the zone right here. Oh my goodness, Evex is on an absolute tear. That's going to be game one going to Elevate more than likely.
100% that's going to go to Elevate. There's no way Kodo's are going to take the dub here, but I got to mention, the Bull rework is so good because it makes it more viable for a lot more people to play. Obviously, before only Pika could be Pika, but now everybody can be Pika. So I think that's why you see it coming into competitive. It's not as hard to play, and the skill ceiling has massively reduced.
Yeah, we haven't really seen these pro teams like continue to work Bull into their draft strategies. It seems like Elevate might be a little bit ahead of the curve as far as that goes, because Bull is looking more broken every second that I look at this matchup, Pan. But we're going to see Evex facing off against Second again on the left here, on the right here. Patchy and Diego combining for a kill in the middle. And Evex is already getting back to business, but he is going to be blasted out by Second.
Yeah, unfortunate for him. That was actually beautiful from Second to stay alive. The cocoons are there. Diego getting the cocoon out of the cocoon and cocooning OG himself, and Patchy dying is going to be unfortunate for him, but he manages to get that super, the teleport onto the hot zone, which is the major reason why you want to pick Gray in the first place.
Yeah, this is the most control that we've seen from Kodo G as of right now, though, but Evex is going to be trying to quickly deal with that aggression. He goes in with the Bull Hypercharge, gets a kill. OG's going to pop up his super to get a little bit more damage, going back with the gadget to reload his ammo as well. Patchy likely going to fall down here. Indeed, he does. And the lead isn't as big as it might look just because of the existence of that teleporter. Elevate's been able to keep it close, although they are down 20%.
Oh, but just look at it. Every time OG goes in, every time Evex goes in, he has a shield from the fact that the Hyper Super is there, right? The Hyper Portal is so big. What? He goes in with that super, gets the kill as well. That's crazy.
The predictive super from Evex is absolutely going to connect right there. He's popping the hypercharge as well. He is not done yet. He's just absolutely bullying this poor Barley, and he's going to be trying to go back onto Second as of right now. Well played by Second to get that kill. A double kill coming in, actually. And this game is coming down to the wire. Kodo G only a couple of seconds from being able to tick this zone up, but Evex is going to go in, try to do all he can to prevent that from happening. He's likely going to fall, though, and this is just not looking the best for Elevate. It looks like Kodo G is going to be able to maintain their stand on the zone and bring it back in game number 2 of Hot Zone. We are tied up.
Yeah, the double reason why you want to pick up Barley is because of the medical use. It keeps you alive a little bit longer. It makes you that much more viable as a Hank as well in a map such as this one. Obviously, the healings aren't going to be as effective, but you got to be a little bit more reserved as a Hank if you're going to be running with such infrequent heals, right?
Yep, and we're going to see Patchy start off this game with an immediate hook onto Charles, which is going to break up that wall as well. So definitely a good start for Patchy and his teammates right now. Evex trying to charge up that first super, but Second already has his. He's going to pop it a little bit early. So now Evex, once he heals up, might have a chance to be able to go and get that kill. It looks like that's what his strategy is going to be. Probably going to dash forward here onto Charles and OG. He directly connects onto OG, and he almost is able to catch Charles out as well. The cocoon is going to be there. Second is trapped for now, and he's going to fall the second he hops out of there.
Just look at the range on that Charlie. Getting that kill on the Second was huge there, and that's exactly what the doctor ordered. Elevate is behind with these portals. They should be able to get back into the swing of things. Now Evex going in, he gets his stomper off. He is able to find the kill on Charles. Gets taken out himself though. Second onto the point here to be on the hot zone. Accrue with some points for Kodo G.
If I didn't know any better, I would say Evex and Charles have beef because he just keeps on going in and bullying him onto the map. That's a full squad wipe for the Bull right there. Absolutely diabolical gameplay from Evex. He is going to fall to Kodo G, and that is going to be pretty even parity on the zone as of right now. But Diego's shot takes so long to get back to him when OG has that time warp on the map. It looks like Second's popping that hyper just for a little bit of speed and positioning. Not going to be able to get too much done, though, and a good hook coming in from Patchy to break up his cover.
They don't want to give Second that value, so they're being very patient, waiting for him to come out of the cocoon, get them down, and now we have the lead from Elevate that we expected actually in the last game. This time around, Evex is going to be pretty low. Obviously not going to make any flashy Pika level plays just yet.
Yeah, we also have Patchy with a Hypercharge portal online as well, so that's going to be able to get his team into the zone almost instantaneously. Evex already taking advantage, back to his usual business of bullying Charles outside of the map. OG's going to be trying to survive this, but unlikely that he'll be able to do so. Evex survives on 300 HP. He is next to fall, but we're getting out into the end of this game right now. Only 10% remaining for Elevate. They're able to collect it with some of that cocoon, and now Evex is going in. He gets 1 kill. He gets 2 kills. OG is the last member remaining, but as long as Evex doesn't die, that is going to be Elevate securing game number 3 of Hot Zone and taking a 2-0 set lead over Code OG.
Beautiful stuff coming from Elevate. They're looking really happy. They're pretty pleased with the result. I think that they probably didn't expect it to be as close as it was, but now we definitely have a use case for Bold. It's a proof of concept which has definitely worked for them, and I'm not sure what's so funny, but you know, something definitely is on their part.
I think what's so funny is how many kills the Bull got in that set, dude. It was actually ridiculous. Had to have been upwards of like 12, 15 kills right there. But Evex was just a man on a mission right there. And they are looking to close this out in 3 straight sets. We have Hideout up next here, and we're going to have to see what Code OG has to bring to the table here. I mean, they are on the verge of being knocked down into the losers bracket already. Definitely want to get at least a set under their belt.
Oh yeah, for sure. Next up, we're going to go into Hideout. Obviously, Open Business and Hot Potato went their way. Code OG are, you know, not in the best spot, not in the best position in terms of the set score. We haven't seen any of the teams today, you know, dominantly lose 2 sets as they have. Hopefully this time around they can change things going forward. But that being said, they played this set really well. They played the Hot Potato set as well really well. The results weren't what we expected, what we expected to see after, you know, some of their wins, but I still gotta say, Code OG still has it.
Yeah, no, they've definitely been playing one of the best teams, if not the best team in the North American region, and they're fighting them tooth and nail right here. It has not been anything easy for the side of Elevate. Even though they have a 2-0 set lead, I think it's definitely still anybody's game as we move into Hideout, but we've got our draft ready here. The bans are in. Elevate bans out Gene, Kaze, and Jae Young. Code OG chooses to ban out Gray, Lou, and Bell. So a little bit intrigued about that Lou ban. Makes me think that there's probably going to be some Hank gameplay coming in hot.
Yeah, a lot of people are like Avex best NA player because of that display. I mean, it's Bull right now. Bull is kind of crazy. He is a great player. I think he's definitely like top 5, 6 in NA for sure. But first pick here, gonna go to Code OG. They opt for the Hank, and Hank is definitely a brawler that can do numbers here. You don't have the Gray, which can pull Hank through the wall and open up the map, and obviously Gene is not going to be there as well. So you expect a little bit more from throwers to be in to show up here.
Yeah, throwers, it's definitely going to be a decent look here, but Hank is able to pop them through, so it might not be the best option. We do see Elevate going with the Byron here, likely to keep Code OG from grabbing him. With the Jaeyoung band out, the Fish Byron synergy is the next best in the game. They're also going to take the Gus, who I think is probably one of the safest picks in the game on pretty much any knockout or bounty map. So I like this a lot from Elevate, not really giving too much in either direction. They have a lot of HP considering the amount of range that they have, so pretty good balance right there. And we're going to see what Code OG is going to pair up with this Hank, because I feel like they would have definitely liked to have a Byron or the Gus for that.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, that's one of the reasons why Elevate decided to pick it up, right? You deny the support that Hank would thrive with. Kit's coming out, and you know, a lot of people forget about how good Kit can be. Obviously the hypercharge is not there for Kit, but it has been reworked, right? Or is the fact that its own stun gets removed, is that a hypercharge thing, or is it a base Kit thing? I don't remember.
Hypercharge. It's hypercharge.
Oh, okay, never mind then.
Thank goodness, because I do not like Kit. But I mean, the Kit pick is going to be coming in. I think that they got the Byron and the Gus supports out of the way, so Code OG said, hey man, let's just go with a even crazier support, a brawler that I frequently forget about, but it definitely makes its mark when it gets picked up here. They pair it with an Angelo as well to get at least a little bit of range on the comp. And it's definitely a questionable comp from Code OG, but I can definitely see the case where it works out. We're going to have to see Elevate going with the tank counter here, though, because Byron and Gus is not going to be enough to stop a Hank with a kid on him.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, they look like a great idea, right? Byron and Gus, great for Hank, but what happens when you are too heavy on the support side? They go for Bull. I like their chances. I like their chances.
I cannot believe this, man. They are just absolutely abusing the Bull picks right here. Evex has got to be asking for it at this point, but we'll see how it goes. I mean, This is definitely not the standard hideout bounty comp that we were expecting right here, but I'm still excited for it nonetheless. We've got Bull with 2 supports. We've got Hank with a cat on him. I feel like this is definitely going to be a hectic one, Pan.
Oh yeah, for sure. I like Elevate's chances, but honestly, I think that Kodoji definitely have a path forward as well with the composition. It's too unpredictable how this is going to be going down. We're going to go into game number 1 of his 3rd set here. Blue Star being picked up by Evex. Does almost get addressed. He going in. Not sure what the play there was, but he decides to go in.
Evex doesn't even care anymore, man. He's just gonna keep on cycling his stuff. He'll get it eventually. He's taking a lot of damage here, though. Patchy trying to keep him healed up, but he's gonna take that big bubble to the face from second best. OG's popping that invisibility, trying to get a little bit of positioning, but he's gonna end up backing out of it. Probably waiting for that super to jump back on second's head, but Evex has a shield. He's got a super. Is he gonna go in yet? I mean, second has that super that's gonna be able to keep him off of him.
Oh, yeah. Ooh, big kill on Apache. That's huge. Now jump coming in. OG, along with second, getting the drop on Evex, and they're up by 7 stars.
OG is likely going to fall here, though. Almost able to get a trade out with Patchy, but he is going to die to the Byron Poison mid-jump. Definitely going to be a little bit unfortunate for OG. He loses his super right there, but Evex is going in now. Is he going to be able to get the same type of plays that he got last time? He's going to back off from the Hank super, but that is going to allow his teammates to get that pick. Evex is quite weak here, though. OG missing the jump barely and not going to be able to get that kill. So many close calls coming down here for Elevate, but everything keeps breaking in their direction.
Indeed. Ooh, another kill, which actually gives Code OG the lead here. Evex, though, it's a very scary prospect to go up against, especially the fact that Diego Gamer has his hypercharge, right? So that is something that Code OG need to contend with when it happens. A jump is going to be there onto second by Code OG there, just to keep him healthy. But I'm not sure why they aren't doubling down on this.
It looks like Elevate is going to be waiting for the end of the game to go in and try to get that final kill. I mean, they've got Diego's Hyper Shield ready to go, but Patchy might actually drop before that happens. OG jumping onto the Hank, and Evex going in by himself. It looked like the shield might have been missed right there, and Evex is the lone member remaining, a 3-star differential right now, and that is going to do it. Code OG is bouncing back in Hideout with a little bit more of a normal comp. They're going to be able to walk away with the Game 1 W.
Beautiful stuff from Code OG there. It seemed like Elevate knew what they were doing, and they do, but it didn't work out in their favor as Code OG had the drop on them every single time. There were some small little microaggressions which were definitely handled by Code OG. We're going to go into this second game here. Elevate are down in terms of the game score, but are up 2-0 in sets.
Yeah, it seems like they might have to lock in a little bit harder. Evex looked like he might have been having a little bit too much fun in that last game, but OG's popping the invisibility, trying to move up here onto Patchy. He gets the jump on him, but the splash is still going to be there. OG missing his jump the second time around, still able to get that kill, but Charles is going to fall, and after a whole bunch of trading, we're going to have Elevate remaining in the lead by just the blue star alone.
OG is not dead just yet. Oh, Evex going in with the Stomper. He tries to get the stun, but not able to do so just yet, as he is forced to go back, but go back he will because they have the lead in terms of the blue star.
Yeah, now we're going to have the Kit Hank synergy getting a little bit of work done, but they are going to part ways right here, just backing off for the time being. Only a minute, 10 seconds left in play, but both of these teams look like they're playing a little bit more passive this time around, maybe taking it a bit more serious in game number 2. Diego has his shield ready to go. Evex has his hypercharge ready to go. So that's really the player that I'm watching right here. Who's going to make the move? Is it going to be OG in second, or is it going to be Evex?
The schmoovage is definitely going to happen now. OG looking like he wants to jump onto second, but is also scared for Evex, right? Evex goes in, he pushes back second. Now he has the hypercharge still active, but he doesn't decide to go for it. He has a 2-star lead, so why force the issue, right?
Probably the right choice right there. They've got all of their utility on the side of Elevate right here. They've got the shield, they've got the splash, they've got the dash, so it's definitely looking like it's going to be in Elevate's favor, but at the other side, we have the Hank Kit combination coming in hot right here. Second and OG with Charles backing them up from behind. Patchy's going to get the splash out, though, but he is going to fall. Evex gets a double kill, and he might as well try to make it 3, but that's going to be a 6-star differential with only 10 seconds left. Code OG has to get all the way back up this map, and they have to kill Evex. Definitely going to be a tall task as long as Evex can get back out of here, but with 3 seconds left, they've got him trapped in the corner, and it's not going to be enough. A 1-star lead for the side of Elevate, and they bring it to match point already.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from Elevate. They held to their strategy and were forced back towards the end, but were able to still execute the victory. So the vision is still very much there. We're going to go into game number 3, and let's see how this one plays out as Elevate are on match point. They just need one more game, and they are going to be moving into the upper bracket.
Yeah, we're going to have Evex and OG already beefing over here, and that stun is going to allow Second to get that kill, but he is going to be traded out. So after all of that, we have Code OG with a 1-star lead as well as the blue star. Just something to point out, though, it looked like we saw Evex playing a lot more passive in game number 2 than in game number 1, especially in the early game. So that worked out better for them this time. But now that they are they're losing the star count, we might see Evex get a little bit more aggro. OG has his jump, so he might choose to go on to Second, but it looks like they're both playing pretty passive now that it's game 3.
Oh, big super coming in. OG tries to get the kill on Evex, but the heals are online by Patchy. And the hyper carry, which is Evex, is obviously not going to have too many problems, but Patchy getting popped by Charles. The lead is with Code OG, 2 blue star as well as 2 stars. Evex going in on a Second, not able to find any kills just yet, gets killed, and OG on a tear is able to find a Second as well with his teammates, and a 9-star lead for Code OG.
That's a huge momentum swing right there. Starting with Charles using that jump to get himself in a great position for a kill. Fantastically played to him on the Angelo. But I mean, it's still not over yet. They could definitely make a fantastic play with Evex going in here. But last time he did end up juking out of Diego Gamer's shield. Diego has it back online though. And with only 30 seconds left, Elevate's going to have to make their move relatively soon. The shield has been given to Evex. He's going to go in with the hypercharge, and he's going to be able to kill Second Best. He's going for more. OG is going to be on top of him, but that's going to be a death. Only 3 stars separating these 2 teams. It's going to have to be Charles, though.
Oh yeah, it's still a deficit for Elevate here, but only 18 seconds left for them to make something happen. Evex not too healthy just yet. Ooh, that super does address it. The Second goes down. It's going to be a 3-star lead. OG needs to stay alive, but so does Charles. Oh, the stun is there. They get the kill. They get they get a say here. I'm 100% sure, unless there is a last second kill, which is not going to be the case. It is 2-1 in the set score. That number 4 has been forced.
That team wipe in the middle of the game was just simply too much for Elevate to overcome. Code OG going to be able to hold that lead and walk away with the hideout set. So it's 2-1, like you said. Code OG still up against the wall, but they have bought themselves another set. We're going to be moving into set 4, which is going to be Brawl Ball. The map is going to be Pinball Dream. So once again, a pretty Hank-heavy map. And honestly, Panda, I might be crazy, but I think that Elevate might draft Bull again.
I mean, they're trying to stress test it apparently in all of the different maps, but I think they could probably get something going on Pinball Dreams. I feel like Hideout, it was a little bit more risky, but the map is a little bit more conducive in Pinball Dreams to allow a bull to be there. And, you know, Evex has been playing the bull quite well. He's been going in when he needs to. He jumps out when he doesn't need to. And he was the hyper carry. He had the shield. He had the heals as well. So it was all really impinged upon him. And as a result, you know, Kodoji knew the strat, which was find the bull, take it out, and they executed on that plan perfectly.
Yeah, I think that the kit pick was really solid for what they wanted to accomplish there. They wanted to be able to help out the Hank, and they wanted to be able to stun to allow their other teammates to get some of those shots off. And when you're stunned and there's an Angela with a full shot waiting to hit you, it's definitely going to be a tough thing to overcome. Very well played to Code OG. I think that the draft was probably in their favor. Still not sure if I think that the bull was a good pick. I mean, it's definitely a little bit out there, but it almost worked out, so it's hard to hate too hard. But going into Pinball Dreams, where some of those more aggro picks are a little bit more acceptable, it's definitely going to be a fun draft to watch.
Oh yeah, for sure. Lots of grass, lots of walls. A Willow is definitely a consideration. We saw how good KCP were with that Willow pick against Space Station, so not too surprised to see that as a possibility to be picked up. There are a lot of other things that you could see here, but honestly, I am still very impressed with Code OG's performance today. As we go into our draft on Pinball Dreams, we have Stu, Juju, Jae Young, Hank, Willow, and Kaze being banned out. First pick to Elevate.
I think that they might have wanted to ban out the bull if I'm Code OG. I'm not going to lie, man. I don't know why they keep on giving him the secret formula, but It's going to be the Lumi coming out with the first pick. Definitely less of a meta brawler now than she used to be, but still very strong. Not surprised to see her still making her way into here. Likely going to be played as a mid brawler, so I think that we probably could see some throwers coming out from Code OG to counter that out. Obviously, Juju and Willow out of the picture, but Barley still going to be a pretty strong option right here. Lumi doesn't do the greatest into assassins as well, but with Kaze out of the picture, that's probably the best one there. So curious to see what they go with this 2-3 turn here.
Yep, Gus coming out here for Code OG. I like this Gus pick, but you know, on a map such as this one specifically, I'm not sure if Gus is the best brawler, but it's certainly one of the better mid brawlers on this map. And you know, you can pair it up with an aggressive brawler with the shields. You can do so much better. And Bull's coming out now. Code OG had enough of the Pika. They want to be Pika themselves.
I respect it, man. I don't think that I would have given it back to Evex either. He's definitely proven that he's a menace on that brawler. And I like the synergy with the Gus as well. I mean, we didn't see it work out too great for Elevate and Hideout, but a lot of that was due to the missed Gus shield. So maybe Code OG just says, we simply won't miss our Gus shields and it'll work better. Elevate's going to have to get some tank counters on the board because the Bull is going to be able to close that distance on the Lumi very quickly. Not a super favorable matchup for Lumi, but they are going to add the Ashe, and I think that's a pretty solid pick here.
The Ashe pick, so good here. You're gonna have the stuns from the Lumi. The Ashe as well is gonna be running across the map, putting down the robotic rats, and it's gonna be very difficult to face off against this Ashe pick. But obviously Bull is on the other side, but the robotic rats kind of do, you know, dissipate a lot of the aggression that Bull can bring to the table. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out. Elevate completely isolating the Bull. They go for the Ashe, they go for the Cordelius, they have the stun from the Lumi. I think they have their bases covered.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty safe draft as well. We've seen a little bit more Cordelius into the meta recently. Obviously a pretty strong pick in Heist because he counters out those Heist damage brawlers, but in Brawl Ball it's going to be a little bit of a different story. Still should be pretty strong into Bull, and I think that's the reason that we see him come into the fold here. OG needs to find an answer for the Ashe aggression right here. I mean, I don't know if they just want to trust the Bull to win that matchup straight up here. It looks like they have their last pick selected, and it's going to be a Surge, so another brawler that's not too often picked up in this current meta. Cordelius on the side of Elevate, Surge on the side of Code OG. I think it might come down to which of these off-meta picks is going to be able to counter the opponent's tank harder.
Surge is a little bit of an off-meta pick, like you mentioned, but I think it can do decently well, especially once you get your second and third super. I feel like against an Ashe, that is not that much of an ask. It should be pretty simple and straightforward.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to see how it goes right here. I mean, the Surge is going to have a little bit of difficulty getting leveled up. Definitely wants to try to get onto that Ashe matchup to get that level as quickly as possible, but we are into set number 4. This is once again a must-win for Code OG, and we're going to see Patchy getting some fantastic work done on the Ashe already. OG kind of just chilling out there, aura farming with the gold Surge, waiting for those Lumi balls to be pulled back in. And it looks like that is the new Lumi skin as well, so very cool skins from both teams coming in here.
Ooh, Charles going in, finds a kill. He's gonna go on to Avex, get taken out himself. OG is trying to find his super, but not gonna be able to do so as Avex is able to ensure that second is addressed. Good start coming in from Elevate. A lot of the walls being broken is gonna be huge, and OG hasn't even been given his first super.
Yeah, that's a fantastic kill from Diego as well. Going to be able to stun that opponent for Evex to be able to deal with that. And the last line of defense is stuck inside of the Shadow Realm. So that's going to be an easy goal for Elevate to start things off. Looks like Code OG is going to have to find an answer pretty soon here. But OG does have his first Surge level, so going to be a little bit less useless now. Patchy's still trying to aggress, though, nonetheless.
Yeah, and here Diego Gamer has a super. That stun is certainly a moderating influence. You can't really go in here against the opposing here, and stuns are going to be there onto Diego Gamer. The kill has been confirmed on Apache, and now Hypercharge coming in from Charles. He tries to get something going. Diego Gamer finally going down, but they don't have the HP. They don't have the wherewithal to ensure that Code OG gets the goal here, especially with that Hypercharge from Apache, just to ensure that a pushback. The amount of pressure that Hypercharge Rats did was enough to ensure that it didn't matter if he got that super wasted or not.
Yeah, certainly. There's not really an answer on the side of Code OG for these robotic rats. Not a single brawler that can pierce, so it's definitely going to be pretty impactful every time Patchy gets those onto the field. They are going to lose Diego here, so it's going to be a 3v2, but only 40 seconds remaining. Code OG is down a goal, so they've got to start forcing it soon. Charles is gifted a Gus Shield, and it looks like he's debating whether or not to go in right now. He does choose to go in now on Patchy with the stun, and he's almost able to get that goal, but Diego barely is able to catch that on the back line. That is a huge break for Elevate, and and they likely are going to be able
Wow.
to close out the rest of this game, leaving the ball in the corner with 20 seconds left.
That was absolutely crazy. Hypercharge is there. Charles going in, gets taken out by the robotic rats as expected. And OG as well is going to be the last ball. Complete team wipe. Code OG taken out of the equation. Elevate already with a goal. It's going to be a very easy game number 1 from Elevate as Code OG are out of their depth.
They're going to be getting a little bit of farming done at the end of it all, too. The KD is real, guys. Everybody wants to get that higher KD, but it's all going to come down to this next game. Elevate is 1 win away from advancing to round 2 of the winners bracket. Code OG 1 loss away from falling into the losers bracket. Like we said, it is still going to be double elimination, so none of these teams are going to be leaving us quite yet, but we are into game number 2. It is going to be match point for the side of Elevate. We see Diego putting the ice down already, and that's going to be second falling immediately. Patchy's getting his rats charge up as well, and this could be an early goal if they're able to force through. Evex is going to be tanking, and that is going to be a quick and easy goal for Patchy and Elevate.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. They were completely able to ice out their opposition. OG have their work cut out for them as Elevate are already on match point and have a goal advantage.
Yep. Looks like Patchy's got the hypercharge rats too. That's going to be a lot of pressure coming in. Second's able to dip out of that, but he does get tipped down by Patchy, and Patchy is just dominating this game, bro. Evex is going to be trying to force this through, but the stun is there from Charles, and he saves his team for one more moment here. Second's going to be clearing the ball up here. Charles has his hypercharge if he wants to choose to go for a play, but it's just been all defense coming in from Code OG, and Elevate does not look like they're on the back foot at all yet.
Charles going in, he doesn't land his super exactly as he should, and he gets taken out as a result. Stunned by Diego onto absolutely nobody. Ball being passed up by Patchy, and Evex taking OG to the realm and putting him 6 feet under is a great spot for Elevate to be in. They have goal, they have ball control, everything's looking Elevate.
Yeah, and OG does not even have his level yet. He's still hard stuck on slow surge right here, so not a fun game for him. It's definitely not enjoyable when you're hard stuck on the slow surge, but he just can't really close this gap against Diego or Evex, and he hasn't been able to get the matchup against Patchy that he needs. Charles goes in with the stun gadget, and he's going to be able to get a kill, but Evex almost able to go for the goal right there. Tried to take second to the realm, but he died a bit too early, and now we might see a counterplay coming in from Code OG. Patchy's the lone member on defense, but Charles just enough HP to be able to squeak that through, and we are tied up at 1 goal apiece.
Yeah, OG is not relenting. Hypercharge from Patchy on the left-hand side. It should, I guess, trouble Charles a little bit, but honestly, not all that much. Patchy going in, but he gets stunned by Charles, and that was a great defensive play. But the thing is, all their walls have come down. This time, though, OG is on power 3 already.
Yeah, I'm not really too sure how overtime is going to fare, but the double stun comes in for Diego. We might not even have to see overtime if Elevate's able to poke this through here. Evex has second in the realm, and he's going to be going for a kill on OG once he gets out. He's going to get those 2 taps in, but Charles is there, 73 HP in a dream. Is he going to be able to force this through on Diego? Likely not yet. 10 seconds left till overtime.
Beautiful.
The ice is going to come in very clutch. The Gust Shield is there for Charles, but we're going to be going into OT, and both teams are pretty even up here in the middle, 2v2.
What a beautiful play from Diego Gamer, and now with Patchy being addressed, it's definitely a time for a counter-offensive. OG getting the kill on Evex, gets the ball by second. Nope, the ball is going to be placed there, and they're just waiting for Charles to come here and pick up the slack. It's definitely going to be a hard one. Charles going in anyway. Evex tries to get the ball. No ball being passed to OG, who's slightly slot this one in, gets taken out. Oh no, everybody from Code OG down. Elevate moving up the map with the ball.
Looked a little bit rushed from the side of Code OG, but the core jump is there, and they're going to be able to slot it into the bottom left-hand side of the goal. That is going to secure a 3-1 victory for Elevate over Code OG. They will be progressing in our winners bracket, where they will face the winner of our next match, LLC and STMN. Code OG, on the other hand, is going to drop down to the losers bracket, where they will play the loser of that aforementioned match. Very well-earned victory to Elevate. They went absolutely crazy with the bull in the first 3 sets, and they let OG have the bull for the last one, but it did not matter. Still enough to get them through round 1.
Indeed, great stuff coming in from Elevate to get that dub there in a 3-1 scoreline. But I have to say, a lot of people have written off Code OG because, let's be frank, we saw the retirement post or whatever, but they've been doing really well, all things considered. They've been, performing at levels we haven't seen them do this year. So great stuff from them. They try to run the bull like Elevate did. Didn't work out for them as much as they did for Elevate, but I don't think they should be demoralized by the result. They should actually be quite impressed with how they did it, because This same roster took Tribe down 3-0 in the monthly finals, losing only one game to Tribe, whereas they lost a whole set and a few more games to Code OG. So, I don't know if the maths, but, it's still something to talk about.
Yeah, definitely was a pretty close game right there. They almost were able to slide that last goal through too, and then it would have been anybody's game in set 5. So not really as far of a gap as it looks like between Elevate and Code OG right there. But we are going to take a quick break before getting into our final matchup of the first round of the winners bracket, which is LLC versus STMN. We'll be back in 4 to 5 minutes for that. Well, that's fine by me.
Hello everybody, welcome back. It is time for some more action. Unfortunately, we took a little bit longer for break than we expected, but first up we have LLC, not first up, now we have LLC Esports NA versus Stamina Esports. The draft is ready. It's RT, Charlie, Amber, Charlie, Chuck, and Lumi. So it's a double Charlie ban here.
Yeah, not too surprised by that. We've seen a lot more Charlie today than we are typically used to. Cordelius is still there if they do opt to go for a more defensive brawler, but the RT is finally banned out here. That is a brawler that we've seen picked up on every single one of these hot potato drafts. Barry is a brawler who is banned on all of those hot potato drafts though, so he is going to come out with the first pick for LLC. Fantastic as far as pairing up with a tank to heal him. Also just gets a ton of damage onto the safe. STMN's going to answer that with a Colette, which is typically picked on more open heist maps, but I definitely can see a use case for it on hot potato regardless.
Indeed, and Buzz is going to be picked up next by Stamina Esports. This Buzz is going to be able to get across the map pretty fast, and as a result, you see being picked up here quite often. Also great stuns as well, so it allows your team to get a lot of value off that. So not surprised. Cordelius coming out, great opposition and answer to Buzz and even the Colette. Like say a Colette has a hypercharged super, that Cordelius can shut that down quite easily. So I like this pick from LLC.
I completely agree. It's a little bit harder to pull it off onto a Colette who is mid-super, but you can do it, and it does completely counteract any damage that she might be about to do to the safe. So I think it makes a ton of sense for LLC. Honestly, it's great in a Buzz as well, so I'm a little bit surprised that STMN went with this combination, knowing that Cordelius was open, and just like we were kind of expecting, we're going to see the Bull come back for LLC. So I really do like the comp that they have to offer here. They have two brawlers with great damage, one brawler with fantastic defensive capabilities. I really don't see a way that they can go wrong here.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, across the board, they have all the checklist checked, I guess, right? Because Bulls has the guaranteed damage on the objective. Cordelius can shut down aggressive brawlers. Very good for mid and also to keep people alive. All things considered, pretty decent draft from LLC. Kaze though, on Stamina's side, is something to be scared of because once you get those supers and you can mark multiple people, also the amount of damage that she can do to the safe, it's a little scary.
Yeah, she's a pretty solid dive brawler, kind of takes that place that we've seen brawlers like Miko do, but we are into the first game, guys. LLC in blue versus STMN in red, and the first kill is going to be Squeezy onto Pain, but it looks like, I'm not sure exactly who Lucy is, but we have Juan Carlos hanging out in the middle here. Pain going to be trying to do a little bit on the defensive end, and Kirito is just peppering the safe with these berry shots. It's going to do so much damage over time, but we see both safes taking pretty significant damage. Pain is doing a lot of work up there.
Oh yeah, that was crazy. And there's damage rolling in on the other side as well. If you see, it's a pretty even heat here as, ooh, Lucy gets taken out at the end. Unfortunate for him, but Juan Carlos as well being addressed. And you see the entirety of LLC always being on the safe on the other side. But you can say the same for Stamina Esports, despite the fact that, you know, LLC are up so high, they have conceded a lot of damage, but now we see Roladu going in along with Carito are able to cap this one off, and LLC Esports taking game numero uno.
Yeah, Kirito is just able to get so much unabated damage up there with the berry. He doesn't even have to like stay directly onto the safe, but he can just lob those shots from a safe distance, and it does like almost 10% per shot if left unaffected. So very well played to Kirito to get that damage in. Pairing up with Roladu is going to make it pretty much impossible to defend, and we're going to have to see what STMN can bring out to answer this.
Indeed, in the second game, ooh, Juan Carlos going in on a Roladu, gets a kill there, and Lucy gets taken out by Squeezy as Juan Carlos also falling. Kirito and Squeezy getting a lot of damage on the objective, and it is pretty even once more. Pain with his Kaze ensuring that parity is more or less kept, and a long range super. Imagine it hit Squeezy, kind of crazy from Juan Carlos.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing a good job over here. That double stun from Buzz is pretty massive, but Kirito is just by himself getting this entire safe down. It's actually ridiculous the amount of damage now that Roladu is up there to join him. The safe is going to be falling quite quickly. Only one more shield, and it is out of the way. Kirito is only going to need a couple more shots to secure this win. He uses the super as well, and I think that might do it. We'll see if that's enough to take it down.
Oh, yeah.
Squeezy's going to get that final shot to secure it, though, and that is going to be a quick, decisive victory for LLC Esports.
That was crazy. If you told me LLC was going to be winning Stamina in the first set itself, I would call you crazy. But, you know, that is what we're seeing right now. Stamina being taken out all sorts, just being picked apart one limb at a time. Unfortunate for them, but open business is going to be the next set, and hopefully it does wonders for them because Hot Potato did not work out in Stamina's favor.
Yeah, it feels like that set was kind of over before it even started. I really am not a fan of the Colette pick. I understand why they wanted a tank counter, but Cordelius was open and the Cordelius counters the Colette in and of itself. So I don't really think it was the best of drafts of all time. Definitely left their bases open a little bit to get dominated by the Barry Bull combination. But open business, it's going to be a fresh slate for this Stamina Esports roster. They're going to have to see what they can pull out here. Barry is still going to be pretty strong though. Finks and B, Griff, some other brawlers that we've seen kind of dominate the map here. Also Hank, definitely something that you can never take your eyes off of.
Oh yeah, for sure. That is a scary thing to face off against. But honestly, you also get other strategies, right? We saw Barley actually coming into the fore on open business. We've seen this map thrice. We've seen Barley twice. The herbal tonic. It does give enough for Hank to play it a little bit more passively, but have a little bit more surety about staying alive. Otherwise, Hank is more or less a sitting duck.
Yeah, I still think that the Hank is going to be a pretty menacing pick there. Definitely expecting to see him banned out. We haven't seen Kaze on this map yet. I do believe, I could be wrong about that, but she's pretty much good everywhere nowadays. She was already a pretty strong brawler and then somehow got a health buff anyway in the last set of balance changes. Not exactly sure why. I mean, she was a little bit underwhelming for a $50 US brawler, which is, I guess, fair enough. So they wanted to make sure people got their value out of her, but she has that geisha form super that is so good in hot zone to just put over the zone, obscure the opponent's visibility. So I definitely think that she could be a pretty good pick here. It's just going to be a little bit harder to play, especially into brawlers like Hank and Bull.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm interested to see how a lot of these teams decide to go about drafting this one. You could go for the wall break. I remember Tribe deciding to go for the Griff with a piggy bank. You break open the walls and that cashback just gives you so much value. It's stonks after stonks, and we're going to be going into our draft here for LC versus STMN on open business. The bans are going to be Griff, Juju, Chester, Kaze, Hank, and Lumi. So a lot of the brawlers that we've already seen being removed from the equation and from contention altogether.
Yeah, I think that these are pretty good bans coming in. Chester is a brawler that we haven't seen banned or picked as often as we used to, but still pretty strong. So might see LLC go a little bit more tank heavy here, considering they did ban out Griff and Chester. We're going to see what they go with this first pick here. Hank is out of the picture, so likely going to have to go with a little more of a standard pick. It is, in fact, going to be the Charlie. Some other brawlers that could be pretty decent here would include B and Gus, but those are both pretty weak into the spiders that the Charlie has to offer. So might be kind of pre-countering that out a little bit.
Oh yeah, that definitely makes sense. Charlie, great right now considering the long range that she has, but Jalen's going to be coming out for stamina, which is a little bit more to the fundamentals of a mode such as this one, which is heal and speed. So that has that covered. Stamina is going to be complementing this one with maybe something a bit more aggressive, because they want to ensure that LSC can't go for something spicy, but Draco's going to be coming out. Draco kind of has fallen off, but look at the bans. It's certainly going to be more viable. You don't have Hank to deal with. You don't have Chester as well. Griff, the cashback. So a lot of the options that can take out Draco removed.
Yeah, I don't hate the Draco pick at all. Even though I am typically a little bit of a Draco hater, I like the Draco Jae-Young synergy a lot too. If you give him that extra speed and heals, he's going to be even more menacing than he once was. Especially with that last stand gadget, he can stay at 1 HP and then the Jae-Young can heal him up from there. So it's going to be pretty difficult to kill him, but LLC bringing out a really good counter pick in my opinion. It's going to be the Frank. It's going to be able to break down those walls, also just keep the Draco stunned out. I think it's going to be a pretty beefy brawler as well, so it's going to be tough to get him off that zone. Might be a little bit of a super feeder, but he also should be able to get some damage in. And the wall break combo with the B, I really like that from LLC.
Yeah, this is really nice. The Draco is going to be slowed down, the charge up shots, the stuns coming in, the Frank. The Frank is break open the wall, give B that much more value. But for stamina, the driving force is still very much Draco in this situation. So I feel like LLC have their bases covered.
Yeah, I think so too. We're going to see the Barley come in with the last pick. I'm a little bit intrigued by that, considering we did already see the Frank get drafted. I mean, the walls are likely going to go down eventually, especially considering that LLC has the B. They're going to want to break those walls even a little bit more intentionally than before, especially with the Barley on the opposing team. I mean, I think that they're kind of taking it for the Urbanic gadget, but I just don't really see how much use case there is for Barley here. Once again, I do like the draft for LLC, but we'll see how it goes.
Indeed, we're going to go with set number 2 between LLC Esports and Stamina. It is interesting that Stamina is STM and not STMN. I feel like that feels weird to me. Anyway, back into the casting, because I have to do that. That's my job. No stuns yet for Kirito, but he is going to be on the point with Rolu, right-hand side. He gets taken out, though. Lucy going to go up against Squeezy does get the better of him because of the gadget of Kirito. I'm not even sure what this man is doing, but he's been able to just walk up and down that hot zone.
Yeah, it's going pretty well for STMN so far. I mean, the Jae-Yong has been very impactful, and Payne is just doing such a good job zoning with these Barley Supers. Rolladoo and Squeezy are having a tough time pushing up on this left side. Juan is about to go in with the gadget as well, but we do see the wall breaks from Kirito starting to come in. Rolladoo is able to pick off Juan Carlos on the left-hand side as well, so a little bit of positioning going back towards LLC. Rolladoo popping the hyper as well, but the deficit is definitely pretty significant so far.
Ooh, big super from Squeezy, and now once more, Lucy coming in. What? The gadget? He's able to stay alive. He gets 2. Rolladoo goes down 2. That is great for Stamina, as now LSC Esports are in a very difficult spot. They're down by 70%, and no hope coming back.
I mean, they just now got the walls broken, but it's already 90% on the zone for Stamina. This is going to be a game number 1 victory, very decisively so. The Draco Jae-Yong combination might even be a little bit better than we had originally anticipated, so pretty solid bounce back from STMN after a set 1 domination. It's definitely looking like they're bouncing back to the plate, and they definitely needed this.
Oh yeah, I mean, I called it for LSC Esport, but like the combination of the boys from STMN, just they knew what to do, and the synergy was definitely on point. That is something to look at. It's not just the draft all the time, it's also about the fact that these players have played with each other for such a long time, and 2 of them have been to multiple world finals, right, in the form of Juan Carlos and Payne, so something for LSC to still overcome.
Yeah, Kirito has his super a little bit more quickly at this time, though. Likely going to be going for a wall break relatively soon. That's exactly what he's going to do. Almost he was trying to catch a Tacos, aka Lucy, in there as well, but he's going to be the next to fall. Payne and Juan Carlos just remaining strong on this zone. The Charlie self-cocoon is going to come into play, but Squeezy likely going to be quick to fall to Juan Carlos now. And it's just 51% on the zone to 0 for the side of LLC. It just seems like a complete outdraft somehow, even though I did think that the LLC draft was better.
Yeah, and now finally we get the big wall break that we expected. I feel like now LSD have a good path forward. I mean, they have to ensure that Payne can't use the wall too much, but he's been dancing around it. Stun is there. Lucy's going to be going down once more, and it seems like now LSD have the sauce.
Yeah, this is the type of map that they were drafting for. They wanted Kirito to get those wall breaks a little bit earlier, and now that they have it, it's going to be tough to get them off. Rolladoo is just teeing off on his opponents right now, getting so much consistent damage. Kirito is not happy with those walls, even back in the opponent's spawn either. He wants all of them gone, and now it's going to be really tough for STMN to get back into this. Kirito is facing off against Tacos on the left-hand side. The gadget does come in, but Rolladoo is going to be there to clean it up. He has a little square foot to stand on the zone as well. Juan's going to be trying to clean this up, but it looks like that is going to wrap it up. This will very, very, very likely be going to LLC in game number 2.
Oh, 100%. And the path forward is one hypercharge super for Frank to break open all of the walls, and you get the dub there. So Stamina have a way forwards, but so does LLC, and they've shown us how.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to see. It's been a tale of 2 different games here. It kind of all comes down to how quickly Kirito can get these walls broken up. Once LLC gets control of that zone with the B standing in it, it's going to be really difficult for STMN to get back into it. So the beginning of this game is just going to be so important. Can Kirito get that super, and can he break open the map?
Indeed. We're going to go to game number 3 here. This is going to be the deciding one to see if LSC go up 2-0 or Stamina are able to equalize. But so far, Stamina have pushed away LSC from spawn, and this is what we've seen for the early engage most of the time. Nice heals from Juan Carlos to keep Lucy alive as Kirito gets taken down.
Kirito does have his super now, though, so he's going to have to start breaking up this map sooner rather than later. It's already 40% on the zone, but this is exactly what we saw in game number 2, and LLC was still able to bring it back. So the wall breaks are coming in. Kirito's going to have to charge up another super pretty quickly here. He does get it, but he's going to fall before he can get that off, and it's just looking really good for Stamina still.
Indeed, and Lucy just kind of dodging some of these Rolladoo shots. Rolladoo hasn't managed to hit 5 shots in a row, and it's just increasing even more. Hypercharge from Kirito finds the shot off onto Lucy. He is going to be stunned out of Cocoon, and that is surely going to be Juan Carlos taken down. And now we see some signs of life from the side of LSC. I think they can win if Kirito gets these stuns off, but nah. He went for the wall break, didn't go for the stun. That is game over 100% as Rolladoo falls. And next is going to be Squeezy falling by the wayside. This is going to go the way of STMN, and it is going to be tied at 1 a set.
Couple of unfortunate breaks for LLC right there, but STMN avoided the mistakes that they made in game number 2 that allowed LLC to come back. So definitely a pretty solid victory to them. We're going to be tied up at 1 set apiece now. moving into set number 3, which is going to be Bounty. It's going to be Hideout for the map. And I feel like we've just seen both of these teams win draft. Both of these teams have lost the draft at this point, and it's just been a little bit all over the place. So I'm curious to see which team's going to be able to be more consistent as we move into the later stages.
Oh yeah, for sure. I feel like SCM and Esports have history on their side. They also have the fact that they have a lot more experience than this roster in LSC Esport. But both of these teams are facing an awkward position where, while these rosters, I guess, are new for them, kinda, not really, they aren't as prepared for what is being brought out, at least Stamina. So I feel like that is a little bit of the reason why LSC is able to do as well. They have some pretty good drafts. They have some pretty decent execution of the draft, but it's that they've stayed together as a team for much longer as, I guess, Pacos has joined Payne and Juan Carlos, right?
Yeah, I also don't know how much of a advance warning STMN got that they would be even playing in this. As we said earlier, this spot was supposed to be for Moto Mommies, but they had some roster issues, weren't able to work it out in time. So STMN filling in for them might not have been able to scrim these maps as much as LLC has. So a little bit of an advantage implicitly going to the side of LLC there, but I mean, these are maps that have been in the game forever. These teams all know how they like to play here. So moving into Hideout, it's definitely going to be a lot of focus on the draft. What are the bans going to be? What are the picks going to be? Is it going to be aggro? Is it going to be range? Like a lot of different ways you can go.
Yeah, exactly. You can go for wall breaks as well, but I would say that you need to be careful if you're running a tank and hugging the wall, because in those situations you might face a Gray, you might face a Gene, and we're going to go into our bans right now. We have Kaze, Gray, and Gus being banned out from LSC. Stamina opting for the Mandy Gus, and Bell Band's first pick from Stamina opting for the Jae Young. Great pick all around. Let's see how LSC Esport decide to respond. With the fact that the Gray has already been banned out, it makes it more viable to run a Gene, but we haven't seen that much of success from Gene today.
Yeah, I don't know if the Gene's going to be the greatest look for LLC here as well, because STMN does have the ability to go tank with this next pick, and Gene does not fare that well into tanks. Hank is not banned out. Ollie is not banned out. The only aggro brawler that caught a ban was Kaze, so lots of those beefier options are still going to be in the mix right here. LLC's pick is in, and it is still going to be the Gene, so they are opting to go with that heal. I guess that they're thinking if STMN does go aggro, they'll just be able to charge that Gene magic hand a little bit quicker, so they're not going to be too stressed out about getting run down. Likely going to have to add a brawler that does a little bit better into tanks with the second pick.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, you're probably, I mean, I would like to see a Max Gene, but obviously Max has kind of fallen off in prominence in the recent past, so you don't see it being brought out unless you have like double tanks going on. But in Hideout, I don't expect a double tank to be brought out. Mr. P's coming out, I feel like that is to basically ensure that Gene is a little bit more viable in terms of a brawler pick, because right now they're just compensating.
Yeah, I mean, the Mr. P pick is interesting. They're just so weak into tank, and I really have a hard time imagining STMN leaving the Hank on the board here, but they are going to leave it at least for one more draft pick. Lumi is going to be the next option up. I think that is a pretty solid pick, even though the range isn't the greatest. She's just able to shred through those Mr. P porters incredibly quickly. The ice gadget is still just a really annoying feature to have in the game, so I don't hate the Lumi pick. I still think that they probably should go with a tank, and it is in fact going to be the Ollie coming in for the last pick for the STMN roster.
I like this Ollie pick. The Hypnotize can pull away the tanky brawler that LSC Esport might bring, but I think they may not want to do something like that. For the Ollie, they need to get something that can address it and burst it down. Right now, they don't have burst potential, and they're facing a Ollie, which is a mini tank with the healing from Jae Young. I don't like their chances unless they pick up something very aggressive.
Yeah, we're going to see what that last pick is, and it's going to be the RT, so rather than opting for their own tank, they just want a tank counter. I don't hate the strategy, but it's not my favorite in the world. It's going to be really hard for an RT with that small shot radius to hit shots onto the Jae Young and the Ollie, especially if he's using kick push, that star power that allows him to move quicker when he's next to a wall. So I don't know if I love this draft from LLC. I think I do favor STMN a little bit, especially considering they have the Ollie and the Jae Young synergy, which should be able to gift them the blue star.
Yeah, for sure. I like this last pick from LSC Esports. There is a way forward for a win, but let's see how this one does play out. The score is tied at one set apiece between both of these teams. The blue star being picked up by SCMN. Juan Carlos having it, but what? King goes down, and Carito kind of caught out in an awkward position, and that blue star affair was just, devolving in kerfuffle. Now Juan Carlos going in with his gadget, trying to find the kill on a Roladu. Roladu surely getting taken out, and they have managed to... Never mind, Pain once more, getting taken out.
Kirito is different, man. He is just not missing on these RT shots. Definitely not an easy projectile to hit, but he has just been so dialed in with these taps so far, getting so much damage and just bullying Pain throughout the beginning of this game. We're going to see LOC falling back a little bit. They go for the max range gene pull, but there's no connection. That's going to be a lot of utility out of the pocket here. And now Tacos and Juan are trying to get a good pinch out here. Juan is going... but Pain might be able to just kill all three of them in the spawn back here. The Porters are going to keep Squeezy alive, but the lead is going to be heavily on the side of STMN now.
Oh, that's definitely going to hurt if you're LSC Esports. You had such a good path forward, but the kills have been confirmed. They're so unhealthy and so low in that situation. Got a feel for them there, as now they have to move up. Only 45 seconds left for them to get all of their utilities online. A purple button for Squeezy, it would definitely be what the doctor ordered right about now.
Yeah, don't know exactly how close he's going to be to that. Juan is doing a good job of juking out of these shots with the speed that Jaeyong has to offer. But once again, Kirito is getting back to his tapping ways. He's got Pain a little bit weak over here, still marked up, and he's going to add another tap to that. Dude, this man Kirito just cannot miss right now, especially in that 1v1 versus Pain. Only 1 star separating these teams, but only 20 seconds left. This is going to have to be a good final push from LSC to take back the lead.
For sure, they just need 1 kill, and 1 single lone kill is all they need. Roladu has a pull of his own. He's going to go in. He has popped his gadget. He's popped his hypercharge as well. There is a lot going on. Lucy's still very much alive. Oh my god, with that super, he's able to keep that distance and maintain control. That's going to be game for Stamina Esports.
That was really close. Once again, we've seen a gene pull almost secure the game in the, I think it was the second set that we had between Crumb and Tribes. And now we just see that same exact interaction once more. But Tacos is going to be able to get out of there and secure the win for STMN. This is a huge game for momentum. If STMN wins this, they're going to go up by a set. But Juan is going to once again grab that blue star with that Jaeyong speed. Positioning is going to be on the side of STMN, but Tacos is getting a little bit tagged up here, feeding a little bit more than he would like to.
Yep, bit off more than he could chew, and ooh, Lucy did the same on the other side. Unfortunate for him. That is going to be a lead for LSC Esports. So despite the first engage going the way of Stamina both times, they kind of dropped the ball.
Maybe a little bit for sure. I mean, STMN's going to be pushing up on this right-hand side here. Juan Carlos giving speed to his team. Tacos is going to be going in with that Ollie super now. Not able to kill Roladu, but Juan Carlos is going to be there to clean it up. And it is going to be 4 stars each team, but the blue star still on Juan Carlos's head. So STMN has the lead as they retreat.
Great stuff for STMN here. Only the blue star though. There is a pull from Roladu, which is going to ensure that Stamina, respect that range, because that magic hand with the gear makes it much longer, right? So it's a bit of a threat to deal with. I like the fact that Lucy gets a super, and that is a little bit more utility for Stamina to flex when required.
Yeah, Kirito is going to be in a little bit of a tough spot with that ice gadget coming in, but Tacos is still hanging out on the left side, having to deal with these porters though. Not going to be the best brawler to do that, since he does need to, in fact, use 2 pieces of ammo to take one down. We're going to see some beef going down on the left side though. Tacos is going in, but Roladu gets out of there with the hypercharge speed. That's going to secure the kill and the lead for LLC. Only 30 seconds left on the board. Now we're going to have to see Stamina go on the aggressive, but Kirito just continues to tap.
Indeed, and there are some heals to ensure that Stamina stays a little bit healthy, but Pain is so low, and Kirito, he just keeps finding them one after the other. Lucy going in, gets taken out. Juan Carlos, a lone man on his team. He has a gadget, but honestly, he's in between a rock and a hard place, and more than that, 3 penguins. That is going to be game, that is going to be set, and that is going to be not matched yet for the side of LSC Esport.
I think that's 1-1 in the set now, Pan. So we're going to be going on to game... All good, brother. We're going to be going into game 3 on Hideout, though. LLC taking the second, STMN taking the first. This next game is going to be huge for momentum. You do not want to go down a set in a competition like this. Even though it's double elimination, staying in that upper bracket so important. We're into game number 3 now. Once again, Juan going for the blue, but he's actually going to back off a bit early. Pain is still going to be there to grab it, though. So we see STMN retreating with the lead and the blue star. LLC going to be trying to pinch up from every angle, though.
Indeed. This one is going to decide who wins this set. I'm sorry for that call, chat, but Juan Carlos going in with the gadget, he is going to be taking a lot of damage. These projectiles coming in thick and fast, ensuring that he can't move as aggressively as he'd like here. Lucy on the left, right hand side, along with Juan Carlos, and Roladu having the pull is something that you have to be concerned about if you're Stamina.
Definitely. That's a very quick acquisition of the pull for Roladu. A lot quicker than we saw in game 1 or game 2. Juan is going to be in a little bit of a weird position right now, but LS kind of trapped. The pull barely misses once again. The Jaehong speed just too much to overcome. And Tacos is going to be in a tough spot right here, but he's going to go for more. Trying to get onto Kirito, but maybe a little over aggressive. That's going to be the lead. Going back to the side of LLC, they have the blue star and a 3-star lead.
I like the way Kirito is able to get the better of everybody on the side of Stamina. I feel like he's been consistently the linchpin of the composition for LSC, and now Kirito in an awkward position here. He is going to be only with his legs, and he finally gets taken out. Big pull, Juan Carlos down, but there is a super from Lucy. Jumps in, gets the double hypnosis, and that's just like that with those kills. Stamina is on top here with a 1-star lead and the blue star.
Yeah, a lot of action going down there, but Stamina is still staying on top right now. It's going to have to be a big push coming in from LLC in the last 20 seconds of this game. Kirito does get stunned, though. Juan is going to be there to finish off that kill, and now it's going to have to be some aggression coming in, but Tacos is going to be trying to neutralize that before it even begins, and that is going to be the final kill that STMN needed to bag up in set number 3. They're going to take a 2-1 set lead now, Pen.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from STMN. Yeah, STMN won. I was so confused about who won for a second because I am very smart. But congratulations to STMN. I felt like LC had that in the bag, but unfortunate for them, that wasn't the case, and that's not how the story has been written. We're gonna go into set numero 4. It is time for Pinball Dreams. Can LC come back here and force a set 5? I don't know if that's gonna be the case, but Stamina looking quite strong, especially in that last set.
100%. Stamina looked really good in that last set. I think that LLC might have been able to get away with that, but it looked like Kirito was in fact running the RT gadget that does the damage to anybody who's marked rather than the one that lets him charge up his super for free. We did see he had 4 stars on the head, but he got stuck in his split form and didn't really have any choice but to take the death and get back into his normal form to be able to participate in the long range affairs that Bounty has to offer for us. So a bit unlucky on their side, maybe not the best gadget choice, but at the same time, I think that gadget got him a couple kills on Pain at the beginning, so a little bit of give and take with the loadout choice. Gonna have to see if it can be a little bit cleaner in Pinball Dreams, though. I mean, this is a huge set for momentum.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel like a few people might have questions, right? Like, why is Stamina Esports playing when they didn't qualify? And this is just to ensure that everybody's on the same page, because obviously context matters. Motomami's FA weren't able to compete in this tournament as they weren't able to find a replacement for Diego. So Diego Gamer played with Motomami's in the GKR for the entirety of the tournament, but in the last phase decided to play with Elevate and the rest of the roster because that is going to be the same roster for the BSC. And as a result, Motomami's obviously didn't have a third, and they couldn't find another third to pick up that spot. So as a result, we have Stamina Esports taking up that mantle, and all the risk that comes along with it. They're going up against LSC Esports, so they're doing pretty well, 2-1.
Yeah, hard to complain about the position that they're in so far, but we are into our 4th set here. Pinball Dreams Brawl Ball is going to be the map and mode. Our bans are in. It's Lumi, Jae-Young, Hank, Shade, Juju, and then Jae-Young banned out by both rosters here. So only 5 brawlers out of the mix. Hank and Shade are going to be the 2 aggros that these teams chose to ban out. We are going to see Willow slip through the bans, and indeed she is going to be the first pick for STMN. Probably the safest thrower to run at the beginning of a draft, because if there is a tank, you're going to be able to counter it out with that mind control super.
Oh yeah, I like this Willow pick. We've seen how good she can be with that mind control like you mentioned. It's going to be interesting to see how LSU decide to go for this one. We saw Bull being brought out in the previous match, but surprisingly, I feel like none of the other teams have picked up on it or clued in on it. I think that is certainly a great option here, where Barley's kind of come out for LC Esport, thrower for thrower, ban for ban,
Yeah, I don't really dislike the decision right there. I think that it is going to have the Barley is going to have the advantage in the 1v1 interaction right there. The only thing is just that Barley's weak into tank, Willow is not. So that's kind of the reason you see the Willow come out with the first pick, whereas Barley is going to be the response there. Still expecting a little bit more aggression from the rest of this draft, but neither team has selected a mid yet either. Gus and B both still open. Typically, those are what you're going to see in the middle of this map. So we'll see what LLC chooses to add right here with their second pick of the draft. And it's going to be a Gus indeed.
Indeed, I like the Gus pick. It's gonna be great to balance it out with the last pick, but the problem with this is that you have Barley and Gus, great brawlers. But what happens if SCMN decide to go full aggression with those last 2 picks here? Can LSC Esport compete? I mean, Barley is great for a lot of lane control, right? But Willow can get you the goals with the Hex, so I'm not 100% sure if I like the LSC draft. I don't like the Gus specifically with the Barley.
Yeah, I mean, it's likely that they're going to add a little bit of aggression with the last pick of the draft here. I mean, there's still a lot of tanks that are pretty good on the board. Obviously, Bull is one that we've seen a lot today. Also, Ashe is one that's pretty commonly picked up on this map, so wouldn't be surprised to see that come into the fold. We are going to see STMN take a Byron to face off against the Gus in the middle matchup here, so I think Byron does have that advantage in that 1v1. Obviously, Gus has the damage that comes in from those Cookie Popper gadgets, but you're going to have to land some consistent shots to get that. And actually, for the first time today, we're going to see a Lily, who is a very strong brawler in the meta still. Maybe not as much in Brawl Ball, but very curious to see how that's going to work out, assuming LLC adds a tank with this last pick. Probably Ashe.
I mean, it should be Ashe, right? I like this. Forgot about the Kenji. Maybe Kenji can do quite a bit in number, but Lily is still a difficult opposition to go up against, and obviously she's going to be using her sneaky sneaks to get through the grass and onto that Barley. I feel like that is going to be the biggest mark. Gus as well, not a bad mark, except when it has a shield, then, you know, Lily gets knocked back, but this Kenji is a little scary because I feel like this map is great for one of those Kenji things where you slash in, slash out, and you get value towards your super and your hypercharge. We're going to go into game number 1 of set number 4 between Stamina and LSC, with Stamina in the lead.
Yeah, Pain is absolutely dominating position-wise on this Willow pick, but Kirito is pushing up so aggressively on the left side of the map. Pain is going to take a lot of damage and likely going to be the first to fall here. Tacos is the last remaining member of STMN on defense, but Roladu is going to be pushing forward here. Might be trying to get aggressive and go for a goal. He passed it to himself with the Gus shield, and that is in fact going to be enough HP to force it through all 3 members of Stamina. Early goal for LLC.
Sneaky sneaks from Lucy. Jump and super coming in, but he gets addressed immediately by Lucy, so that Kenji is not really working out for them. Adding into the injury, Roladu gets taken out, and now Squeezy trying to do something. Juan Carlos very low, 185 HP, but has just locked that one in. They are 1 goal away from a win, but so is LLC.
Yeah, we've seen both of these teams just forcing through the goals with the lowest amount of HP, but Kirito is going to get mind controlled, and Pain is going to use that to try to get Roladu pretty weak. The heals from the Barley are going to be enough to keep him alive, especially with that shield. Kirito tried to charge up another super right now, but it looks like Juan is going to be pushing up a little bit aggressively. The Hyper is online, though. That's going to be a lot of damage coming through. Tacos has no choice but to dip to the Shadow Realm to stay out alive, and he's going to be trying to get some value with his super right here, but Kirito is just a man on a mission right here on this Kenji pin.
He's getting so much of value with his supers and his hypercharges as well. Finally, he gets taken out by his the opposing side, but Squeezy finding the mark on the Pain is going to be huge, and right now it's going to be back to parity. The ball is going to be pushed up as both teams have to come back into the mid once more.
Yeah, Squeezy's just going to be holding positioning, and once again, Tacos is dipping out of this interaction with Kirito. Kirito stays right there, though. He wants all the smoke, and now we're going to have Squeezy getting a lot of damage done to Pain as well. Likely going to fall. Indeed, he does, and the super is there to connect with Juan Carlos, so the opportunity is there. Roladu pops the shield, and he should have enough HP to force it through. Indeed, he does, and that is going to be game number 1 going to LLC.
Beautiful stuff from LLC. I feel like they had Stamina's number, and you know, obviously weren't afraid to speed dial it. Took them out in game number 1. Let's see if they have some way forward in order to ensure that they get this dub here, Stamina, because obviously they don't want to set number 5.
Yeah, definitely don't want to set number 5, but it looks like that's what we're going to be getting if this game goes as the first one did. Kirito and Tacos once again in their tank beef on the left-hand side of the map, but Tacos walks away on top of that. Roladu had Juan Carlos one shot as well, but they're both going to survive that interaction. Pain is likely going to fall whenever he gets back out from this dive, but it looks like he gets the trade actually, so well played to him right there. Roladu tries to super the ball out, but it's going to be a sticky situation, and now Kirito is the lone man on defense, but he's going to be able to stall just by his presence.
Indeed, Kirito goes, course corrects, goes for Juan Carlos here, is able to get the kill there, but Squeezy gets taken out with that super from Lucy, and this is not an easy matchup to go up against here as the ball's being passed to Roladu, who gets hexed, and that is goal numero 1 for Stamina.
Yeah, that's a very, very good play with the Willow Hex right there. Fantastic way to get a goal, and it looks like that is going to be the way that they get their first one. Kirito is taken into the... Oh, wait, not taken into the realm. It's actually just Taco's going into the realm, but he gets a sneaky goal, a sneaky kill right there, and that's going to allow him to get the sneaky goal.
Ooh.
That is going to be a quick turnaround. STMN taking game number 2, and they are going to be on match point.
Somebody needs to wake up Pain because it seems like he still has an up. Just yet, despite the fact that they're almost on match point, they are match point, almost going to win this entire thing. And let's see how LC can respond here because Stamina had their number here. I mean, the hexes were on point from Pain.
Yeah, there's so many different ways that these teams can score goals. I mean, there's Kenjis, there's Lilies, there's Willows. There's a lot of different stuff going on out here. But Roladu is going to fall down pretty weak right here. Juan keeping himself in pain, topped off with HP. Kirito is dodging out of these shots, just trying to remain up with that pressure that he has to offer with the existence of Kenji. Already has a super in hand as well, so likely going to be trying to work towards that hypercharge. But Tacos is here. He's going to quickly get a couple of hits off there, and he's going to secure the kill. But we are still stuck in a 2v2. No clear advantage yet.
Squeezy gonna be taken out of that poison damage. Roladu going up against Lucy, who is in the zone, goes in for that super, finds the kill. The ball could be passed up, but nope, it's gonna be kept in a very aggressive position, going to Pain, and he's gonna be able to walk this one in. Now Stamina one goal away from winning this and moving on in the round in the upper bracket.
Yeah, this would be absolutely massive for STMN's hopes here. They only need one more goal to secure this entire match right there. Tacos is going to start them off hot with a hypercharge kill on the Lily. Juan is trying to force it through here. They do end up getting 2 kills, so Roladu is still up, but Pain is going for the goal, and that is going to do it. Stamina is going to beat LLC 3-1.
Yeah, it started off looking quite spicy for LLC, but Stamina Esports coming out to the table with their strategy involved, and LLC Esport really couldn't say much about it towards the second and third, the third and fourth set. So great stuff from Stamina Esports getting that dub there. It's not the end of the road for LLC. We will see them in the lower bracket match going up against Kodo G. Stamina Esports facing off against Elevate, which is a very difficult proposition in the upper bracket, but that's going to be the last match of the day towards the end of this broadcast. We still have 4 more matches. 4 matches are done, and we're going to take a small break before we come to our lower bracket matches between Space Station Gaming and Crumbs up next, and then followed by that we have Code OG versus LSE Sport and NA. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to GKR NA. It is A1, the finals, and we have Crumbs versus SSG in our lower bracket round one match here. Space Station did face off against Pioneers, where they lost 3-1, and Crumbs faced off in a very, very close match against Tribe Gamings, and they had like a double match point situation. So, both of these teams are going to go up against each other. I feel like Crumbs did a lot better vis-a-vis Space Station in the first match that they had. But let's see how Space Station are able to bring it back. I know that they're the overwhelming favorites in this one, but honestly, the Fable Ball Betty is going to be piloting this team and captaining this team towards that victory. But we don't have Zemp. Zemp has been benched for this one.
That's very interesting. I mean, we have two teams that are coming into this match off of a very different vibe. Crumbs almost was able to upset Tribe Gaming in that first round here. They did end up losing, which was a little bit unfortunate for them. A little bit tough to keep the mental together, but they are making a quick roster change here, so definitely intrigued by that. SSG, on the other hand, they were facing off against a team that they're pretty evenly matched with, and they got pretty thoroughly handled. So definitely worse vibes coming in from SSG than Crumbs. Although they did both lose, Crumbs definitely put up a much more impressive round number one loss, I would say. So we'll have to see if SSG, our favorites in this match, are going to be able to bounce back.
Yeah, and I know like people like talking about the math, right? So Space Station lost to Tribe 3-0 in the semifinals of the monthly finals, right? And Crumbs lost 3-2 to them. So from the math, it seems like Crumbs are the favorites. But let's see how that plays out for them.
Yeah, I guess we'll see. Maybe adding Nathan into the lineup is the change that they wanted to make there. I mean, it seems like from what we saw Vanny saying in the chat, it's not necessarily the Zemp's best performance in that last matchup, but I still think that he played pretty well. So I think it's a little bit of an interesting roster change here, especially considering some of the pop-offs that have got them to this point were orchestrated behind the back of Zemp. But we'll see if this is a breath of fresh air for this Crumbs lineup as they face another storied lineup with this SSG roster.
Oh yeah, for sure. Bobby Chino Sands, you can't really go wrong with them, except maybe the first half of the year. That was unfortunate, but I'm looking forward to see how this one does turn out. Zemp made a lot of, like, I guess, small, minor tactical errors and strategic errors. There was one, right? I remember in New Horizons, he decided to walk up on the left-hand side as Ash, and he just kept on walking and he kind of put himself in a position where he got pinched by people. So, I think maybe understanding a lot of those unforced errors, I think that they want to be a little bit more conservative with the way they're going about this. But the thing is, I feel like a lot of the drafts by Crumbs are by Zemp, right? So Zemp is kind of the brains of the organization, but when you don't have the brains and you just have brawn, is that going to help? Like, will the left hand know what the right hand's doing? Because certainly Zemp didn't know what he was doing.
I guess we'll see. I mean, they could still be employing Zemp's services as a drafter, so not to say that he's completely out of this matchup completely. I mean, he could still be the brains behind the organization, like you're saying there. Also, something else to take into account, guys, now that we are out of our first round of the winners bracket, we are going to have a new map pool laying ahead of us for this match, as well as the next matchup in the lower bracket. The maps are going to be Sneaky Fields, Hard Rock Mine, Kaboom Canyon, Dry Season, and Dueling Beetles. So we're going to start off hot with Sneaky Fields for this set number one. Should be a pretty fun one to get us kicked off, man.
Yeah, it's a new set of maps today. I mean, in this round at least. So we get to see different flavors of what people bring to the table. We have Sneaky Fields, Hard Rock Mine, Kaboom Canyon, Dry Season, Dueling Beetles, like you mentioned. But we're going to be starting off with a very cagey map with lots of walls, lots of grass. Expect sneakier brawlers. You like those sneaky sneaks. Expect supporting entities to be there to help out the tankier brawlers to operate. A Hard Rock Mine as well. A pretty interesting map considering how aggressive the meta is right now. Kaboom Canyon, a little bit more standard with the expectations. Dry Season as well. But Dueling Beetles, if you go to set number 4 and 5, that Dueling Beetle set looks a little problematic.
Yeah, Dueling Beetles is a pretty interesting map to end it off on, especially considering this current hot zone meta. It's so healer dependent, it's so tank dependent. Jaeyong, Barry, Hank, all of the above right there. So it's definitely a pretty hectic situation that we've got laid out ahead of us. I feel like even some of the less hectic maps like Hard Rock Mine and Dry Season still bode well for some of these more aggressive picks. I think that Hank is definitely one of the brawlers that has defined this current meta. I feel like there's really been no, like from the Supercell team, there's been no effort really made to nerf him, even though they did touch his gadget a little bit. Still definitely the best tank in the game. So excited to see him fall into the play here. Kaze is another brawler that you definitely have to keep your eye out for, as well as Jae Young. But we are into our first draft of our first round of the losers bracket here, and it's going to be sneaky fields. Our bans are Hank, Amber, Ash, Charlie, Willow, and Lumi.
Considering the bans, you have a lot of different ideas that you can bring to the table. Amber being banned out means that the grass is not going to be removed from the equation, so early tank picks aren't going to be as, or rather tank picks aren't going to be as addressed earlier on, and Chester's going to be coming out for Crumbs. I like this Chester pick because you can get caught off guard if you don't expect the Chester to be there. The burst damage from Chester is kind of insane right now, so I like it on this map. Jaeyoung's coming out for SSG, great mid brawler, great for Frostly support as well with the heals and that speed.
Yeah, I think the Jaeyoung pick is pretty consistently one of the best brawlers in the meta here. They're pairing it up with Anita as well. And I'm not typically the biggest Nita fan, but not a bad pick into Chester at all, especially when you take into account the additional speed and heals that Jaeyoung can bring to the table. But we are going to see one of our old favorite brawlers from some of our qualifiers. It is going to be the Meg coming back into play here. Very tanky option, especially with that vision gear. She can get so much control, so much vision in the middle of that map. And I think it's going to be a tough brawler to take out. They're taking the Kaze with the last pick as well. So another solid option. The aggression that they're going to have to offer with this Crumbs comp is definitely something that SSG needs to address here.
Indeed, this Kaze looks a little scary here. I mean, they have Nita, which can be there for the Bruce Bear to just keep them at bay, but I feel like all three brawlers in their own rights can take down that bear without too much of an effort, I would say. So it really depends on how SSG go for this last pick. The Buster, I don't mind it. I don't mind it at all. I think that with a slow-mo replay along with the heals that you're getting from Jaeyoung and the fact that Nita provide you a little bit of support with the shielding from the bear, I feel like it's a pretty decent pick, all things considered. But Crumbs, I like their composition a little bit more.
Yeah, I still think that the Buster is a pretty solid brawler in the meta. We haven't seen him drafted nearly as much as we are typically used to, but he didn't really get addressed as far as balance changes go, so still going to be decent. That shield is going to be pretty useful to use into the Chester and into the Meg, but he is going to be a little bit of a super feeder in that same regard, so we'll have to see how SSG chooses to play it. It looks like they have a very synergistic comp with two brawlers that benefit a lot from having a Jaeyoung on the roster, whereas Crumbs, they mostly are just three brawlers that are going to try to hold it down in their own regard and pop off wherever they can.
Indeed, we're going to go into game number 1 between these two teams here, and the ball is being forced up, but Banny getting the kill on Bobby is going to be huge as the ball moved up a little bit more here. And SSG are already out of the mid grass. The mid grass is such an important position to be in, but there's a hypercharge from Bobby, but Nathan as well popping his own hypercharge, getting a lot of value with that super as well, but no real way forward for getting a goal for the side of Crumbs as Banny goes in, gets taken out almost immediately.
Yeah, it looks like the SSG defense is going to be enough to hold them off for now. They're opting to leave the ball, but Chino actually regrets that decision. Immediately going to go grab. It's still full HP Bear and Bobby's hyper. Going to be a lot of value, but Banny looks like he might have been trying to get out of there for a sec. He's going to have to back off, though. Ormy going for a kill onto Chino or Sands, but he's going to fall a little bit weak here. Banny's just getting so much work done with that Kaze. They're going to get 1 kill, going to get 2 kills, and he stays alive. Bobby is the last lane of defense right here, but Ormy has a super. Not sure which one it is.
Oh, no.
Oh, Bobby almost able to prevent the goal, but Ormy's still going to force it through. That's goal number 1 for Crumbs.
That was such a beautiful pull from Bobby too, but the fact that they addressed it like instantly was crazy. Great stuff from Crumbs despite Bobby's best effort. Ball being passed up. Sands has the ball, but a big Kaze hypercharge. Bobby goes down. That is unfortunate for them, as now the ball has been covered and is going to be given the SK Classic.
Yeah, there's no incentive for them to move the ball out here. Only 30 seconds left on the clock, but Chino has a hyper bear. It's going to be played with the stun as well to connect onto Ormy. They are going to be pinching on this side with Bobby's shield as well. Sands getting so much value with the heals, but Nathan does a good job tanking a little bit of damage right there, pushing SSG back with all of that mech suit damage that he has to offer there. Banny is just going to be buying some time. Ormy gets his mist out as well. So with 10 seconds left, they're going to be making their final push right here. Shield is out. Somebody's going to have to go grab the ball, though. It looks like it's going to be maybe Bobby. I think they probably have time to get this goal in, but oh, 1 more second, and he does manage to slot that in to force overtime. That was really close.
That was so good from Bobby not to pass it to his teammate, because you know that Ormy was looking for that kill there. So Beautiful stuff coming from SSG. We are in overtime now. The control is on the side of Crumbs here. Nathan also has a super, as this Ormi. They could get something going here. Ormi trying to get his hypercharge. Should be a few shots away from it on the right-hand side. Pops a super for a little bit more healing and sustain, and that's exactly what you want. Hypercharge coming in. Nice whack! Bobby goes down. Entirety off SSG in shambles as Crumbs are able to take game number 1 in very flashy fashion.
That Meg pick was just so impactful in overtime. Nathan was just absolutely peppering them with that damage, and that hypercharge swipe has ridiculous range, especially when there's no walls left on the map. It's just going to be able to completely almost team wipe by himself, and Nathan is looking like the 6th man of the year coming off the bench here and helping provide Crumbs with their first victory of the set. But we're getting into game number 2 now. SSG need to find an answer, and it seems like once they get into overtime, they're going to have a lot of trouble, Pin.
Indeed, we saw how much of control that Crumbs were able to exert on the map, and they're not having an easy task even before overtime here, so I'm not exactly sure how they can really compete here. Nathan going up against Bobby, but Bobby surely getting the kill there. He also has a montage that he could use. Ball being cornered by Banny, understanding the big threat that is SSG right now with the Bruce barreling down. Nathan able to address it just yet.
Yeah, he's going to be falling pretty weak back here, though. Knocked out of his mech, and Sands gets the ball, looking to slot it over to Bobby, but it's going to be moved into the other corner instead. That should be a squad wipe, though, and Bobby just has to slot this over to Chino, and that's going to be the first goal of this game going into SSG's hands. Chino slots that in. We have a 1-0 lead, but still a minute 30 left if Crumbs is going to get back on the board.
Oh, 100%. There is a super on the mid, which allows Crumbs to win the grass, and I feel like that is such an important aspect of Kaze. Now the ball is being cornered by SSG, and ooh, big hypercharge. Oh wow, Banny going in, gets 1, gets 2. The third to fall is Bobby. Complete team wipe, and Crumbs able to equalize with about a minute 15 to spare.
Banny just showing why this new brawler is so good right there. The Kaze using multiple different forms to get multiple different kills. Fantastic work from Banny. But Chino is going to be answering the call with a hyper bear, tanking forward a little bit. Wow. And Bobby gets a double pull right there. Nathan's going to be demeched. Ormi is one shot. And I don't know if Banny's going to have the damage necessary to defend this. Indeed, he does not. The ball is slotted through him, and Chino is going to slot that in for SSG's first win of the set.
Ooh, that was unfortunate for the side of Crumbs. It felt like they had something going, but SSG are just executing right now as required. It's still though just the first set. First 2 games have been tied at 1 apiece, and we're going to go into game number 3. This one is going to decide the momentum that we have for this fixture.
Yeah, absolutely huge game right here for both teams. Nathan's already knocked out of the mech, though. Sands was on point with those Jaeyong taps. Now he's focusing over on Bobby to heal him up a little bit to be able to push on Banny. He does, in fact, get the shot off, but he's going to maybe fall to the Kaze super. Indeed, he does. So now Sands is debating if he's going to go for this goal. It looks like Ormi's existence is going to be enough to scare him off for now. Chino missing a couple of shots right there. Looked like he wanted to get the bear online, but it's going to be a strong defense from Crumbs so far.
Indeed, Bobby also in the grass here on the right-hand side with the heals from Sands. He's going to be a little bit more aggressive, but so far, no real inroads from either team. The grass, though, control on the side of SSG. Though slowly but surely, we see some signs of life from Crumbs.
Yeah, the grass control is just so important here, and it looks like SSG is going to be holding it down until they can get a pick off of somebody who's being a little bit over-aggressive. Chino is going to play that bear now, so they might be looking to push behind it. Indeed, they are. Bobby's got a gadget popped as well. Might be able to go for a cheeky goal here, but Banny is there, just clutching up for his team once again, but the pass is going a little bit haywire. Looks like they wanted to corner it, but accidentally swung it to Sands instead. And that's going to be an absolutely devastating mistake. SSG might have been able to score even if it was cornered, but that secured it for them.
Oh, 100%. It just was a stamp of approval from Crumbs in that situation. The ball's been moved up here, but that's just going to favor SSG as they're able to corner the ball. Now, Hyper Bear coming down, and the stun is going to be online. Right-hand side, though, Banny in the kill on him. Bobby is going to change how things are going to be going as Sansa goes down. Now it's up to Chino to hold the line, and hold the line he does, but he gets taken out with that 3 flurry of shots from Ormi.
Only 45 seconds left, though, and Crumbs is going to have to force the ball out of this corner right here. Ormi getting a wall break would be absolutely massive for them, but Bobby's actually going to use that speed, and he's going to be able to pick off a kill right there. They only need to stall for 30 more seconds, and Chino has a bear online to help out with that mission, so I think this is probably going to come down to Banny. If he's able to make a sneaky play, they might be able to get the ball out of that corner, but he's getting super hard pinched out here. He's going to fall, and this is looking like a very tall task for Crumbs now.
being pushed back here. He's not too healthy either, and has no way for health. Hypercharge from Benny, and he's not going to get that much of value. He tries to go in into Bobby, not finding the kill just yet. 8 seconds left. They need to get a kill. Big slash! Oh my god, SSG are in trouble with only 4 seconds. The montage comes online at the right time. Nathan's there, but no ball to pass, and that is going to be SSG taking that game there.
They were barely able to wait out the clock right there, but Bobby got that super, was able to keep that ball trapped in the corner. Definitely made good use of the timer right there, and that's going to be SSG taking set number 1. Definitely a little bit closer than they would have liked to have it, but Crumbs put up a fantastic fight right there. They are still going to go down 1 set though, and the winner of this is going to be moving on to round 2 of the loser bracket. The loser is going to be our first team to completely exit the tournament today, so the stakes are high, especially as we move into set number 2, which is going to be Gem Grab Hard Rock Mine.
Yeah, man, I just gotta say the montage coming online for Bobby at the last second when they required it was a stroke of luck, because it felt like it was inevitable for that equalizer from Crumbs, but unfortunately for them that wasn't the case. Let's see if, you know, Lady Luck favors Crumbs a little bit more and hands him a morsel as we go into Hard Rock Mine.
Yeah, Hard Rock Mine should be a pretty fun map to play on too. There's definitely going to be a lot of normal, I put normal in air quotes, normal brawlers that you can go here like Gus, or you could go with just kind of a freaky strategy, maybe like Gray in a tank. Obviously, Jackie's going to be a little bit weaker right now, but Hank is still an absolute menace in the meta. Jae Young is an absolute menace in the meta. There's a couple different throwers that you might be able to employ here. I've seen Willow be used on this map, somebody that we saw on pretty much every set of Triple Dribble, so maybe that'll come into the fray as well. Definitely excited to see these bans and get into this draft.
Oh yeah, for sure. And chat, I know that a lot of you guys are from NA, so it is a very hot one today, so make sure you hydrate, make sure you get your electrolytes, otherwise you're probably going to be in a bad spot right now. So 100% hydrate.
Couldn't agree with that more. Hopefully all of our players are getting hydrated as well. I know it's esports, but hey man, it's still sports. It takes the life out of you, but we are into our draft on Hard Mine. The bans are in. Crumbs gets Lily, Gus, and Kaze out of the picture. Space Station choosing to ban out Charlie, Gray, and Jae Young. So a lot of the best brawlers on this map are eliminated. Gus and Gray are the 2 most frequently picked mids in my from what I've seen, and they're both going to be out of the picture as well as Charlie, who has also been used as mid in the recent update. Lumi is going to be the first pick coming out from SSG. Pretty versatile, pretty safe pick.
I like this Lumi pick. It's great for those stuns. Obviously, it's not going to be a mid brawler, as it's not expected from Lumi ever, but she is definitely a pretty decent lane brawler. The fact that you can use your gauntlets, place them down, put those gadgets, and make it an ice rink for a few seconds makes it a very viable option to figure out where people are in the bushes. So that's great. Crumbs going for the Hank. That means that they pair it with a little bit of support. With Jae Young being out of the equation, you already have the biggest support not being available for Crumbs.
Yeah, it might be tough to find a support brawler for this situation, unless it's going to be a Byron pick, because Gus, Gray, and Jae Young are out of here, but it is indeed going to be a Tara. I'm a little bit intrigued by this Crumbs draft. I mean, I don't hate these 2 brawlers in and of themselves, but I feel like they're both weak into Lumi, and SSG already has that Lumi, so they can double down on the counters if they want, or they can just go with their own strategy here. It's kind of up to them how they want the rest of this draft to go now, Pin.
Oh yeah, SSG, I think that they need to do something specifically for the Hank. Right now they don't have anything, but the Terra has that huge turnaround potential that you have to be worried about and wary of, and Kenji's coming out for SSG. I think Kenji is decent, but the problem is that Terra gravity, right? And the Hank supers as well. I don't think that the Hank is a straightforward matchup for Kenji to win. It's not going to be as easy. Neither is the Terra one.
Yeah, I do like that Kenji pick a lot. It's going to be a ton of turnaround potential if he's able to get that hypercharge onto the gem carrier. And even outside of that, he's going to be able to charge it up a little bit quicker off of Hank. We're going to see the Sandy come in too. Definitely not as much of a popular pick as he was a year or 2 ago, but still pretty solid on this map. The Sandstorm still covers a majority of it, and if you're using that Root Sands, it's going to make it impossible for the opponents to hide or heal. So I think that Sandy still does have a decent spot in the meta. That stun gadget should be relatively useful as well if you're able to catch out the gem carrier, but I'm very curious who Crumbs is going to choose to rock with as their mid here, because SSG does not really have a conventional gem carrier.
Okay, we're going to go for Terra mid here, and we're going to have a Terra versus Sandy mid off, and Maybe Sandy is not going to be the mid. It's going to be Lumi because she has the most range. But Mortis is this very interesting pick here. Obviously, Sandy doesn't do that great in the Mortis, but you know, Mortis has so much of cycling potential with the composition it's going up against because none of these brawlers have instantaneous burst damage to take it down. So I like this Mortis pick, but I don't know how this is going to be playing out for Crumbs, especially with SSG having that Sandy to allow you to sneak and the stun from Lumi. But the turnaround potential from Terra is a little bit concerning for me if I was SSG.
I kind of like the Mortis pick last year. I mean, the only brawler who can even do decently into him is going to be the Kenji, so it's definitely going to be a lot of aggression right here, but I don't see a way that they can prevent him from getting a hypercharge and making a game-changing play. Definitely a pretty scary comp that Crumbs is bringing to the table here. Some unorthodox mids coming out from both teams as well. We see Ormy's already picking up gems as well as Sands, and it's going to be Banny manning that Mortis. He's getting stunned out immediately, and he is going to be quickly dealt with. Bobby's going to be trying to collect some gems for his team as well, and it seems like both of these teams are kind of just going to pick up gems as they fall.
Yeah, so far it is a pretty even game here. Dead heat, so to speak. Gravity coming in. There is a mark on him, Bobby, but he doesn't get taken out, unfortunately. But he does get taken out. The bats are online, and all of the gems are being picked up by the Mortis. I'm not sure. And Hank, okay, that's certainly a choice. Split gems here. But that being said, great start coming in for Crumbs.
Yeah, it's just going to be first come, first serve as far as who the gem carrier is on both of these comps. But Chino's going in now with the Kenji. He's going to get a beautiful swipe onto Ormy, almost able to eliminate him. Bobby gets the stun off onto Nathan, though, who is holding a majority of the gems for Crumbs. He's able to get out of there, and Banny with the double kill. That's going to give them a countdown. The Tara hypercharge pull is going to be way off the mark, though. So Chino is still going to stay alive, but this is a countdown on the side of Crumbs. SSG needs to answer, and they need to answer now.
Hypercharge from Chino. He goes in. Nathan very low. He might be taken out. They are able to get the reset. There is a noise, silence, I guess, onto Ormy. Gets taken out because of the hypercharge, but there is another reset. Now the gems are split once more between Nathan and Daniel, and this one kill on either side is basically all that they need. Banny is going to be taken out. Nope, he doesn't get taken out. Stun is online. Banny still very much alive. Sands gets taken out, and despite these resurgence from SSG, Crumbs are able to somehow skittishly take the win.
Yeah, it seems like the Mortis pick there's not really a counter on the field that SSG has to offer right here. As long as Banny plays well and continues to go in and cycle those bats, they're going to be able to get plays like that. And I mean, SSG had a couple chances to reset, but it was really just Bobby going in by himself, trying to get as much damage as he could, but there's a lot of HP on the side of Crumbs. Bobby was not able to take out the gem carrier, but we are into game number 2. A win here would be massive for Crumbs.
I can just see Banny and Chino on the left-hand side, just, you know, sitting in the bushes doing nothing, looking at each other.
They're waiting for that chance to go in, but Banny is going to have a chance now to get Bobby out of the way. Indeed, he does, and he's going to be able to survive. Chino's going to try to charge some super off of him. That's exactly what he's going to do, but Sands has that first Sandstorm down, gets a stun off to reset Nathan's bubble, and that's going to be enough for Bobby and Sands to combine for a kill. So positioning on the side of SSG, but the gem's still on the side of Crumbs.
Indeed. Ooh, nice gadget from Bobby. He actually manages to find Ormy, almost getting taken out, but Chino getting cleaned up by Nathan. Stunned, though, onto Nathan as well, but he manages to survive, and there is a gravity from Ormy, but Banny going in quite aggressively, finds another kill in a sense, tries to cycle bats, but he's going to be taken out by Chino, who gets taken out by Nathan, who might be taken out by Bobby. No, he manages to survive.
This is such a hectic game so far. Only one more gem needed from the side of Crumbs to be able to secure it, though, and Ormy has his Tara Gravity online. Is he going to let it rip yet, or is he going to wait a little longer? Sands gets the hypercharge super off. That's going to be 1 kill, and he's going for 2. He gets it, and that's going to be a Tara pull wasted. That is massive for SSG, but Banny does have 9 gems. If he's able to get one, that would start the countdown, but positioning is so fully on the side of SSG.
I'm so confused about that pull. Ooh, one more nice swipe from Chino. Gets a kill there, and that is SSG on top. They are still down by 4 gems, but with full map control, I think that they are going to be back in this one very soon.
Yeah, it's just really going to come down to if Banny's able to dash in, get a gem, and then dash out. Maybe Nathan will just use his HP to initiate that countdown as well, but it's getting a little bit late for that. SSG has the gems to be able to reset here, but Banny goes for it. That was the gem that they needed. There's not enough time for SSG to get back into this unless they kill Banny. Chino has his hypercharge online, though. He's going to have to make the most out of this. Bobby is pushed up on the left. Chino's got to go in, and he's got to go in now. He's letting it rip. And Banny's not able to get out of that. He's going to be super weak, and he does get killed. But Ormi with the triple pull, and SSG might be able to get out of here. Sands with another super. What an absolute turnaround right there. Massive for SSG.
Oh my god, that was highway robbery and a half, and now Banny's trying to do something. Nathan's already so low. Suns are online. Oh, what? Double kill from Banny. He's able to get out with the gems. Oh my god, that gravity is in. It sure Sands is out of the contention. SSG are broken.
A complete reset after we saw a full reset right there, and it looks like SSG is not even going to try to come back from this one. They know they can't catch Banny on those 13 gems, and that is a absolute, like you said, highway robbery right there. We saw both teams rob the other team. Crumbs come out on top, though, and they're going to take our set number 2. We are tied up.
That is crazy. That is one of the least expected scenarios for me. I gotta say, I am a fan. I am a fan of that Mortis. I know that Mortis didn't really have any counters in that match, but still seeing the Mortis come out on top is, I think, one of the best feelings, right? Watching a Mortis get those bats off, get those supers, those hyper charges, beautiful stuff.
It's hard not to love it, man. Banny played a fantastic Mortis right there, and he definitely took advantage of the draft diff that they were able to come out on top of there. We are tied up at 1 set apiece in our losers bracket right here. As we said earlier, the loser of this game is our first team eliminated from GKR finals. But we're going to be moving into Heist. It's going to be Kaboom Canyon for the next map. Not as much of a base racing map as Pit Stop and Hot Potato are, but still could employ some of those strategies, or you could go for a little bit more control based.
Dude, the amount of adrenaline in my system right now after watching that win is insane. Imagine how it must feel to be Crumbs right now and to take down SSG in such a dominant fashion, especially when they got completely team wiped. To do that back to them is kind of crazy. I think that right now, momentum in terms of mentality is definitely on the side of Crumbs, and I think that Space Station feels like they're crumbling right now as we go into Kaboom Canyon. Will we see some fireworks from Crumbs, or will Space Station finally be able to get back one more?
It's going to be a big set, man. You do not want to go down 1-2. We've seen most teams that go down 1-2 do not come back from that. So SSG's got to lock in, man. It would be definitely embarrassing for them as one of the most well-known teams in the region to be the first of our 8 teams eliminated from GKR finals. So wouldn't be a great look for Bobby and the boys over there, but Banny and his team are going to be trying to make that happen and pull off the upset of the playoffs so far. They almost did it earlier against Tribe. Now they're going to be trying to do it against SSG.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just look at the maps that we have. We have Kaboom Canyon, Dry Season, Dueling Beetles. Obviously, we're going to have Dry Season as well as a thing, but we have to see if set 5 is going to be forced on Dueling Beetles. Not a great map to play set number 5 because it's already a very stressful map and you're going to add more stress to it. But Kaboom Canyon, it's not going to be as base racy, I think, and I hope. But let's see how this one does play out.
Yeah, definitely could still see Chuck, Melody be employed here. Lily also one that I think is pretty decent here, but something that's definitely needs to be addressed is that middle of the map. It's gonna be, you want to either have a wall break or a brawler that can walk over water to establish that mid positioning, especially in the beginning of the game. That's going to be so impactful. But we have our bans in. It's going to be Crow, Kaze, Finks, Carl, Melody, and Amber. So not really any of the base racy brawlers outside of the Melody being banned out here. Seems like both of these teams are going to be pretty comfortable leaving that on the board.
Indeed, and we have the first pick from SSG. I like the Amber ban. Obviously, it makes... Oh, it's a Chuck ban instead. So Amber is going to be... Wait, no, it's an Amber ban. Probably the Chuck is the first pick, and we're getting a little bit of a confusion here in terms of who's going for what. I don't know, actually. I'll confirm with production while you carry on.
Sounds good. The draft is going to be going over to Crumbs. I do believe it is going to be a Chuck on the side of SSG, so they are going to be employing the best base race brawler in the game, more than likely. There is a lot of counterplays, though. I mean, Charlie is really good on this map. Cordelius is certainly playable. If obviously it's a little bit more range, not as many walls for the Cord to finesse around, but if you just leave him on defense against the Chuck, he'll get the job done. RT is another pick that we've seen so many times, but it looks like Crumbs is going to be going with the Charlie and a Barry as well. Definitely an interesting map for the Barry because there's not much for him to hide behind, but if he is able to get up to that safe, whether it's through his supers or not, he's going to be able to get a ton of damage.
Oh yeah, for sure. I like this Charlie though. It's going to be able to address Chuck quite effectively. Lumi is a nice brawler to bring out, though she does suffer from range loss now, right? I mean, you're going up against Charlie, which has massive range, but the stuns are going to be something to talk about. Griff is an interesting pick. I feel like they're expecting Barry to be brought in tandem with a little bit more aggressive of a brawler, but you can break the grass on your side and it allows you to get onto the grass a little bit faster, so you can at least win the grass battle maybe. But also the fact that you can roll through like an ice ball and snowball rather with your super with Gus is Griff is a big concern for Crumbs on the other side.
Yeah, I like the Bonnie pick coming in last, though. I mean, Bonnie is going to be able to outrange the Griff and the Lumi, so should be pretty free for them to charge up that super off there. And then the Bonnie's just going to be able to get so much damage in the base race situation, just jumping over that entire middle of the map, getting onto the safe, and just shredding it down. So it's definitely a pretty interesting draft here. I do like the Griff. He's going to be able to break that mid wall, which usually you'd see a Brock use in that situation, but it's going to be the Griff this time. I think that is probably a smart choice. The ice is going to be coming out. Nathan's going to be caught in an interesting situation, and Sands is just going to spend the beginning of this game trying to get his post set up, but he is taken down.
Great start coming in from Crumbs. I expected the cashback to open up the mid, but you know, SSG don't really have a way to win the control battle because they don't have the amount of damage that they need to do that. Chino's also getting bested by Banny on the right hand side. Nathan as well being caught out because of that gadget. Now we have the jump coming in from Banny and the gadget from Nathan. Oh, that was actually probably one of the least useful gadgets in fact from Barry, because it doesn't get as much of the value because of the shield.
Yeah, indeed. We're going to see Bonnie still getting a lot of damage, though. Banny doing a fantastic job, and that SSG safe already below 50%. Bobby's going to have to make a choice here if he's going to commit his full effort to this, and it looks like he is. But Sands has a very interesting Chuck setup here. It looks like he has been taking notes, even if Bobby's not, and he's got a diabolical double heist safe hitting setup. He is going to be taken out by Ormy and Nathan. So the lead is definitely heavily on the side of Crumbs, but Sands has the exact setup that he was looking for getting into this game.
Indeed, there is Sands going in once more. Oh, he's able to get that double shot. Okay, that double damage as well. That's great. But on the other side, they're getting a hammering by both Betty and Nathan on the right-hand side. Finally, the cashback confirming. And, ooh, a big kill on Nathan. I think this might be the path forward for SSG. This is what the doctor ordered. Yes, they are behind, but not too far behind in terms of the control that they've won.
Completely agreed. The control is falling apart for Crumbs. The damage lead is falling apart too as Sands continues to get this absolutely crazy damage on the Chuck right here. He's got the ideal post set up, and he's going to wait for the shield to go away before choosing to go in again. Banny has his Bonnie jump though, so we could be into a pretty tight base race right here. Sands is just waiting for the moment. It's going to be now, but Ormy marks him up with that cocoon. Banny's jumping forward, but not going to get too much out of it. One singular shot from Nathan is going to do a lot of damage, but Sands is able to stay alive, and if he's able to go in one more time, that might be enough to do it. I'm not too sure though. 5,000 damage left. Bobby's not able to quite get it yet, but with the cashback, that is going to be enough to secure it 1% to 0%. What a win for SSG.
Beautiful stuff coming in from SSG. I felt like Crumbs might have had it, but SSG were just able to, you know, with the ice in their veins, able to execute what they require to do. We're going to go in the next game here, but honestly, I still think it's up in the air about who's going to be winning this game here.
100%. I mean, that definitely could have gone either way. Crumbs had a huge lead, but Sands was able to get his textbook storybooks post set up right there, and it's definitely going to be a little bit difficult to get back up there to do it again, but he is going to try his very hardest. He's already got the post set up in the middle, so he can go up with that gadget if necessary. Positioning once again fully on the side of Crumbs, but they haven't been able to touch the safe yet. Banny waiting for a chance to use that Bonnie jump.
Ooh, big super coming in from Ormy, and now he's gonna put down the spider, so it's not gonna be easy for Sands to survive here, and he does get taken out. Chino going up against Ormy. Oh, the trade! Ormy kind of executing exactly what the doctor ordered here, and right now Bobby in a difficult position. He's going up against Nathan. He puts a catch back in, gets a little bit of value. Jump coming in, nice jump from Betty to find Bobby, finds the kill, gets taken out himself because of the stuns, but Crumbs in a great spot, 42% claimed against the SSG safe already.
Yeah, while Banny and Nathan are doing that damage up there, Ormy has just been on full-time Sands duty, and he has been absolutely locking him up. So once again, he's going to get put in his third or fourth cocoon of the game. Poor Sands has not been able to get any motion roll so far. Banny's going to be jumping up to try to capitalize on that, getting back into cannon form, and they might be able to get this safe down to 50%. SSG has still yet to touch it.
Indeed. Ooh, stuns coming in from Sans. He's able to find some value under Benny, but Benny jumping in, finds a kill onto Bobby, goes in even more, opens up the red carpet for his teammates to load even more damage against the SSG save, and Crumbs are taking down SSG breath by breath, step by step. It's crazy.
It looks like if Sans isn't able to get his ideal setup, it's going to be a really hard game for SSG to win. He might have it now, but it's probably too little too late. I mean, they are down by a very wide margin. That is going to be, I think, the 6th time that Ormi has put Sans into the cocoon. It feels pretty bad for the guy right there, but he has been getting absolutely bullied by this Charlie pick. Still going to be able to get a little bit more damage, but not quite going to be enough. Still a very, very big deficit, especially if Bandy's able to survive, but they are able to get that kill. This could be winnable.
Yeah, if Sans hit that last super, it would have been possible for SSG to get the dub here, but it's not going to be the case right now as Ormi's holding the line on the right-hand side, and he's been ensuring that SSG are pushed back, though Chino gets a kill there. Sans going in once more, 9 seconds left, they could go for something, but Bay tries, 4% down. It's now time for a counter-offensive from SSG, but no, Sans being taken out, and Bobby nowhere to be seen. It is over for SSG in this set as Crumbs take this one 2-1.
Once again, though, Crumbs got off to a really good start, but the second that Sans got the setup, that lead just falls apart so quickly. I think that if Ormi didn't do such a good job of keeping Sans out of this game, that probably would have been another SSG victory, but Ormi did his job. He did not let Sans play the game. It felt pretty bad for him. We're going to get into game number 3 here. The wall break is going to be back on, but Sans has just got to get his setup a little bit quicker, and it looks like he's going for a little bit of a different strategy this time.
Sorry about that, chat. It's 4 hours in. I'm losing concentration. And posts are being set up by Sans. This time on the left-hand side, he's trying to go for something more lucrative. I think he is going for the double post setup here on the right-hand side. And no, it's on the left-hand side instead. There are a lot of damage being rolled in by Benny, and along with Nathan, he pops the gadget. He is able to hit the save, and that's going to be huge as the jump comes in from Benny. He tries to go for Bobby, isn't able to do so just yet, gets taken out by Bobby, but Nathan addressing Sans on the right-hand side, and it is a pretty even match, though there is a slight lead for Crumbs by 11%.
Yeah, it looks like this time around, Sans is not trying to get too greedy with the double damage setup. He just wants to get a normal chuck post setup so he can get involved in the game faster, and that is paying dividends so far. Both teams very even right now, but Chino is going to fall down to Banny here. Banny and Nathan remaining alive on the safe. Going to be a ton of damage coming through for the side of Crumbs. Bobby's got his work cut out for him on defense, but he quickly deals with Banny, and Sans is now going to be moving up with his super. Ormi, no cocoon to speak of quite yet, so he's actually going to be free to play the game this time. It's got to feel good for Sans after how last game went for him. He might be going to, for the double damage setup right here, but he's just going to get back on defense, try to get rid of Banny, but he's got to jump now.
Indeed, here Benny has a jump. There are spiders from Ormi on the right-hand side. Now Sans going in. Oh, he gets taken down by the cocoon there, and that's unfortunate for him. Not going to get that value, but he has a super once more, so no harm, no foul. On the right-hand side, there is damage rolling in, but so is on the other side as well. So it's a pretty even game. 7% here. Hypercharge from Nathan. He's going to be able to finish this one off. It is going to be Crumbs taking down SSG once more. Second set here. The Crumbs.
That is crazy. We're going to see Crumbs taking another lead here. This is similar to the they were in against Tribe Gaming, but they're going to be up 2-1 right now. And SSG, if they do not win in dry season, is going to be our first team eliminated. So the stakes are super high. They've got to lock in on this draft. It seems like they had a chance to win in Kaboom Canyon, but the Charlie counter pick into the Chuck was just a bit too much for Sans to overcome.
Yeah, indeed. Here we're gonna go into dry season though, but I gotta say Kaboom Canyon was beautiful to look at. You had some moments of like aggression from Space Station Gaming. The setups from Sans were pretty interesting, right? He got those double hit setups, which he obviously saw from social media, practiced it a lot, but there's a reason why you don't see it being brought out as much in competitive, because the setup time is a lot more. You would be better off probably, you know, just running Chuck as intended, or running a brawler which could possibly satisfy the same niche, which is getting onto the objectives. So I feel like the Bonnie pick did a lot more for Crumbs than the Chuck did for Space Station.
Yeah, I think I agree with that take right there. I mean, Sand switched up the strategy in game 3. Game 1 and game 2, we saw him get very greedy trying to get the double damage setup. Game 3, he just decided, I'm just going to play Chuck the normal way, see what I can do here. But it was just a little bit too much damage coming in from the side of Bonnie and the Barry combination. They were just able to absolutely melt down SSG's safe. And it looked like they really didn't have any answer on the defensive end. Bobby spent the entire game playing defense, but definitely had his work cut out for him in that one. We're going to have to see how dry season goes. Typically a more passive map, but I mean, with the existence of Hank, Jae Young, some of these other brawlers, maybe even a Cat Daryl strategy, we could see a lot of aggro coming in here. It's going to be a little bit of rock, paper, scissors as far as the draft goes.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it's certainly who is it? It's Zemp drafting for Crumbs, I think, because there is no way we expect this sort of draft coming out from anybody else from Crumbs here. But I have to say, this guy is kind of crazy. I feel like he should be a pickup as a coach or maybe an analyst or maybe just a drafter for some of the premier teams in different regions, because like solely from the draft, you see him pulling his team kicking and screaming to later stages in tournaments, and which is why we're seeing them here today.
Yeah, no, they've played fantastically well as a team together. I mean, even with 2 different rosters that we've seen, Crumbs has gone toe-to-toe with Tribe Gaming, probably should have even won that. And they did manage to lose in 5 sets, double match point. But after that, now they're going toe-to-toe with SSG. They have the lead through 3 sets, so they've clearly proven that they can hang with the best. Definitely, this roster is some players that I would keep my eye on as we move into the next season of BSC. Not likely that they're going to be able to do much in this one since we are pretty late into it. But as far as GKR goes, guys, we are into set number 4 here. If Crumbs is able to win this, then they will send SSG packing. It is going to be dry season. Our bans are Gus, Brock, Kaze, Gray Jean, and then Kaze is banned out by both teams.
First pick from Crumbs going to be the Bell here. And this map has a lot of walls and some grass, and you're probably going to have people, I guess, clumping up together. But more so than that, you're probably going to have Crumbs opting to try to go for a brawler that can get the blue star, because if you get that along with the bell traps, then the other team has to walk in towards you, and with the unlimited bell traps that you can have, it's a scary thing to face off against. Jae Young is to be the first pick from SSG. It's going to be paired with a assassin or maybe a tank or something aggressive at least.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised to see the Bell coming out before the Jae Young. I mean, I feel like with the Bell first pick, that's something that you want to go if you think that you'll be able to get the blue star. So maybe they'll pick somebody who can get that for free. I think that Carl might be able to be in the mix, but the Charlie pick is going to be pretty nice from SSG as well. Actually, Crumbs is going to go with the Hank right here. So they're getting a big beefy fish on their roster. They don't want SSG to be able to pair that up with the Jae Young, but the Charlie is in play, so they might be able to get some cocoons off onto the fish. Going to be a little bit difficult for him to get too involved.
I like the fish, obviously. It's very tanky or whatever, but like you're not pairing it with any sort of support here, and I feel like tank is great right now in the meta, but like you have to pair it with a support, which I guess you don't see on the side of Crumbs. But SSG have a path forward to get this blue star somehow. I feel like maybe running a Carl would be decent, but the Hank is a threat really to deal with. I feel like Jae Young is great, but like you need to get a little bit more of a tankier option from SSG. Maybe even say an Ollie.
Yeah, they don't really have a whole lot of damage to be able to burst the Hank down. They are going to go with the Barley, which feels very passive to me. I feel like they don't really have anything that can prevent the Hank from pushing up outside of hitting a Charlie super. So going to be a lot of weight on whoever's shoulders is running that Charlie. Crumbs, on the other hand, I feel like they're probably just going to make a play for that blue star. Obviously, the Jae Young speed is going to be impactful at the beginning, but if they're able to get Hank up there with that slow bubble gadget, they might be able to catch him lacking. Definitely excited to see how the first interaction of this game goes.
For sure. I mean, you're gonna have that sustain from the Barley. It's also gonna make sure that the Hank can't hug the walls as much as possible, but to get that value, you need to be away from both the Amber and the Bell. We're gonna go into game number 1 of set number 4 between Crumbs and SSG, and in an unlikely situation, Crumbs are up 2-1 against SSG for the set score.
Yeah, it's a must win for SSG, but they do get away with the blue star for free. The Jae Young speed is going to be too much for Crumbs to contend with as far as that first star goes. We also have 3 gold skins on the side of SSG, so if nothing else, they're at least flexing a little bit of aura on their competition here. We're going to see what Crumbs can do to push back into this, but so far, they haven't really got any motion rolling. Ormy does get a super to burn down that grass, so at least a little bit more visibility, but it's probably going to have to be behind Nathan if they're going to make a push.
Oh yeah, for sure. This blue star is very important for SSG to get, obviously. And right now, the onus is on Crumbs to move up and get a kill or make something happen. So far, they don't really need to do all that. Right now, it's all about getting the utilities. Nathan needs to get his super, get his hypercharge, so you're going to see him slightly feeding the barley maybe, or getting fed. I'm not sure.
Yeah, Bobby's trying to just get as much pick damage as he can right here. Nathan's having a tough time moving up, but he is looking like he sees a little bit of a gap right now. Just feeding off of Bobby, getting his super. Even though Bobby's getting his super, Nathan is also charging his super when he takes damage, so it could be impactful for the end of the game. But without anybody who really is going to get onto Nathan's face, he's not going to get as much value from that super outside of the heals that it has to offer. Ormy has another super up here, which he's going to use to charge a second super, so might be able to catch somebody on fire soon. Sans is going to have to be careful about his positioning. And with 30 seconds left, we finally see Crumbs gaining some advantage here.
That barley is certainly a decision, but I think one which is working out a little well for SSG. It ensures that Nathan can't really, you know, stay on that specific point for too long and has to move back. But right now it's now or never. Super coming in from Ormy, manages to find a triple fire, but they are able to stay alive because of the Jae Young. Bobby very low, but still managing to stay alive. There is a kill on a Nathan. 3 seconds left of the cocoon as well. It doesn't matter as SSG are able to survive, and that was the name of the game, survival.
Yeah, they spent the entire game just trying to push up for that final push, but they were not able to get a single kill right there. The Hank bubble onto Bobby's barley was pretty impactful, but not enough to be able to secure that kill, especially with Sans providing those Jaeyong heals behind him. So we might see Crumbs make a little bit of an earlier push this time around, or maybe they'll do the same strategy again and just try to wait for maybe a more successful final push.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I like the way that went for a space station, but right now Crumbs have to get something going because, you know, they're just a few games away from going up and surviving, and SSG are almost in the brink of the ropes right now. They are one game away from exiting the entire tournament, and obviously they don't want to do that in the first lower bracket round, right?
Yeah, definitely not, but we're going to see a little bit of a different game flow this time. Nathan actually managed to grab that blue star. Sans not going to get it for himself, so now SSG is going to be pushing up on the aggro here. Chino's trying to get a couple shots off on Nathan. Bobby does have his super, and that could be so impactful as far as the positioning goes. He can probably trap them all in one corner. That's what he's going to be going for now. Nathan and Ormy have to push into Sans and Chino, and they're not going to be able to get too much damage, so maybe a little bit of wasted utility from Bobby. They're not able to walk away with the kill from it, but still a minute left, and unlikely that we see a kill until the end of this game.
I still can't comprehend how SSG didn't get the blue star. They have the Jaeyoung speed, so surely they should have got the blue star. And now actually they're going to be playing into the strategy that Crumbs wanted to go for the entire time. You're going to see all these nest eggs being littered across the map, and every single map is a little trap for them to get slowed and taken out.
Yeah, there's a lot of Ember Oil on the field as well, too. It is going to light up Chino, but he does have that cocoon to be able to counter that out as the herb on it coming in from Bobby, who does have another super online with only 30 seconds left. It's probably about time for SSG to start this push. Bobby's getting some speed from Sans, but he's got to see what he's going to do with this last call.
Indeed. Oh, a kill on an Ormy. That's exactly what SSG need in this situation. They are going to be pushed back a little bit, though. It's going to be 10 seconds left, and Ormy not in the mix of things. We see a missed mark as well from Banny. Bobby is going to go up against Banny, gets the kill, and there it was a cocoon from Ormy to ensure, onto Ormy to ensure that he couldn't walk up, and that's going to be SSG taking that game right there.
Yep, SSG is going to be tying it up at 2 sets apiece, so we will be moving to set 5 for our first lower bracket matchup of the day, and it is going to be Hot Zone. It's going to be Dueling Beetles, so it should be a pretty fun map for these two teams to duke it out on. The winner is going to move on to round 2 of the lower bracket, and the loser is going to be our first team to say goodbye in GKR playoffs, so definitely excited to see what we get into in this match.
Oh yeah, this is dry season. It's now Dueling Beetles. That's a little scary, right? Dueling Beetles is the last map. It's very cagey. There are these unbreakable walls and breakable walls as well. The grass in the mid, and along with a few walls which allow Penny to be slightly viable on, I feel like, only this map compared to the rest of the maps in the meta. You have different ideas that you could opt for, different strategies that you can bring, and I want to see which flavor we get today.
Yeah, I think that we could see a little bit more Barley action, Berry action, Willow maybe even could fall into the mix here, but it is a pretty thrower heavy map because of those unbreakable. Also, because of that, there is going to be a lot of wall breakers that you could see fall into the mix here. Like Griff is a pretty common pick here. Brock, not so much, but that as well as the tanks. We haven't seen either of these teams pull out the bull as of yet, but Elevate was showing off how big of a pick that bull can be. So maybe that's something that we could see. Maybe I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. That does seem a little bit too fun to be true, but lots of different strategies that we could go here. Haven't seen as much Ollie today as I'd expected to as well, but I know SSG likes playing that.
Yeah, I agree with you in terms of the Ollie, but more so about the bull. The fact that Elevate is trying it out and embracing it as a pick. Also, we saw Kodoji running it as well. Just it shows that there are some teams which are showing the respect to the bull that it needs. We saw how good it was in EMEA, so you know, maybe Elevate winning the monthly finals, doing pretty decently in the Brawl Cup is possibly slightly ahead of the curve when compared to some of the other teams in NA, and that may be a possibility, but that's something to talk about when we see Elevate next. Right now though, that number 5, Dueling Beetles, we're waiting for the draft. The teams should be in the lobby soon.
Yeah, I'm excited for this one, man. Crumbs has just given us some absolute cinema with their matches today, taking Tribe Gaming to a set 5, taking Space Station Gaming to a set 5. Like, it seems like there's no team that they're just going to be absolutely ran over by. They refuse to lay down and give it up to their opponents. So I'm happy that these boys have been able to put together some competitive games today, and it's really just going to all come down to this draft and this gameplay to see which team is going to be moving on to round 2 of the loser bracket.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't know which team to call it for. Obviously, Space Station are the overwhelming favorites, but Crumbs did pretty decently against their opponents before in the previous match, right? It was Tribe Gaming at a double match point and a double round point too. So, you know, if they're able to take down Tribe, not take down, but if they're able to push Tribe to set number 5 with a double match point, and Tribe is the top 2 team in NA right now, it's gonna be scary for Space Station to face down this team in set number 5, and we don't have Zemp with, you know, cold hands or wet hands either, so you know, no nervousness, no hopefully no throws as well.
Yeah, this has got to be a stressful situation if you're Nathan too. Hasn't played too much with the team so far, and now he's getting thrown into this winner go home situation on set number 5, Dueling Beetles. Our bans are in though. Both teams ban out Hank. Crumbs is going to add Lumi and Kaze, SSG going for Amber and Barry, and then they're going to go with that Charlie first pick. Just a brawler that has absolutely skyrocketed up the meta. We've seen her just be a very common early pick in these drafts now, even more so than Jae Young, who Crumbs is going to add.
Ooh, Jae Young. I like this one. I've already said why I like this one. I've said this maybe like 6 other times in this day, or maybe even 30. I don't even know. With Griff coming out great because of the cashback, and if you face off against tankier brawlers or even brawlers that are any type, once you get the cashback in your face, it's a little scary to go up against, right?
Yeah, definitely. I think that the wall break is going to be pretty impactful here. It's really good to break your own wall so you don't get spawn trapped as much. This is a very spawn trappy map as far as hot zone tends to be. SSG is going to be adding the Finks into the mix as well. One of the best brawlers to just hold control over that zone. Once you get one super, it's a lot easier to cycle those out as well, and it's going to make it pretty easy to dodge out of the Jae Young shots, even though those are typically some of the harder shots in the game to juke out of. We have one more pick coming in from SSG. Neither team choosing to go with any aggression really, so curious if we see some tanks start to get picked.
Barley's coming out. I'm very confused by SSG. They rank the Barley very highly. I understand that Barley can do a lot, but like this map, Juju's open. You have the grass, so you can address the thrower on the other side or any brawler on the other side. I feel like it's a very free Juju game. I'm not sure why they decided to go for the Barley here.
Yeah, I mean, I guess just because there isn't any tank coming out from Crumbs yet, but they definitely could pick something that they can pair with that Jae Young. It's definitely going to be a little bit scary, but the Barley's going to be able to feed pretty easily. There is still going to be those unbreakable walls, so even if Griff does break open all that he can, oh my goodness, we have another Mortis coming in. It's going to be another Banny Mortis game, guys. I'm excited to see how this one goes, but I think that he does have a good matchup into all of them. It's just going to come down to the Charlie Cocoons. If they can keep the Mortis trapped like they kept Sans' Chuck trapped, then they will probably have the advantage on the side of SSG.
No, this Mortis makes a lot of sense here, but the Finks has to play it perfectly, right? You're supposed to hold a few of your shots, waiting for the Mortis to come in, and then you can collapse on it in the entirely. But the thing is, Charlie also has a cocoon, so Mortis needs to be very selective about how it's going about doing things. So Barley's going to be the mark, Finks is going to be probably the second, and Charlie is the third option here. We're going to go to set number 5, Two have been claimed by both teams here. Whichever team wins this one is going to stay alive in the tournament and progress on towards the next round of the lower bracket. The team that loses is out permanently.
Yeah, we're going to see the first kill falling. Chino's able to take out Ormi. Chino also already puts Banny in the cocoon. That's going to be another kill coming out for SSG, so really good start for them. Even though the Griff is breaking all of these walls, they're still going to try to keep them trapped as much as physically possible. Banny's dashing up to his one saving grace with this invincible walls right here, but Nathan has his cards online, so it's going to be a little bit tougher for SSG to remain on this zone.
Cashback being brought in by Nathan. Ooh, Benny tries to go in, but gets taken out. Nice gadget from Sans, and I feel like that is the counterplay against Mortis. I feel like definitely SSG can address the Mortis with that, but the rest of the brawlers are the problem. Once you got the cashback on the left-hand side, sorry, the piggyback on the left-hand side and the right-hand side, what is Bobby going to do? What is Bobby conceivably going to do in this situation?
It's going to be really tough. One thing he can do is get his super and just throw it onto the zone to give them about 5 seconds where they can't get any more zone time, but they're going to have to all converge onto Banny. He's somehow able to get out of that situation, so the lead is back on the side of Crumbs. SSG might be able to take it out with a W pinch onto Banny's Mortis right there. Nathan has the hypercharge, so that's going to be easily taking out Sans, and they're going to be trying to push up a little bit further, but Bobby continues to cycle out his supers on the zone. Very even game throughout half of the match.
Indeed, Benny going in, but he gets cocooned almost instantly by Chino. That's crazy. The rats are there, sorry, the spiders are there, but he gets taken out regardless. Stands with his super on the mid, is being a huge nuisance. And in fact, the Finks pick is working out so great, giving them so much dividends, and Benny completely caught out in a bad situation. He tries to cycle his bats once more, hypercharge online, they get the kill on Benny once more, and that adds insult to injury as Ormi is caught on the right-hand side with no path forward.
Chino's doing a really good job keeping Banny out of this game. That is going to be his primary focus, and he has not slipped up quite yet. Sans is using that gadget to survive a bit longer, but he is going to trade with Ormi, so it's going to be a 2v2. Only 5% remaining on the zone for SSG. Likely just going to wait for Sans to get back and push in as a team. Nathan has the Griff cards, but it's not going to be enough damage to keep them off. Maybe it is, though. Bobby has the hypercharge. This has got to be the time for SSG to step back onto the zone. Indeed, they do, and they are going to take game number 1, moving on to a match point.
Beautiful stuff from SSG, and it's looking like it's spelling doom for Crumbs. They do have a brawler that can address them, but with the combination of the super from the Finks and the fact that, you know, Sans is able to use those gadgets to get out of that situation, the amount of value that you can get from the bats is shrinked. Compounded with the cocoon, you're not seeing Benny at all in this game.
Yeah, he's going to have to find a way to get involved without getting anywhere near Chino, because Chino did such a good job of playing defense onto the Mortis right there. Banny does go in for some value, but he's going to feed Sans his super as well. So full control on the side of SSG. The wall breaks are coming in hot from Nathan on the Griff, but it's not going to be completely broken up yet. Banny's going to be once again waiting for his chance, but he is getting bullied in that 1-by-1 corner right there.
Indeed, he's going to go in Sans now. I think he can get something going, but no, Sans finds him and Sans. Ooh, nice gadget from Ormi, but gets taken out by Chino. It is a 30% lead, and it ever so upticks for SSG.
Yeah, they're just going to be holding it down for the time. This is a much better start than they had last game, especially with Bobby zoning out the entire left side of the map right here. Chino has his super online as well, likely just going to hold on to that until Banny absolutely forces his hand. But I mean, we're going to have to see Crumbs make a move soon. This game is slipping away from them in front of our very eyes. Sans has another super as well, and that's going to be the cocoon onto Banny. All 3 members of SSG alive. They're going to quickly converge on that, and that is likely going to give SSG the win here. They're going to be able to move on to the round 2 of the lower bracket, and unfortunately, one of our favorite teams to watch throughout this entire fixture, Crumbs, is going to be our first of our 8 teams to say goodbye.
Yeah, as we say goodbye to Crumbs, their chances have officially crumbled in the GKR as SSG are front and center as they managed to take the dub here and are going to be in a lower bracket quarterfinals. Not sure which team they're going to be facing just yet, but that's going to be decided when we see our upper bracket matches later today.
Yeah, I think that they will be playing the winner. I don't even. Actually, let's not even try to figure it out.
Exactly.
Yeah, we'll talk about that tomorrow. But we are going to go into our next game after this, which is our game number 2 of our lower bracket. It is indeed going to be Code OG versus LLC Esports. So we're going to take a quick little break, and then we're going to get back for that game.
We will see you guys then. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to GKR. We thought we would be taking a longer break, but that's not going to be the case. Obviously, it's a long day already. We finished 5 matches. We have 3 more left. It's going to be Code OG versus LC Esports up next, and then we have Pioneers and Tribe Gaming and Elevate versus STM and Esports to round this one off to show us who is going to be in the later stages in the upper bracket finals and who's going to be facing off against Space Station, I guess, in the lower bracket. Not Space Station, but it's not Space Station. It's the other low bracket. Never mind.
Yeah, it'll be anybody except Space Station basically, but the loser of this game is going to be our second team to fall out of the tournament. Winner of this will proceed to round number 2 of the lower bracket. We have 2 teams here with a lot of potential. LSC Esports had a great game against STMN earlier today. They unfortunately fell a little bit short there. I believe they won the first set and then lost the next 3. Not what they wanted to see. Code OG, on the other hand, ended up losing to Elevate after getting bull picked pretty much into oblivion. So maybe they'll start taking the bull like we saw them take against Elevate near the end of that round. But I mean, Code OG is a fantastic team. This might be their final hurrah together as a roster, as well as OG has announced his retirement. So we're all rooting for the old man. Hopefully he can get a couple of wins on the board right here. But should be a pretty good match between these 2 rosters.
Oh yeah, for sure. It is a match between the old guard and the new guard. You have Carl's OG second best, who've been in the scene for a long time, especially OG and second best. They've been from the start of competitive from 2019. Oh, yeah. Charles, he's been there, but he hasn't figured that much until like 2022, 2023, when he was picked up by Luminosity Gaming. So this is a very strong roster from Code OG. LC Esports, you have the up and comers. You have Kirito, Squeezy, and Roladu. I've known all these guys in terms of I've heard of them in the semi-pro and the esports scene. You see them time and time again in the second day of monthly qualifiers, and now are making it more confidently and consistently to the monthly finals as well. So it's good to see new faces, and it's good to see the evolution of NA.
Yeah, I think they're a great team with a lot of potential. They've always, this entire season, they've kind of been in and around that top 8 mark, where you would be qualifying for those monthly finals. Haven't made all of them, but they've made enough to make a name for themselves. Some of Mexico's finest coming in for LLC. They did lose to the other Mexican roster in this tournament, though, STMN. So now they're going to be facing off against Code OG. We're going to see how this goes. We will be playing on the same 5 maps that we just saw Crumbs and SSG take place on. So our first one is in fact going to be Brawl Ball. It's going to be Sneaky Fields, and I cannot wait to get into this. Hopefully I want to see some more Bull picks, Panda. After Elevate, I feel like I just really want to watch Bull.
Exactly. I like the way Code OG brought out the Bull. We know how good Bull can be. We were casting another tournament where Bull was absolutely popping off, but Bull needs a lot more support, and you need to have those hyper carries. So you need to get 2 kind of supports for Bull to really operate, especially on non-Bull maps. I would say, what is a non-Bull map? Anything which is bounty or knockout is a non-Bull map at this point, but you can still viably run Bull if you have the right picks and bans.
Definitely, and we're definitely going to see some very interesting picks and bans coming through on this map. I mean, it's one of the tankiest maps in the game, one of the grassiest maps in the game, so any brawlers that have speed gears are going to be benefiting significantly from that. Also, just something kind of to take note of is that the bug in the game that caused all of the speed abilities to be a little bit better is still in place. So all of those brawlers running that speed gear on these grassier maps are going to be a little bit faster than they were a couple of weeks ago. So definitely something to take in mind. Especially brawlers like Ash can definitely benefit a lot from that.
For sure. And I'm looking forward to seeing how this one does play out. I mean, obviously we have these maps here, right? Sneaky Fields, Hard Rock Mine, Kaboom Canyon, Dry Season, and Dueling Beetles. These are going to be the same 5 maps that we play in the lower bracket first round, so it's not surprising to see that. I think I'm fading.
Yeah,
I think I'm fading.
We're getting a little tired over here in the casters booth, guys, but hopefully these guys will get into the draft soon and give us something to be excited about. Definitely looking forward to this first draft.
Yeah. Yep, for sure. I mean, this tournament is it's been a gauntlet, right? It's been a marathon. You've had so many matches. You've had multiple best of 3s, 6 of them for each of the match days in the group stage, 36 in total, and now we have these best of 5s. I believe it's 8 today, and then tomorrow we have even more, which is going to be another 7 tomorrow. So maybe 7 tomorrow. It's going to be 6 at least guaranteed. But
Yeah.
it's been a long tournament, and we're in the final stages. We're reaching the culmination of it, and finally we are going to be able to see which one of these teams are going to be hoisting the cup towards the end of GKR. Right now, we're still in the lower bracket. It's elimination game time, and we need to see which team is going to be exiting today along with Crumbs. Could it be LLC? Could it be OG? It's anyone's guess.
Yeah, that would be a pretty sad way to watch Code OG go out, especially in one of these competitive tournaments together as a roster. We've got a lot of OG fans, a lot of second best fans, so a lot of people that they bring to the esports scene just because they're rooting for that team. So it would be fun to see them move on further, but LOC is a young team with a lot of potential. Obviously could continue to make more of an impact in the game than they already have. So it's going to be sad to say goodbye to one of these teams, but it's exciting to see this bracket kind of fill out as we proceed through our double elimination bracket.
Just waiting for the teams to get into lobby, and they're finally here. Our draft is going to be available. We have Griff, Juju, Ash, Charlie, Chester, and Lumi being banned out. And the first pick for LLC Esport NA on a map such as this, and considering everything that we have, I don't think you can go wrong with a Jaeyoung. Just pair it up nicely with 2 tanks, and you're pretty much set.
Couldn't agree with that more. I'd be a little surprised to see Jaeyoung not get picked up with the first pick, realistically. It could be a Hank. Oh, would you look at that, man? It's a Hank. So, yeah, I think that Jaeyoung and Hank are pretty clearly the 2 best options here. And we're going to see LLC take the Hank. Maybe we'll see Code OG go with the J now, because that's definitely a combination that you don't want to give the opponent. So, it's going to be a pretty tanky option coming in from LLC. We're going to need a little bit of tank counter coming in to pair with the Jaeyoung on Code OG side. Curious what tank counter it might be.
Nita is going to be coming out here. I think that Nita classically on this map is a really great brawler, especially once you put down the bear. Bear also going to have a little bit of the sneaky sneaks, right, with the grass, so it's a little scary to go up against, and it is going to hold the line and has a lot of HP, which soaks up the damage. Poco is going to be brought out with the Hank. I mean, Jaeyoung is open, but they offer the Poco instead, so that is an interesting choice.
Yeah, it's the first Poco that we've seen throughout all of our games today. I do not mind it. I mean, it's good to pair up with the Hank. I don't really know if you're going to get too much value out of the second Poco gadget that neutralizes any ill effects. I mean, it could be good to stop a Nita bear stun, but that's really the only piece of utility that it would exist to counter out. LOC is going to add a Carl to the mix as well, so somewhat of a variation of the Poco double tank comps that we used to see back in the day. Code OG is gonna have to get a little bit more of a tank counter into the mix, and it is gonna be the Bull. My prayers have been answered, and that might be the energy boost that I needed to be fired up for this game in Sneaky Fields, fan.
Oh yeah, for sure. The Bull coming out along with the Jaeyoung is very scary to see. But, you know, on the other side, we have Hank along with the Carl. I feel like the Carl with the fire gadget could put a dent in the work for the Bull, but the Bull is so good right now. I'm not 100% sure if LLC can, you know, manage that smoke.
Yeah, I mean, Poco and Carl just don't really have that much damage in a 1v1 versus a Bull. It's really going to have to come down to the Hank Supers being online to stop the Bull from just kind of having his way. But we're into game number 1 of our lower bracket between LLC and Code OG. Second might be out of here already, though. He's looking for the angle, but he's not going to be able to get it. So that's going to be unfortunate for the side of Code OG. They're still going to hold down positioning, though. It's not like they lost anyone. They're just going to spam heal second, and that's going to be more than enough to get them through. Maybe even a little bit of a waste of a bear, but anything to secure that first goal.
Oh yeah, for sure. Speeds are going to be there for Charles with the Jaeyoung, and they've been tagging up Kirito on the left-hand side quite consistently. Second gets taken out, but he did a number on the other team here. Ball being pushed up. OG surviving, but no. The last shot there to ensure that he can't really get up there. Squeezy slotting that one in, equalizing the score at 1 apiece here.
OG's bear tried to save the day, but not going to be enough to push back all 3 members of LLC. Kirito just going to use that super to absolutely neutralize the Bruce Bear, and he's going to go for a sneaky kill back there, but Charles and second are still up. The heals might be enough to get second through, but they're not going to play that aggressive quite yet. Going to take their time back here as Rolladoo had popped his hypercharge. So both teams are going to be trying to establish a little bit of control, but second might be trying to force it now, and that's going to be an ill-advised super attempt. Going to lose their member and a little bit of utility there.
Ball being cornered by LSC. I think that they like their chances in overtime, and they're probably going for it in this situation. Obviously, there is a little bit of a range disparity Nita suffers, but so does second against Kirito. On this left-hand side, the ball has been cornered, given the SK special, and LC are just trying to figure out their win conditions before they go in, but it doesn't matter as second is there with his dash, taking out the opponent, and now LC have no option but to go back.
Yeah, Squeezy's going to be weak as well, and second's going to go in on roll with you, so that's likely going to be Kirito left on defense by himself. He's done, though, and that's ball is going to be able to get slotted through to Charles for a game number 1 win for the side of Code OG. It looked like they had all of the pressure at the beginning, but the side of LSC was able to get a sneaky response goal, but overall, it just looks like OG has the comp here.
Yeah, for sure. And then that last play there, we saw the ball being passed. We saw the stun as well, ensuring that it can't be picked up. And, you know, it was just beautiful, like, synergy coming in from Code OG, LC Esports. A little bit caught lacking here. There's a gadget from Charles, gets a lot more damage, and second finishes off Squeezy. Roller do the last one on his team, and it has to hold the line. But the ball in a very good position for Charles and the gang here, as they are completely in the grass and have complete control there.
Yeah, I don't really know why Code OG's just passing the ball back and forth between their members, but they have a big bear coming down now. Second's going to go in with the stun as well. Tried to force the goal, but once again, Kirito's super is going to be enough to keep them away for the time being. So both teams are going to be resetting now. Roladu trying to get control of this grass back for his roster, but OG is going for the ball, it looks like. Not really too sure what he's cooking up here, but Kirito is likely going to have something to say about that. Not quite yet, though. OG's got a hypercharged bear. Second is up here with super as well. He's going to fall pretty weak, but the Jaeyong heals are going to be online. The bear finally goes down, and LLC's defense is going to hold strong for a while longer.
Yeah, ball being pushed up. Second going in with a Scomper is able to get 1 kill, and the dash he goes in, adds insult to injury, gets one more roller who falls as well, and Code OG are finally on the board with 1 goal.
That's a big goal right there, too. Only a minute, a little over a minute left on the clock, so LLC is going to have to find a quick response like they did last time. OG pushing up very aggressively, and Kirito is going to deal with that, but second's hyper is online.
Oh,
the super passes through, and they found the angle for it. Code OG is going to quickly sweep that Brawl Ball set, and they're going to be up 1-0 over LLC.
Oh, that was a potato BS strat right down the middle. Just dash in, knock them back, go for the goal. That is classic bull strategy working out beautifully for the side of Code OG, taking set number 1 in a very flashy fashion.
I really liked their strategy a lot better than the side of LLC's in that game. I think that Bull is a great pick, and I think that Poco was a bad pick, even though the heals were pretty nice to have. Like, whenever somebody was one-on-one in the Poco's face, it's just nothing that Poco can do about that. No damage, and just was not really able to contribute to his team the way that I'm sure they would have liked to. The Bull pick, on the other hand, was pretty much the linchpin of that comp, able to just force so much area open, be able to clear out the path for some goals. So I think the Code OG draft was definitely there for set number 1. We're gonna have to see if LLC can draft a bit better moving into Gem Grab Hard Rock Mine.
Sorry, I got a bit distracted there. I didn't hear what you said. I will be perfectly honest. I'm sorry, Duncan. But
oh, good. I was just talking about draft, man. I just said that the Bull pick was better than the Poco pick, but LLC has a chance to set things right in Hard Rock Mine. Lots of different strategies. I could definitely see some Hank. I could definitely see some Gray, Gus action, as well as like Amber and Finks or some more slept on brawlers that we've seen a couple of times today, but typically not on a map like Gem Grab. It's usually more hot zone for those guys. So we'll see. I'm definitely expecting some Jaeyong to be in the mix as well, because that brawler is just so broken.
Indeed, we're going to be going into our draft here. We have Lumi, Kaze, Hank, Grey Chester, and Shade being banned out. All 6 different, distinct, unique brawlers. First pick for Code OG. Let's see what they go for. They go for the Gus. And on Hard Rock Mine, Gus, surely we see tanks coming in, right? Surely they're going to be running the bull. Surely.
I would be surprised to see tanks not come in at this point. I do think that Gus is the best and safest first pick for this map, so not surprised to see that come into the fold here. I like the bans a lot coming in from both teams. Lumi, Kaze, Hank, definitely some pretty OP brawlers, and then Code OG being a little bit more situational and specific with their bans. We do see the Charlie, as we've seen so many times today, coming in. And something else to take note of Charlie and Gem Grab is if she's able to hit that cocoon onto the gem carrier, even though it's not an instant kill or anything, it does immediately eject all of the gems from that brawler. So could get some sneaky resets with that tech in mind. LSC's got one more pick in their draft here.
Ash coming out for LLC. You have the Cocoon from Charlie. She has a lot of range and can compete with Gus at range now. Ashe as well, such a good lane brawler. Has a lot of speed, especially once you get raised up, and that's a little scary to face off against, obviously. But looking at all the bans, I feel like Ashe also doesn't have a specific answer that they could possibly pick up. I mean, yes, you can go for the Frank as well, but like, I don't know if that really makes sense considering you have a sitting duck, so to speak.
Yeah, it definitely is going to be a big Charlie feeder as well, and we see Kodo G going with the Ruffs. I'm a bit intrigued by that, as opposed to the Rico pick. I guess that they want the wall breaks that Ruffs has to offer a little bit more than they want the more consistent damage and range that Rico has. So not the worst strategy in the world. They're going to be trying to break up a lot of their own grass so that Ashe does not have as much room to terrorize them. And then if they're able to get a treat to their gem carrier on the Gus, that's just going to be an added benefit.
Exactly. We type when the other one yaps. That's how we're able to type and talk in chat. Anyway, Ruffs is there. Lily's gonna be coming out too. I think Lily is a very scary opposition to go up against because he can just like vanish right into your face, and then you get taken out if you're like any of the opponents on the other side. But obviously Charlie is a great answer if you have your cocoons and if you have your spiders as well. Maybe not the spiders, but Ruffs is an interesting pick, I have to mention. Yes, it has a ricochet feature and the ricochet mechanics, but you know, I don't know if Ruffs is all that great. Obviously, a Lily powered up by Ruffs' super is a scary thing to go up against. But here, we have Ashe and Daryl. I don't know if Kodoji have the damage to consistently take out both of these split lane pushes, but they don't have an option.
It's going to be a really, really aggressive onslaught coming in from LLC right here. Two of the scarier tanks in the game. And then although OG has the Lily on their side of the roster, like if the Lily pops that gadget, she goes to the Shadow Realm, she tries to reposition. That's just going to mean that the Ruffs and the Gus are left on their own to deal with the aggression. So I do think I favor LLC Esports draft a little bit more, but we'll have to see as we get into set number 2 right here. Kodo G is up a set over LLC, and we're going to see the spiders and the bags come down immediately. Lots of stuff to tank these shots, but Squeezy is just utilizing that additional Charlie range to get some taps on the second. OG is going to be right there for our first kill of the game, though.
That was huge. Wall scope's going to be broken on the left-hand side, which actually gets... Rolladoo somehow. Now, Dorito in an awkward position, running the Peck Ash. That's such a good skin. But unfortunately, he might be taken out there as he does. Nice super from OG, finds a kill on his Squeezy, and it's looking really good for Code OG. What a great start. OG also has a super, a hypercharge as well. Goes in onto Kirito, who gets taken out. No, Kirito's range is enough. Double dash coming in from Rolladoo, tries to do something, gets taken out. Squeezy trying to pick up the pieces for his team, get those gems, but so far not able to be in a situation where you can pick up those gems. No license to do so.
Yeah, the aggression and control both on the side of Code OG so far. OG himself has just been playing a fantastic Lily so far. That doesn't really have a great matchup into Kirito or Rolladoo, but he's making the most out of it nonetheless and finding his ways to get onto Squeezy. He does end up dying to a spider there, which is a bit unfortunate, but second is there for the tap. And that's going to be the first countdown started here. Obviously, Second and Charles both need to survive this, but they're quite treated up. They even have an additional treat that nobody even needs quite yet. So we're going to see with 10 seconds left, can Kirito, Squeezy, and Rolladoo come in here? It's going to be a 3v2, but the Gus Hypercharge Shield is online. Rolladoo has his utility, but not choosing to go in quite yet. And it's going to be a little bit too late with the aggression. That's going to be Code OG walking away with the dub.
I'm not sure why Rolladoo hesitated. He should have gone in at least 3 to 4 seconds earlier, and that could have been a possible reset for them. But Code OG getting the dub there is going to be huge for them. But honestly, I feel like LSC Esports dropped the ball in that one.
Kind of agreed with you on that. Also, just something to take note of is that OG played the beginning of that game so perfectly, and that is kind of what set them up for success. We're going to see him once again getting straight onto Squeezy, exactly what he's looking for. Kirito is going to be there with the help this time, but OG outplays and gets around that Ashe attack. Second's going to be in a tough spot, but OG is just absolutely on a tear right now, carrying his team with sheer willpower. They're going to have 4 gem lead, and OG already has a hypercharge too, just waiting to charge up that super now. He is popping off.
OG kind of crazy right now. It's a little scary to face him, obviously, and he has a hypercharge too. Is going to be taken out, but has done a number on Rolladoo. His job right now is to distract and provide enough room for his teammates to pick up gems, and you know, that's exactly what he's been doing. Second just has 5 gems to his name, but now in an awkward position with that nice roll from Rolladoo, but they are able to address it, and all of that aggression abated.
Yeah, OG did a good job helping out his teammate right there to make sure that they didn't lose their gem carrier. Squeezy has 3 gems, so the lead has been cut down for Code OG. Definitely still on their side, but we see Kirito is getting a lot of positioning up here with the Ashe. Might be able to catch Charles out. Indeed, he is going to be able to. OG is trying to take Roladu out, though. It's going to be a close one, but OG comes out on top. Kirito's there to clean it up, and now the robotic rats are coming through, somehow able to get that kill through all of those rats. I honestly have no idea how Second was able to land a shot there.
Yeah, indeed. Ooh, there is a super coming in, a purple button, in fact, from Roladu, who finds the kill with the help of Squeezy on OG, and now Charles is next to follow. Second in an awkward position, has to move back a little bit, has provided enough room for his team. Now OG gonna go in, he's sneaking away. Oh, missed it and hit the wall instead. Hypercharge from Charles, but he has to get the kill on a Roladu, who is gonna be helping out Squeezy and making sure that there is a slight buffer between him and Squeezy, and that is gonna be game for the side of LOC as they are able to tie this up at 1 apiece.
Yeah, once we saw LOC take control of the game one time, it was just impossible for Code OG to get back into the mix because of that aggression that Roladu and Kirito are offering on the Daryl and the Ashe picks respectively. So I feel like the pressure is just a lot. If OG is not able to completely dominate on his side, it's going to be pretty difficult for them to be able to pick up those gems in the mid, even though they've had good starts both games. Well, we're into game number 3, though. Winner of this is going to win the set. OG is getting pinched out very, very effectively so far, though. He does get a super, but not going to choose to use it yet. Now Kirito is going to be pinching up onto Second. A little bit of a miss super there from Squeezy, though, so not the best use of the utility, and Charles is kind of cooking on the left side.
Oh yeah, 100%. Considering the fact that OG has a super, I was surprised that the cocoon happened, but you know, it's almost prophetic that OG goes in onto him knowing that that super has been utilized, or rather misutilized on their part. Great start for Code OG, 6 gems to 0. This is what we saw in the first 2 games, but last time around, it didn't work out for them.
Yeah, and OG's going to miss his hypercharge super, almost dying with those 2 gems as well. Obviously, it's not going to be the best that he's in charge of those gems, but the cocoon is there. Squeezy's going to walk away stealing those 6 gems, and now Second has nothing to say about the matter. Full positioning on the side of LOC, 8 gems, and then the 10th gem is going to be spawning pretty soon here, so it's LOC's game to lose at this point. Code OG has to make a push here, but Roladu and Kirito are just going to be such a good distraction.
Yeah, OG in a difficult spot. He goes in, he gets a kill. He has a super as well. He has to stay alive and healthy, but the problem is, can he do enough damage to the opposition that he's going to go up against? Can he find the mark? He's able to go in, and he tries, but he's not able to find it, and it's going to go to LC Esports. We are tied now in the set score at 1 apiece. That means a guaranteed set number 4 is in the cards.
Yep, and we're going to be moving into set number 3 after this. It's going to be Heist, it's going to be Kaboom Canyon, and I guess we're just going to have to see if these teams choose to go with a control comp or if they choose to go with a base race comp. We saw SSG tried to use the Chuck strategy here, and it almost worked for them, but it took a little bit too much time to get set up. Something that I'm kind of curious about, Pan, do you think that we'll start to see some Charlie bans more often? I feel like she's been such a frequent early pick in these drafts today.
Oh yeah, for sure. I feel like Charlie is so good right now. The amount of range that she has is not just a problem to face Charlie on range, right? It just means that Charlie has so much more range now that she can hit shots more often, which means that you get your super faster. And that means that, you know, if you're going to go in with an assassin or a tank or whatever it is, you're going to get cocooned. I've seen more cocoons today than I've seen probably in the last 2 months in Brawl Stars. So Charlie is here to stay, and I don't know if she's ban worthy just yet, but she definitely is a consideration for bans in certain situations. I feel like it's a ban which is required if you want to run certain types of compositions which require you to jump in the face of enemies.
Yep, I completely agree with that take. I was going to say the same thing, but if you want to like ban for a Chuck, I think that you kind of have to include Charlie in that mix now. Same thing goes for like brawlers like Ashe, Buzz, Bull. So we'll see if the Charlie starts to be banned out a little bit more often. I feel like that is an adjustment that these teams are going to start to make here. But yeah, we're going to be moving into Kaboom soon here. Another brawler that did get buffed recently that I think is a lot better on this map than he used to be is Crow. He's got a lot more HP now, and that Crow hypercharge, although indirectly nerfed by the change to the heist safe, is still going to be very strong, going to be a lot of damage coming in. Not a brawler we've seen yet today, but I do believe that he could find his way into the here as well.
Oh yeah, for sure. Both of these maps that we had at the first 2 sets were kind of the same as the map that we have here. Let's grass some walls as well. We saw some spicy action from not Stamina, SSG in the last set here, last fixture, where they went Chuck on this map, but Chuck has been banned out, as has Kaze, Lumi, Charlie, Amber, and RT. I feel like this makes sense. Obviously, you don't want the Amber to burn up the mid, but you also don't want the Charlie to stymie your oppression. You also don't want the Chuck to go onto your face with your super. And the RT is such a great brawler for defensive plays. So you have defensive bans and aggression bans on both sides. Angelo first pick for LLC, with Bonnie being the first pick for Code OG.
I do like the Angelo first pick, and I'm not really sure why Kodo G is choosing to run the Bonnie into it. It seems like they might have just had their heart set on the Bonnie from the jump, because Angelo does have a pretty solid matchup into her. Pretty easy to hit those 4K shots onto her. And also, if you choose to run with the jump gadget, you're going to be able to get out of the Bonnie jump. So I think that Angelo does have a pretty solid matchup so far. They're going to go with the Finks as well on the side of Kodo G. Not a brawler that you see in Heist all that often, but if they're choosing to just kind of play the mid-control game, I think that Finks does have a place in the meta as far as that goes, but so far, not a huge fan of this Code OG draft. I really do like the bans that we're seeing, though. I'm happy that we're not going to have to see a million Charlie Cocoons this time around.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I feel like that is not going to happen, right? So we have Finks here. We have 8-Bit as well on the other side. LC Esports have to go for something. I feel like the Bonnie is such a good pick from Code OG. The Finks as well. Yes, classically Angelo 8-Bit are great, but we have to also look at the specific meta and player, right? So I'm not 100% convinced with what they have. They have to be a bit more careful on the lanes, and they're going for Carl. I like the Carl, but range disparity is such a big concern on a map like this.
Yeah, I think that the Carl is going to be decent with that flying hook gadget to be able to get him into the mid. I think LOC is going to just try to hold that mid control with the Angelo and Carl getting into the middle quicker than the team that Code OG is going to put together. But as far as the damage goes, I mean, the 8-Bit Angelo combo should be pretty decent, but it does take a lot of control to be able to pull off that strategy. So we're going to see what Code OG picks. It's going to be a Brock, so that's going to get them into the middle a lot quicker. And I feel like the first interaction of this game is going to be so important and so telling for how the rest of it's going to go. If whichever team loses this first interaction and loses that mid control first, might have their work cut out for them.
Oh yeah, for sure. You should expect the Brock to break the mid here, so Code OG should have early grass control. But the problem with this is that the 8-Bit, and if you get a complete team wipe, that 8-Bit, if it's set up properly with a broken wall, it's free line of sight to the safe. So I'm a little concerned about that. But I think that Code OG, they've played a lot of these brawlers before, and I'm confident that they can do decently well with this, as the wall break is there as expected. But this is going to be set number 3 between LC Esports and Code OG.
And it looks like Code OG is going to be kind of dominating the mid control as of right now. OG is going to have to teleport out of there, but he's going to be in a tough spot. Squeezy and Roladu able to combine, but Second's able to get that trade out. So now it's just Roladu sitting in the mid against Charles, who does in fact have his Brock super. So he could choose to break up some of this grass if he desires to. Probably going to save that for the safe. And it looks like he's going to let that rip right now. Trying to catch Roladu in there as well, but not going to happen. Second trying to get some good damage off onto Squeezy, but he's going to be getting tagged up pretty significantly. And he might actually fall to the Angelo poison. Kirito is going to finish him off. And OG is doing what he can on the defensive end, but now we've got to watch out for this Kirito gadget.
So much damage. Kirito by himself taking the save down by 1 peg here, which is huge. Squeezy in an awkward position, managing to survive, but that rocket rain from Charles finds its mark, in fact, and Charles should be taken out now. Roladu, clear line of sight to the safe. He's going to be able to roll down some damage, and you can see it coming in slowly but surely. And he's also going to use the wall to ensure that he's going to be a big nuisance and distract the other team. So this gives time for Squeezy to take down Roladu as expected. And despite what I thought, Code OG not doing as well against LLC.
Yeah, Roladu did a great job wasting everybody's time up there, but now it's going to be Code OG back on the offensive, second popping his Bonnie gadget for that increased reload speed and movement speed. He's got the jump, but he's being very patient about when to use it. Kirito is going to play a defensive damage booster, so not going to have it for the offensive end, but should be able to help out on defense, but he does die to Charles' super. Second is immediately decimated the second that he touches down on the ground, and it's going to be a pretty significant damage lead still sitting on the side of LLC. Charles is really the big damage dealer that needs to get onto the safe, but it's not going to happen quite yet, and there is a whole shield separating these two rosters.
Extra credits coming in, so much damage by Kirito, who gets jumped on by Second and gets taken out as well. OG holding that line in the bottom left, gets taken out finally. And despite the huge lead that LLC did accrue, it's slowly but surely getting chipped away. But 18 seconds left, it is not looking good for Code OG as they are trailing in terms of the heist damage here, and they are going to go in more. LLC are able to get it down to the last shield, and it's looking like this is going to be an LLC game number 1 here.
Yep, they're going to walk away with that one pretty comfortably. I just really am not the biggest fan of this draft from Code OG. I think that Finks is he's a decent brawler overall, but he doesn't really accomplish the objective that Heist is for. He doesn't get safe damage, and he doesn't have the greatest of matchups into brawlers like Angelo and 8-Bit. So OG's definitely got his work cut out for him right there. Bonnie was not really able to get too much success as well, and that's really what they need as far as the damage goes. It seems like Charles was the only one who was able to pepper the safe for real, but now we are into game number 2 of set number 3. This is going to be a little bit of a must-win for Code OG. They do not want to be going down to set.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it's not that great for them in this situation, but honestly, they're doing pretty well at the start here. From the outset, Kirito getting peppered by a lot of damage. Jump coming in from Second, and now he's going to be back into his mounted form, getting a little bit of damage on the objective, and that is going to be good for them as he's going to be taken out finally by Squeezy as they played Rigger rather rosy around that bottom right side.
Yeah, it was a good distraction, though, and it's going to allow them to pop that first shield of the game. Kirito and Charles are going to trade out right there, but Roladu's popping the super with the shield. He's going to be able to survive a little bit longer than he should, getting a lot of safe damage up. He's going to be trying to pop that first shield here, but it's not going to happen quite yet. Charles is walking back up with super, but Squeezy and Kirito both have the help of this damage booster. Still not going to be enough to stop Charles in Second, though. They're going to get a lot of damage down here, and they're approaching 50% on that LLC safe.
And right now, Jump coming in from Second once more. He's doing the same thing, exactly what you need to do in this situation. There's also going to be a rocket rain from Charles. He rains down some damage on the objective, and this is a much better game from Code OG. They're holding true to the mode and doing exactly what is required in the mode. The biggest strategy, the biggest objective is getting safe damage.
Yep, and now OG is going to get dashed on by Roladu, though. Roladu's using that extra movement speed to dodge out of Charles' shots, but Charles is finally able to clean that up. Kirito's got a hypercharged damage booster, too, with the extra credits gadget. That's going to get it down to 75%. Still a whole shield separating these two teams with only 45 seconds left. LLC is going to have to find a lot of damage pretty quickly here, and OG is just holding control of this bush so well. That's pretty much the only thing Finks is good for here.
Ooh, purple button. Charles gets killing and Roladu, and the damage just keeps rolling in. Unfortunately for them, the safe is immune, but now the immunity has since subsided. It's looking even greater. Jump coming in. They should be able to finish this one off. It's going to be a very strong response from Code OG as they equalize this game, the set at 1 apiece.
That's exactly what they needed right there. They were able to hold the control so much better. OG, even though he's not able to touch the safe, he's just able to exist in the middle of that map and prevent people from pushing into him. So I think that Second did a good job too of jumping into the spots where he knows that they can't touch him. And even though he's not going to be able to survive for long, it's going to be a waste of time. It's going to allow his teammates to get up. But we are into game number 3 of set number 3. Absolutely massive for momentum. OG's going to have to use his teleport to get back. Both these teams are just fighting for mid control to start the game.
See a lot of damage being popped on a Roladu who gets taken out. Kirito as well, very low. Jump coming in. Second adds the kill. He's gonna go back onto his mech farm. Beautiful stuff from Second. That Bonnie has been absolutely phenomenal in terms of making sure that they have damage on both the objective and getting those important kills. It's not just a one-trick pony.
Yeah, Charles has his super ready to go as well. Likely going to let it rip on safe, even with Squeezy standing directly in his face. They're going to end up trading that out. OG surviving on very little HP, but it's going to be massive for his team's control that he's able to survive that. Second is going to be able to survive on low HP too, but Roladu's likely going to be able to clean that up. Not actually. That is a very bad death from Roladu, and now Second is going to be able to heal back up. Full control and safe damage sitting on Code OG side.
Indeed. LLC being pushed back all the way to their spawn, not able to really compete. Jump from Second and doing the same thing that he's done the entirety of the last 2 games here. Gets taken out, unfortunately for him, and Code OG. Charles though finds one, he finds a second, and that is great for Code OG.
Charles is absolutely popping off on this Brock pick as he needs to, since he is his team's main damage dealer. They are under 50%, and LLC have yet to touch the safe. Not too sure what the wall break is there. Maybe just wanted OG to get some damage. Second is going to be going for it as well. In a 1v1 with Kirito, he's able to come out on top. Now him and Charles are going to be able to pepper the safe. Very likely going to get it down to 25% on this push. Not quite yet, actually, and that's going to be pretty impactful. But at the same time, LSC is just yet to even touch the safe. They have no offense this entire game. OG is not letting them through this middle grass.
Wow, he's been so oppressive. Squeezy destroyed there. Second is also going to be taken down. Finally, we have a turret coming down, but there is so much of disparity in terms of damage. Now they might be able to make something happen. Unfortunately for them, the turret's not going to be up, but extra credits could be used by Karito, who manages to dodge a lot of these shots from Brock, which is a little bit impressive, if I have to say. Charles going up against Roland, who tries to find that shot. He finds the shot in the end, but Squeezy with the hypercharge there, he finds a kill on it. Charles, that's huge. He's going for some safe damage, but it's unfortunately a bit too late. Signs of resurgence were there for LLC, but at the wrong time. And now we have Code OG taking set number 2, or rather set number 3, their second against LLC.
Yeah, LSC really put their foot on the gas at the very end of that game, but it was too little too late. Nowhere near enough time, especially with the heist change, with those shields popping up to slow them down. A little bit unfortunate for LLC, but they did somehow lose to the Finks pick on Kaboom Canyon, so not their best showing so far. And now they have to find a way to bounce back in set number 4, which is going to be dry season. If Code OG wins this, then they will survive to see another day, and we'll have to say goodbye to LLC Esports. If LLC Esport wins, then we're going to be moving on to set number 5, Panda.
Exactly. That number 5, it's down for all of the marbles if that does happen. But right now though, it's dry season, so let's see how dry season works out for both the teams right now. It is hot season right now in Calgary where I stay, so
yeah, I hope you guys are all staying hydrated at home. It's been a long day for Panda and I back here in the booth. Hopefully you're hanging in there, Pan, but we've got a couple more games ahead of us here, coming into our final match in the lower bracket today before we move on to our upper bracket quarter or semifinals, I suppose. But we are going to be on dry season first and foremost here. Some brawlers to really look out for on this map, I would say. You've got the Jae Young, you've got the Charlie, you've got Gus, Gray, Gene as well. That could be some of the more impactful picks on this map. Bell has also been a pretty frequently drafted first pick on this map, because if you're able to get that blue star, you're able to stack up so many of those bell traps, and it is a very passive map. A lot of teams choose to wait for that last second to make any pushes.
oh yeah, for sure. I mean, we saw Bell being brought out a lot, and it's really predicated on the fact that you have the confidence that you can get a kill on the other team if they have the blue star, or if you pick up the blue star yourself. So not wrong to go for Bell, but let's see how this draft pairs up. And I like the fact that Bell is going to be banned right off the bat from Code OG. You have Mr. B, RT, Jae Young, Hank, and Lumi as well, rounding out all of the bans, with the first pick being Kaze. And I think that Kaze is really strong right now. You can't really go wrong with Kaze, especially once he gets their hypercharge with that super in the ninja form. It's just basically a death sentence at that point.
Yeah, Kaze is a brawler that we have definitely not seen as much as I have really expected to today. I think she is arguably the strongest brawler in the game, up there with like Jae Young and Hank, so it's definitely going to be pretty exciting. She will be able to dash for that blue star as well, which is so very important on dry season. LLC is going to go with the Gene though, so they're looking for more of that turnaround potential, maybe just kind of admitting defeat as far as the blue star goes, and they want to be a brawler that can take back the game at the end, but they're going to pair it with a kit. So that is very, very interesting. Gives them the option to take maybe a Daryl or something of that sort with the final pick of the draft, but Code OG is going to have to answer now.
Oh yeah, for sure. And they go for a kit with the Gene, and you know that is I mean, that's something that it's scary to face off against, right? Because you know that the last pick is going to be very aggressive. So Code OG have to draft accordingly. Yes, they have a linchpin in their composition, which is the Kaze, but okay, they're going to pair it with Gus. The Gus shields are very important on dry season, especially on a mode like Bounty Gus you can't really go wrong with. But this last pick is very important because Kit is so adaptable that you can run all sorts of things, and I feel like Charlie is such a good option here because the cocoon is going to be able to shut down anybody that Kit jumps on. So I like this from Code OG. Definitely makes Kit's gameplay style a lot more different than expected.
Yeah, even before we saw the Charlie range buff, this was the one use case that she did have in the meta. When the opponent does go Kit, Daryl strategy, Charlie is one of the most classic shutdowns to that, so that's probably what we're going to see. I doubt LLC goes with the Daryl now that Charlie's in the board, and it is going to be a Penny, actually. First time seeing that brawler today, so definitely intrigued by that. If they are able to get a high turret up, that could be pretty impactful. Not really any member of Code OG that's going to be able to take that out. So we'll see how this game starts, assuming Kaze will go for the blue star, and then it's going to be all up to LLC to make that final push.
Indeed. Let's see how this one plays out. I like the Penny a little bit, but honestly, I like the Kaze a lot more with the Gus and the Charlie. It's a well-rounded composition from Code OG. Let's see how it plays out for them, but it's looking promising.
Yeah, we're going to have that blue star immediately picked up by second best, as we expected. Rolladoo and Squeezy are going to spend a majority of this game just trying to charge up their supers. Both can be so impactful. I would say that Squeezy's is going to be the most important, but if he gets that one time in the game, that's really all that matters. Code OG is going to be on the back foot, second switching into ninja form to be able to deal a little bit of damage to Rolladoo, and Code OG is just going to be kind of chilling for now, but Kirito has used his invisibility to slide up into that top left bush.
Dorito left-hand side, just being a little bit of a sneaky boy. Ooh, the kill has been confirmed. He didn't have to jump in. Nice from Rolladoo, but there is a stun on the second. They should be able to get that kill on a second. Nope. Oh, they are. Dorito managing to get away without any problems, and OG's gadget actually does him under.
This is going to be an absolute nightmare for Code OG now. Rolladoo has the turret up. There is no answer for it on the side of Code OG. So now that's basically going to be a 4v3, and they're going to go with the jump and the stun strategy. Absolutely diabolical combo from Kirito and Squeezy right there. And the lead is extending. 7-star lead for LLC. It's going to be really tough for Code OG to make it back in here. But if they are, it's going to have to be on the back of second best.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm not sure how everything kind of got away from them. I felt like they had a way to do this, but the Kirito, perfect plays from him. The sneaks are right, the jumps are right, everything's been great.
Yeah, and he's going to do it one more time. OG is going to be pretty weak, and Rolladoo is going to be able to clean that up. Kirito does fall, but I'm sure they're not worried about it. Max range pull coming in from Squeezy, and that is probably the nail in the coffin. I mean, 15 seconds left. LLC is up by 8 stars. We're going to have to see a cocoon come into play right there from OG, but they're making a push, but it's not going to be enough at the end of the day. Charles does get a kill, so only 5 stars separating these two teams. They're going to need a team wipe, though. They got one, and is there any chance they can get the second? There is not, indeed. That is going to be LLC taking game 1 of Bounty.
Beautiful stuff from LLC right now. 1 game away from keeping their tournament hopes alive. They need us at number 5, and doing what they did in this last game is exactly what they need to do. So let's hope they can execute that vision. But Code OG want to close this one out, so they don't want to give them that breathing room. So expect fiery results coming in from them next time.
Yeah, once again, second going straight for that blue star, but we saw that happen last time, and they just fell apart pretty quickly, though. Once Kirito and Squeezy were able to hit that diabolical cat-gene combination. Oh, but Charles is there with the Cookie Popper, a much better start, and Code OG's not taking their foot off the gas pedal yet. They want to stay aggressive. They do not want to let LLC get some of those easy pickings that they got in the last game. I think a big portion of that is going to rely on not feeding Squeezy, because once he gets the super, the cat jump gene pull combo is pretty much undefendable.
Oh yeah, for sure. And honestly, I like the way that Code OG are playing this one much better than the previous game. They were a lot more passive, and the passivity was what did them in the previous game. But this time around, they were a little bit more aggressive. They don't want to go all the way back to spawn here, and obviously they want to be caught out by Kirito's sneak. So second bush checking every time he can do so, as long as Kirito is invisible.
Definitely wise of second to keep on checking that upper left bush. They do not want to get caught lacking by Kirito on the cat again. We have a Cookie Popper being released onto the field, but Charles is not choosing to pop it quite yet. He does have his hypercharged shield, though, so he's going to be able to give that to anybody who Kirito jumps on. OG's falling quite weak, but he hits the cocoon. He's going to get shielded up by Charles. And Rolladoo's going to be weak. They are going to go in with the cat jump, but OG is there with the cocoon. He's still going to fall. Wow. And oh no, second is going to be in a lot of trouble there. That is going to be the lead falling back to LLC Esports with only 30 seconds left, Pan.
I'm not sure why second went in. There was no reason for him to go in for that interaction. They were already good. Now, though, Kirito misses his jump. Pull is there. Second is going to be taken down. It's up to OG and Charles to get something going for second when he comes back, inevitably. But there are stuns, though, from Kirito, and he's not going to be... Oh, he gets taken out. Charles with the hypercharge. The lead is still very much on the side of LLC. But jump coming in from Kirito. Can he find the kill on OG? On the other side, though, the second is going with OG. They are able to get the kill. They are able to get the blue star. That is actually game for Code OG. They are now on match point.
What a comeback. They had to sacrifice their teammate to Kirito on the cat on the left side, but on the right side, they knew who they had to take out to be able to get that lead back in their favor. Really well played, especially communication-wise between the members of Code OG. You know they're locked in when OG's got the camera off, and that is exactly what we saw. Now we are on a match point for Code OG right here. If they're able to walk away with this unlikely victory, then that is going to be it for LLC, but once again, Second grabbing that blue star, playing pretty passive, a little bit more aggressive this time actually than we saw in game number 1, but about what we saw in game number 2. Kirito is sneaking, and he's going to get one singular slap off on Second, but both teams are going to be pretty passive now.
Oh yeah, for sure. Squeezy and Rolladoo on the right-hand side, Kirito on the left, and Second ensuring that he knows where the cat is at all times. Obviously, you don't want to be caught lacking and sneaking by that cat here. Kirito has moved up into the left bush, and as a result, they've also respected that and are moving back. Obviously, he has a jump as well. That stun is a little bit scary for Code OG to go up against, so they are respecting it. But whenever the cat is low or whenever Rolladoo is low, that is when you see them trying to make a counter-offensive.
Yeah, once again, we see Rolladoo and Squeezy both have no supers online as of right now, whereas Charles and OG do, so the utility advantage is definitely sitting with Code OG. They need to get that penny turret. They need to get that gene pull because Kirito can't do a whole lot by himself. He needs to be able to combine with Squeezy, and that is a combination that we didn't see in game number 2, but saw a lot in game number 1. Only 45 seconds left, though, and there hasn't been a single kill yet.
It's a little bit slow. It's a little bit steady. But if you have the winning formula, why do you want to change it, right? That's what Code OG are doing right now. But the scary thing is, once Squeezy gets his super, we know how potent that kick combination is with the gene pool, and now if you add the turret to the mix, it's a lot of chaos for Code OG to deal with, especially in the last 20 seconds of the game. Now Kirito jumping in, he goes in, he gets taken out, but no, the gene gadget is there to keep him, take him out instead. It's going to be a 3-3 and the blue star on the side of Code OG, but no, the kill has been confirmed onto OG. That's unfortunate. Second getting stunned. It's up to Charles to do something, but Kirito, it manages to slot that one in, and that is going to be the set for the side of LS Esports, and we get a set number 5 on our hands once more.
That was really well played by LLC. That high penny turret is just so difficult for OG to deal with. They didn't really have anybody that's able to take it out, so it was more or less going to be a 4-on-3 for the end of that game. And we just saw things fall apart for Code OG so quickly. They had the match point, but they squandered it. Now we're going to be moving on to set 5. Winner is going to stay alive. Loser is going to be going home on Dueling Beetles.
Yeah, it feels like almost every other team wants a set 5, and you know, this is the lower bracket, so it's very scrappy. It's going to be very testy. Dueling Beetles is the name of the map. I'm not sure about who is going to be winning this, but regardless, the loser is going to be exiting, and the winner is going to be waiting to see who they're going to be facing off against from the upper bracket.
Yep, and it's all going to come down to Hot Zone. It's all going to come down to Dueling Beetles. There's a lot of different strategies that teams can use on this map. The wall breaks are there, the thrower strats are there, the healer tank comps are there, so the draft is definitely going to be pretty telling as far as what strategy we're going to see here. I think that Code OG likes going for the Finks on this map. They've already ran the Finks on Kaboom Canyon. If you like it there, then you might as well play it in Hot Zone as well. But we've seen Barley come into the play here. We've seen, obviously, Jae Young and Hank be pretty impactful in this map and in this meta. So curious to see once we get into the draft what type of strategy we'll see.
Indeed. Set numero Cinco. Yeah, I don't know Spanish, guys, but yeah, number 5, Dueling Beetles. I'm going to see what is going to be brought out next. It is interesting that we saw Dry Season in the previous map. Dueling Beetles could be another place where, sorry, what did I say? It's interesting that we saw Penny in the previous map. Now, Dueling Beetles is another map where Penny has a little bit more viability, but honestly, Penny is not at all a meta pick. The fact that LSE Esports were able to make it work was kind of crazy. There were some throws from Second. He went in with his super on a people when they already had the lead for no reason whatsoever. And I feel like that could have already been a set number, like that could have been set number 3 for Code OG.
Yeah, I think that the reason that we saw the Penny work out so well is because Code OG had no throwers or piercing brawlers that were able to deal with that turret once it was set up. So it was definitely a little bit of an unfortunate situation. They got super spawn trapped. I think that the Penny is decent into the Charlie, though. I mean, we've seen the Charlie spiders be a very impactful gadget in the game, but obviously a brawler like Penny is going to thrive off of that. So Maybe that's a new counter pick now that we're seeing the Charlie meta. Maybe Penny is going to get a little bit more love in the meta because of that counter. So could see that come into play again here. Not expecting any more Penny than we've already got though.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, Dueling Beetles, we saw the man in the chat, Betty, running Mortis on Dueling Beetles. It didn't work out well for them, but I'm guessing maybe it could work for other people. It's not that much of a meta pick, but what is meta is Charlie, and I don't see it being banned out here either. We're going to be going into our draft. We have Griff, Barley, Gray, Kaze, Lumi, and Gray being banned out. With Barley being banned out, I feel like, you know, you have more viability to go something like a Juju as an option here. Also, you have Jay Young as an option as well. They go for Barry as their first pick.
Yeah, I think that the Barry is a very, very, very solid first pick. The only thing that does counter it out is typically going to be like those super heavy tank counters, that super heavy wall break, but they did ban the Griff kind of in anticipation of that. They also banned out Barley, who is frequently taken as a Barry counter on a map like this. So pretty good strategy coming in from LLC. Seems like they have the draft kind of falling into their hands the way they like it, but Kodo G is going to be taking a heavy tank counter with that Lu. Pretty solid option right there, especially when paired up with the Hank. I really do like that 2-3 Kodo G, the Lu super to zone out the opponents, the Hank bubble to be able to take out the opponents, and it's just pretty beefy.
Yeah, for sure. You have the stuns, you have Hank as well, but what? Wow, we have a Barry
That's
Poco.
crazy.
That is kind of crazy. That is unexpected, but expect Ash. Yeah, exactly. Ash is going to be coming out. Ash is going to be crazy. But still, though, I mean, you could have the best brawler in the world. The hypercharged Lu is going to shut you down. So I don't know if I agree with LLC Esports in it. I see the vision, though.
Wow, this is an interesting draft right here. We got double healer Ash, and then we have Ems, Hank, and Lu. Honestly, not the worst case for the Ems. I mean, she's on a pretty underrated counter into the Ash. She's got knockback. She's got obviously the ability to pierce through the robotic rats. And if a team is going to be grouping up like the way that Barry, Poco, and Ash likely are going to want to, then Ems is going to be able to do so much group damage to those opponents. So I think it's a fun off-meta pick, and I feel like these teams have just given us so many off-meta picks today with the Poco, with the Ems. But we are into our fifth and final set between LLC and Kodo G. Winner is going to move on to day 2. Loser is going to be going home. Kirito is trying to get the first kill of the game, but Second's going to be able to take him out, and OG is pushing up very aggressively on Squeezy. Roladu is going to be the lone remaining member, but he has no damage.
We've seen one Potato BS draft earlier today. It feels like this is a second Potato BS draft. Hopefully for LLC, they are able to come out on top, but unfortunately, they're going up against some very hard counters. They have to deal with Charles's Lu, which is going to put down those ice rings. You can have all the healing in the world, but the stuns make it very difficult. Once you get slowed as well, it's even more so. This knockback is there for a second. Roladu gets rolled, and Kirito trying to get onto the point, and he does, but you know, I don't think he's going to be staying there for too long.
Yeah, almost was able to take down Second, which would have been very, very impactful, but Second's able to survive, and that's going to make it really tough for LLC to push back onto the zone. All 3 members of Kodo G have remained pretty healthy the entirety of this game, all getting healed back up now, and Squeezy and Kirito are going to be planning their next push, but OG's going crazy with that fish hypercharge. The zone is already above 85%.
What?
And there's going to be a lot of kills going down. Somehow everyone except for OG dies, and he's just going to be collecting this final 10%. Yeah, he's all by himself, but he's going to be fine with that, man. They're going to finish off the zone right here, and OG is going to be once again moving on to a match point.
Beautiful stuff from Kodo G. They definitely know how to run that draft there. I mean, it's a complete counter draft. It's not a draft that would be conventionally normal or expected, but it is specifically to shut down the composition that they're going up against. I would have thought that they might have gone for maybe a Jesse, but that Ems pick has worked out pretty well.
Yeah, the Ems pick did work out pretty well. A couple of times where Second felt pretty weak, but he never ended up dying, I don't think, a single time right there. OG's going to be pushing up aggro onto Kirito. Not going to be able to get that kill. That is going to be an early death and not as good of a start for the side of Kodo G. Squeezy's going to be trying to move up onto Charles, but now he's got the super, and I believe Roladu already wasted his gadget, so he's not going to allow his teammates to walk over that, and Second is just getting so much damage in here on the right side.
We have Second rather, with his super. It's so obvious I'm fading. And Kirito is there to just ensure that he provides a little bit of a distraction as Code OG are kind of running away with this one. They are up 40% here, Duncan, and I don't really think that there is a way forward for LLC Esports to really make something happen. Just look at that hypercharge, and Barry goes for the hypercharge too, but doesn't finish off OG, which is a little unfortunate in that situation. And honestly, I don't think that LLC have the sauce.
I don't think I think I agree with you on that one. I think they went with a little bit too much healing and not nearly enough damage. They're just getting completely bullied off of the zone here. Second best going absolutely insane on the Ems pick. Did not expect to be saying that today, but that's going to be 96, 97, and 100% on the zone. Code OG is going to walk away with this victory in 5 sets, and they're going to be moving on to day 2, round 2 of the losers bracket. And unfortunately, we will be saying goodbye to LLC, and they join Crumbs as our first 2 teams and our only 2 teams for today that are eliminated.
Indeed, congratulations to Code OG. Commiserations to I forget LLC Esports name because I am very smart, but LLC Esports are out of the tournament. Code OG are going to be progressing onwards. They need to see who they're going to be facing in the lower bracket. But right now, we're going to have Kansas City Pioneers versus Tribe Gaming and Elevate versus STM and Esports. We're going to take a small break till Pioneers and Tribe Gaming get into draft. So, it's going to take maybe 5 to 6 minutes, and we'll see you guys then. Hello everybody and welcome back to GKR. We are going to be going into our draft. It's time for Pioneers versus Tribe Gaming. Just looking at our draft, we have Lumi, Lu, Kaze, Bo, Byron, and Bell being banned out. First pick going to go to Tribe Gaming, and it's going to be the Gus to be coming out for Pioneers.
Yeah, these are two brawlers that we see pretty frequently picked up on this map. Obviously, as far as hot zone maps go, this is one of the more ranged ones, so not surprised to see a little bit of range action coming in from these two teams right now. It's going to be the B as well as the Charlie coming in for Pioneers, so that's got to be one of our most picked brawlers throughout the entire course of the day. Jae Young has got to be up there as well as Hank, but Charlie has been such a mainstay in this current meta. Tribe Gaming's going to have to go for an answer, but they don't want to go too aggressive because that will get countered out by the Charlie and the B, and they've kind of put Tribe in a tough spot as far as the draft goes here.
Oh yeah, for sure. We've seen how good Charlie is in each of the games that we've seen so far. So having it being picked up makes a lot of sense. Hank is also going to be a problem, but I feel like Charlie's cocoons are going to address that a little bit maybe. So I don't know if I agree with the Hank. Obviously Gus is going to be shielding it up, but does it have the sustain? Not really right now.
Yeah, I think that the Hank is just kind of a permanently good brawler though. Like even with the taps of the B and the Charlie, it's still there's still a pretty solid case for Hank making an impact on this game, especially if he's able to get that positioning one singular time. It's going to be hard to bully him out even with counters, and we're going to see the Penny coming in for Tribe Gaming. So taking note that Pioneers don't have either brawlers that are wall breakers, throwers, or pure shot brawlers. I think that the Penny turret could find a good amount of utility here. Pioneers is likely going to have to go something that can address that at some.
Exactly. The way you have to draft things is to ensure the conditions are met for a brawler to be picked up, and the conditions are met for Penny to be picked up. Yes, Penny isn't that meta, but she can be meta in certain maps such as this one, and with the conditions which we have, I don't think that the Penny is going to face all many problems, but Draco is a problem, so to speak, for the entirety of the team on Tribe Gaming side. Though I think that if they focus down the Draco, it shouldn't be all that bad. That being said, B and Charlie are also big threats on their own, so I like this Pioneers draft a little bit more, honestly.
Yeah, I feel like going the Hank into the B and Charlie is a little bit scary for the side of Tribe Gaming. The Hank player is going to have to perform incredibly well, assuming it is going to be RBM. The Draco pick is something that we've seen pretty often on hot zone maps as the last pick. I kind of thought they might go something to address the Penny turret, but it seems like they're going to be pretty comfortable just moving around that. But we are into game number 1 in our first upper bracket round number 2 game. KCP is going to be in blue, Tribe Gaming in red, and so far it looks like Zulon is holding down control zone very well, able to connect that slow onto RBM as well, so he's going to be using that shield, and they're just going to be getting the zone up to above 20%. Fade has not gotten much motion yet, but his existence behind this L-shaped wall has been enough to distract the members of Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, and now that the Penny's got the turret down, that is going to be a little bit of a problem for the side of KCP. As long as they are not focusing, then the Penny turret is going to get a lot of value. Though Penny has been slowed down, Zulon getting taken out by Zeus is going to be huge as RBN finds a kill on a Fade. And now Tribe Gaming are getting back into this game. They were down, but now have got back to parity.
Yeah, and there's going to be no answer for that Penny turret right now. Tyrant is going to have to either go all the way up there to deal with it or try to keep ignoring it for the rest of this game. It seems like he's kind of just playing the ignoring game so far. So him and Zulon are going to try to take back control of this zone. It's pretty even so far, and that slow is going to be pretty impactful if they're able to catch out Luffy. But the use of the hypercharge, that speed is going to be so important. Now he's got a hypercharge turret up. This is going to be tough for KCP to get around.
Oh yeah, immediately after the turret went up, they went from 0 to 30-40%, and now with the second turret, I mean basically it's another second turret, right? It's kind of crazy how dominant Tribe are going to be in the second half of this game. Fade going in with his super, not able to get too much value, is certainly going to be taken out, but pops his gadget and manages to survive, so not as sure as I thought it would be.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty even game on the middle of the zone here, but Zulon falling is going to give Tribe Gaming a lot of room now. Fade is going to get a kill over on RBM in the backside of the map right now, but the double Penny turret is just being so annoying for the side of Tribe Gaming. It's absolutely peppering Tyrant, and even with that turret, though, KCP is still able to maintain some zone supremacy. Some great taps coming in from Zulon to eliminate RBM, and they are going to be able to take the lead back, even if so by a very small margin.
Oh yeah, Zulon is just a phenom on the B. He's been I guess the previous tribe roster is certified B there, so Fade going in once more, and he pops his gadget, manages to stay alive for a little bit, but the biggest objective there is to create a little bit of a distraction here. There is a cocoon, but nice super from RBM. He has a hypercharge popped as well. Tries to go for the super, maybe for a healing, goes for it at the end. Fade very low. It's a very close game, 13%. Is all that Tribe needs, and Tribe is on the point here. Can they get this one down? They are able to do so as Fade gets taken out. It is 105 Tribe Gaming pipping their opponents by 5%.
Tribe Gaming picked the perfect time to go all out on that zone. They managed to play a whole penny hypercharged turret just to tank a couple of shots, but when it gets down to that end game, you don't care if the turret gets taken out. You just need things to tank for you. That's exactly what we saw happen. Zeus getting his hypercharged shield at the perfect time to be able to top off that zone as well. Really well played to Tribe. It looks like they were going to be in a pretty tough situation, but they kept their heads down. They played together as a team, and that's just the communication and the synergy that we've been coming to expect from this Tribe Gaming roster.
Oh, 100%. They have demonstrated this consistency and this ability to keep cool and calm and collected, which is why they are top seed in EMEA for now. And let's see how the rest of the season fares for them. Right now, though, they have a pretty decent start here. Very early turn, like they did last time around. So much of value being provided, and that's solely because of Fade here. And the penny turret is going to be hypered very soon as well as Fade gets taken out.
Yeah, definitely a much better start for the side of Tribe Gaming this time around. Something to note as well is in our tank 1v1 between Fade and RBM, we see RBM, most tank players now are rocking with the gadget. That means the next bubble is going to actually slow the opponent rather than the shield. So that is really good in the tank matchups because it's very easy to hit. Now, as you see, Fade is just a sitting duck. He is going to use that gadget to stay alive. And although they are dying a little bit more often than the side of Tribe Gaming, the lead is still sitting on KCP. Obviously, it's going to be a little bit trickier once this penny gets that hypercharged turret up, and that's exactly what Luffy is going to do now. So now we have to see if Tribe can hold down dominance of this zone. KCP is completely pushed off, but Fade is going to be trying to make something happen.
Right-hand side, Fade trying to go in, but RBM kind of checking that aggression. Does manage to get Fade down a lot. Hypercharge as well. Nice, finds a kill onto Zulan, which is what they needed. Now Fade popping a gadget, but gets taken out. Hypercharge super once more from the side of Zeus here to give the shield to himself, but his teammate RBM gets taken down. It is at parity, 51-50, and unfortunately for the side of KCP, they still have to face that turret.
Yeah, another very even game, though. Almost exactly what we saw in game number 1. It's really all going to come down to these last minute to 30 seconds of game time right here. RBM's going to get taken out by Fade, though, and that might be enough to extend this lead to an unsurmountable amount for the side of Tribe Gaming. They're going to be all respawning now, trying to push back together as a team. Luffy's actually going to get a new turret up right here since Fade was able to eliminate the last one. The Cocoon is going to be in play as well, but it's going to be too little too late. And Fade and Zulan are just going to be able to tick up this zone. That's going to be KCP with a beautiful response, tied up at 1-1 in our first set.
Beautiful stuff. We said we get the Tyrant Bakery cam as well in full display. And hopefully that bakery gives them the kick that they need to get this dub here. I don't even know what I'm saying, chat. But hopefully in game number 3, we get to see something electric. It's been pretty close this entire set. But, you know, I would like to see it go down the wire once more.
Yep, and we're going to have one more chance for both of these teams to take a first set, which is going to be massive. Once again, both teams playing at their range in the middle of this map. Luffy trying to take the zone up as much as he can right here. The use of the barrel is going to allow him. And look at these wiggles coming in from Luffy. As I say that, I caster cursed him straight into Oblivion. And Pioneers are going to be able to take full control of the zone. My bad, Luffy. I didn't mean it, man. I promise.
Oh, you signed his death warrant. You even signed the order for the cremation. That's what happened to him right there. RBM going in. He tries to find something with his super on a Fade and Zulan, and they were opportune marks, but unfortunately for them, it didn't hone enough to get those kills. Fade finally getting taken out by Luffy. That was great, but there is a little bit of a threat there. In the back lines, you have the Infiltrator, who's going to be Charlie, being a big nuisance. Hypercharge being popped by RBM, getting a little bit of value, but Fade is on a tear by himself. Zeus getting the kill as well, and right back to the start we go, except that Luffy though has a turret finally.
Yeah, it's definitely a later turret than we've seen in the first couple of games. Zulan's going to pop that hypercharge as well, getting RBM slowed, but not able to capitalize much more than that. Nonetheless, the lead for KCP is higher right now than we've seen in any of these previous 2 games. So Tribe have got to make a push, and they've got to make it now. Luffy likely not that close hypercharge as well, so he's gonna have to take some time to get that, but Zulan is gonna be able to pick him off, and that just like that, the lead is extending to about 40%. RBM is the lone member of Tribe remaining right here. He's gonna get tapped up as well, and it seems like KCP might have this set in the bag, Pan.
Hey, it definitely seems to be the case. Only 15% is what they need. They also have control of the positioning of the hot zone. Hypercharge coming in from Tyrant. He's able to find one mark. Nope, he doesn't miss. He misses a super there. But Fade's able to pick up the slack here. It's still going to be KCP taking the set, a first set against Tribe Gaming, 1-0. And you guys have to remember that KCP were out in the quarterfinals in the monthly finals. They lost against Team Electros in a clean sweep, so they didn't get to face any of the other major opponents in the region. So I think they're going to be happy with how the first set went down for them.
100%. I mean, Tribe Gaming is an absolute titan. KCP has had their ups and downs throughout the course of this season, but this is the type of win that definitely can give them some more confidence. Obviously, we are still in double elimination. Both of these teams have won their first match, so neither of these guys are going to be saying goodbye to us today, but moving down to the lower bracket to face off against SSG or Code OG, it's going to be a pretty scary sight. I mean, both of those teams are pretty solid, so we'll have to see how it goes, but we are going to be moving into set number 2. It's going to be double swoosh, and Tribe Gaming have got to find an answer.
Yeah, I mean, the walls are closing up. Like, I wouldn't say the walls are closing. The runway is I'll stop being poetic. I shouldn't try. It's 6 hours in. I'm just gonna say I'm gonna say stuff which is just straightforward. Yeah. Tribe back and not good first set, maybe second set good.
Maybe second set good, perhaps. I guess I'll have to see how it goes. But something that we talked about a little bit earlier, I haven't brought it up in a minute, but the speed glitch with the speed gear is still, in fact, in the game. So on a map like Double Swoosh, that is going to be more prevalent than ever before. Any of these brawlers with speed, especially RBM on the Ashe, something that you might want to take into account right here, it's going to be even faster than before. So a lot of these tanky or aggro options are going to be so speedy, so difficult to deal with. But just like that, we also have a lot of the more picks like Charlie and Jae Young that I'm sure we'll be likely to see here.
Yes, I love the chat. I love the fact that chat understood what I was going to say. So thank you, chat. I am very smart and you guys understand everything I say. You are awesome, chat. But Double Swoosh is going to be the map up next. You're going to have a lot of grass, and sneaking is going to be the name of the game for Double Swoosh. Also, you're going to have those grass burns with Amber, the fact that you can have gravities as well, which could, you know, pull people together. You can't, we keep saying tanks might be an option, but tanks are definitely mandatory at this point. We've seen how good tanks are in every single map, in every single mode. Even in modes where they are conventionally not good, they are viable, and, you know, you can't go wrong with them. But just looking at our draft right now as we go into it on Double Swoosh, we have Kenji, Lumi, Lily, Squeak, Buster, and Amber being banned, and I feel like the Gatorade is working finally.
I'm happy to hear that, Fan. I'm worried about you, bro. I know it's pretty hot where you're at. Luckily, I'm not in the depths of hell in the furnace like you are, but we've got our bans in. We've got our first pick coming out from Tribe, and it is going to be the Tara. I think that's probably what they were banning for, getting Buster and Amber out of the way, two of the hardest counters that are meta picks into the Tara pick. So pretty solid bans, pretty solid strategy coming out from Tribe and their drafter. Pioneers is going to answer that with a Sandy, though, one of the more forgotten brawlers in the game, but used to be a very solid counter into the Tara back when he was a little bit more meta. Also, on a map with as much grass as this, the Rude Sand star power with that super is going to be so impactful, so I like the pick from KCP.
I like it as well. It addresses the Terror really well, especially since the Amber has been banned out. You can also get those stuns, and the Rude Sands could also be a huge factor as well. Jae Young coming out, and just imagine if you go for healing wins along with Jae Young, that tank that might be Ashe would go kind of crazy. Tribe Gaming have the next pick here. I like the Terra pick. They are going to go and double down with Pearl. Pearl is such a good lane brawler, especially the fact that you can run your gadget, get the fire damage off on the opponent, and with your super you can break up the entire section of the grass, or even, you know, be a big threat around a wall.
Yeah, I think that the Pearl pick is super fantastic. With the Vision gear as well, it can definitely get a lot of comms out there for your teammate. If you're able to get a single piece of ammo connected, you're going to have Vision for 1 to 2 seconds with that Pearl. So I like that pick a good amount. I continue to be surprised that nobody bans the Ashe when they're playing against RBM, but we aren't going to see them take that. We're going to see them go with the Janet, a brawler we have yet to see today, but just in the very recent past was extremely meta. Obviously, that bug with her hypercharge and her super after that being allowed to use the hypercharge mechanic has been fixed, so no longer a broken brawler, thankfully. But I still think it's a pretty solid pick right there, and it can definitely be a pretty impactful mid on this map.
Oh yeah, for sure. You can have your the gadget, the drop the base. It allows you to find out where people are on the map. The hypercharge as well is great. I don't know if the bug regarding Janet has been fixed, but there is that bug where you can use a super and it acts like a hypercharge after you've already used a hypercharge one. So maybe that would be an option. But Pam, that is an interesting brawler. Yes, you have a lot more bulk. You have insane amount of sustain with Jaeyoung and Pam, but really?
I see the Pam as a pretty similar pick to the Pearl here, honestly, just outside of the wall break. Instead of a wall break, you sacrifice that for the healing turret. So it's pretty interesting. Pam Vision Gear has always been a relatively decent option on this map. We're going to see Fade manning the Pam on the right-hand lane here. We are going to see KCP taking lanes. I thought that they might group up a little bit more than this, but Tyrant's going to be trying to hold it down on the left-hand side. Zulon picking up the first 2 gems of the match, and it looks like it's going to be that Sandy versus the Janet in the mid. So Zeus does have the range advantage.
Oh yeah, for sure. And a kill onto Luffy has been confirmed. That speed from Tyrant. And this is the reason you want to run the Jaeyoung. It is debilitating if you aren't careful about your the speed, right? It effectively increases the range a little bit. I mean, it feels like it increases the range. You can walk into opponents a little bit faster and have that long range potential against them. So great stuff coming in from Tyrant on the left-hand side. Zulon as well is holding down the mid, and it's a 6-2 gem line.
Yeah, it's definitely looking good for KCP, but Zulon might actually fall down to these burning cookies coming out from Luffy. Zeus walks away with the kill, and he, for some reason, is not going to grab the 8th gem, but he is going to be sitting on 7. He has super in hand as well, so he's got that escape mechanism ready to go. That's going to be a huge turn of favors in Tribe, and it looks like they're going to be holding it down to the highest degree. Zulon super is going to allow them to push up, and they are, in fact, going to get that pinch off on Luffy, but they need to hold control for the rest of this game, or they have to kill Zeus, but it's going to be tough. He has that fly.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, that was a nightmare for Kansas City Pioneers. I mean, Tribe Gaming, how were they able to execute that? That was just beautiful for them, but RBM has a gravity, a double pull, seems to be on the cards, or maybe even a single pull here against Fade, but no, he decides to go down. They have the leeway, they have a little bit of give in terms of the gems, so they don't need to force the issue just yet.
Yeah, as long as they don't allow Zeus to get that one, but now it's going to be a little bit tough right there. The pull is online for Fade, and that's going to be the 10th gem grabbed by Zeus. He has the hypercharge as well to be able to get a lot of damage, but very wisely, Tyrant is going to choose to just go for the positioning play. So they still have a decent amount of a decent look to get this game back in hand. RBM goes for the super and he misses. So now Zulon and Fade are going to be trying to pinch out. The gem carrier is quite weak back there, and indeed, Zeus is going to fall. The gems are in a pretty safe location right there. Luffy and RBM going to be trying to clean up, and it looks like Fade is going to be the last chance right here, but Tyrant gets the kill. They actually have enough to reset. Now Zeus is going to have to go back on the offensive.
That Jaeyoung speed is crazy, and now the countdown is with Tribe Gaming. Tyrant is able to pick up 2, but they need to pick up 1 more to ensure that they get the win here. They need to claim this gem back, but that drop the base is going to de-incentivize that. 7 seconds left. Luffy going in. He has a hypercharge himself. There is going to be another gem spawning in. No, the kills are confirmed. The reset is confirmed. Another gravity, and Zulon is caught out. 15. Oh no, Shay going in. It's not going to be enough. Their kills are being confirmed on either side. Tribe Gaming are going to be running away with this one with Zeus taking flight.
That was a hectic game right there. It definitely could have gone either way, but Tribe had the first reset, and they finally managed to clutch it up for the last reset. Very close game all around right there. Definitely some really high-quality player cams that we're getting to see here. Shout out to RBM. But things are looking up a little bit for Tribe. They managed to bounce back from a set 1 defeat with a set number 2 game win. So they just need to do that one more time, but that was as close as it gets as far as gem grab goes. It definitely is anybody's game in this matchup.
Stealing cam from Zeus was wild in that situation. Right hand, I did kind of discount how useful the Pam could be, but its spread damage is pretty useful for bush checking, so I think that is probably the reason they want to keep tabs on where people are. They're certainly running the vision gear, which is why he's being brought out. Ooh, the mark has been hit by Luffy with that gear, sorry, with that gadget. Ensures that Fade is pretty low, but aren't able to take him out just yet. RBM going up against Tyrant, playing a ring around the rosy, but Tyrant getting the better of him in that situation.
Yeah, he's going to be scouted out by this Janet gadget, but he still has fantastic positioning. Fade is going to get the best of Luffy over in their matchup on the left-hand side between two very similar brawlers. RBM has that Taro online, though, and he's going to send it on to Tyrant. Definitely a good use of his pull right there to clear out Tyrant. And now it's going to be a little bit of control sitting on the side of Tribe, but the gem count is pretty much even across the board. Zeus is going to pick up that 6, though. A little bit of a lead for Tribe.
For sure, and this is a much better start for them. Ooh, there was a stun coming in from Zulan, not able to have connected all the way. There's a super as well for Zulan. The Root Sand's going to be on the right-hand side. Gets a kill on Arbia, that's huge. There's a kill on a Zeus, but obviously they can't go for those gems just yet. Being picked up by the pro there just to ensure that the gems are kept safely with Tribe. But so far, it's a very good place from the side of KCP as Zulan. And the rest of the tribe, the rest of the tribe are completely pushed back.
Yeah, Zulan just needs to hold down this positioning for the rest of the game. That Pam turret from Fade is going to be very helpful, but Zeus gets a great kill, and that's going to force Zulan to get pushed back. He's not going to be able to stay up for that 10th gem quite yet, especially with the Luffy hypercharge. Might be able to take down Fade, but Tyrant's going to be there with the Jaeyong heals to help out. Zulan over-aggressing, though, and that might be an absolutely devastating mistake. Zeus is going to be able to grab those gems. Luffy has 9 and is likely going to be able to pick up this 10th, and that is a brutal error for the side of KCP, and they more or less just handed that set over to Tribe with that play.
Wow, that was crazy. Like, you had no reason to go up there. It's an unforced decision, and you just hand them all of the gems. Just gift wrap a set to Tribe. I don't know why they did that, but you know, Tribe Gaming is going to be taking those. It doesn't matter if the set wins come easy or hard. You know, a win is a win.
I've never seen somebody look less excited after a win than RBM right there. I feel like that set was way too electric for him to be so deadpan with that face right there, but love to see it. This guy is absolutely locked in. Oh, my bad. I didn't mean to flare against you, bro. But we're going to be tied up at 1-1. KCP took Ring of Fire, Tribe Gaming took Double Swoosh, and now we are moving into set 3, which is going to be on Layer Cake.
Layer Cake is the next game, the next set. We're going to have a lot of grass and a lot of aggressive brawlers that could be brought to the fore. But also, you can't really go wrong with things like Gray or Jean. We've seen a lot of tanks shade phenomenal on this map. Hank as well. With the right support brawlers like Jaeyong and maybe even the Byron or possibly even the Gus, you can do a lot on a map such as this one. So there are different ideas, different strategies that could be brought out. It really depends on how the first few opening brawlers are decided or what the bans are.
Yeah, I think that it's one of these bounty maps that obviously we've seen kind of tanks infiltrate the bounty meta just in every way, shape, and form, but this map was actually one that you could have ran tanks on back in the past, so it's going to be even stronger for tank meta. Jaeyong is probably going to be a first pickable brawler here, expecting more Charlie as well, but also throwers can be pretty decent here. Juju, Grom, and Sprout come to mind. If you get the last pick, they can definitely come into the play and be pretty strong here. So we'll have to see what type of bans we see coming out here. Whichever team gets the last pick, though, is going to have the option to go with either a very aggressive pick or a good thrower.
Oh, yeah. I mean, just having the thrower as the last pick could be pretty important because if you don't have pulls coming in, or if you don't have anything that can specifically address the thrower by those sneaks like Lily, or maybe I guess a super from Lily or whatever, it gives you a lot more value. So throwers specifically like Juju are really good. Even Barley with the medical use could with the herbal tonic could be a pretty good option as well.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm definitely looking forward to getting into this draft. I want to see which team gets the first pick and what their bans are like, because that is going to kind of set the tone here. I feel like the most safe first picks on this map, I mean, probably Gus and Jaeyong are the top two I would have to go with there. Gus is just such a sturdy brawler. He's able to help out his tankier teammates with that shield. He's able to get kills on his own with the Cookie Popper, and he's able to survive on his own with that shield as well. So he's a good, not necessarily a counter into aggro, but he's able to hold his own into aggro. So that makes him such a valuable pick with that first pick of the draft. Jaeyong as well. You don't give away too much of your hand. You're able to pair that with tanks if needed, but he can be a pretty strong brawler on his own, especially with the use of that emotional damage gadget. I don't remember what that's what I call it. So definitely those are some of the brawlers that I'm looking at, but we got our bans here, Panda. Take it away.
Yep, we have our bans. They're gonna be Kenji, Lumi, Jean, Barley, Willow, and Jaeyong. Yes, I'm sorry, the commentary is kind of fading, but so am I. Lou is going to be coming out first for Tribe Gaming. And Lu is an interesting pick here. I think that Tribe expects very tanky oppositions, which is, I guess, the only way that you expect a Lu, right? So Gus coming out as well. Great for mid, great for support as well. Just looking at the bans. Oh, Kaze. Wow, Kaze with Gus. Beautiful stuff.
I really do like that combination. Lu first pick on Layer Cake is a little bit crazy to me. I guess they were expecting a Hank to come out, but it's going to be the Kaze instead. Definitely a little bit more, I feel like it's going to be a lot harder for the Lu to deal with the Kaze because of the maneuverability that Kaze brings to the table. They are going to take the Hank for themselves, though. So I think that's kind of what they wanted with the Lu. They wanted to scare the other team off of the Hank. Maybe that's the strategy. Maybe that's the play. But I like what both teams are bringing to the table. I just don't really think that Lu is going to be that great. You have to be really good to line up those shots consistently.
We finally have Hank Brawl Stars. And Hank can do a number. It's going to also make it harder for Kaze or any other brawler to get into close range of the other team because, you know, the wall checking with a Hank is, I think, unparalleled compared to some of the other brawlers, right? And then you just compound that with the hypercharge and the super that it can have. Squeak is also great because, you know, you want to be able to walk into the Hank and all of that, but the problem here is Squeak is going to hold those lanes down on lock. So I like this Tribe Gaming draft. It is way more control based than you usually tend to expect, but they have their bases covered. I like the Kaze and Gus, but I don't know if this is going to have the sauce to deal with Tribe's composition.
Yeah, we'll see if they go with a little bit more aggro. Maybe they go with range. I still think that this is definitely throwerable. I mean, we only see Barley and Willow banned. I think Juju could be the pick. Instead, it's going to be the Grom. So a little bit more of a pure thrower with that. It's going to be a lot of damage coming in if you're able to hit those shots, but it is pretty easy to juke those shots, especially for players as skilled as the roster of Tribe Gaming. So we'll see what impact the Grom is able to have. Likely Kaze is going to get that blue star. So Pioneer's likely going to be playing with the lead to start us off.
Yeah, it is interesting that it's completely open, but neither team deciding to opt for shade here. I guess this is what we mean by the draft. You have to draft according to what's going to make stuff work for you. We're going to go in set number 3 here. Blue Star is certainly going to be picked up by KCP as Fade has those dashes, and now it's up to Tribe to move into position and make things happen for them, as Luffy's going to be a very aggro brawler in the form of that Squeak. Squeak is so good on this map considering there are so many choke points.
Yeah, this map is more or less built for the Squeak. You just see how these lanes are just lining up for him so well, but the Kaze dash is going to be enough to actually take him out. And we do see another kill back here. Zulon is going to be in a pretty tough spot. RBM is staying very, very aggressive, and he's going to try to get that kill onto Fade, and indeed he is. RBM, one of the best tank players that this region has to offer, but he is going to get caught out by Zulon. So now we have a 3-star lead sitting on the side of KCP. Zulon is going to have to be the man to take down if Tribe wants to get this lead back with 1 kill.
It's crazy. There are so many times where Tribe gets completely finessed and then somehow they're able to get the dub in those interactions from the other teams, and it's like always 5 people fall but not the one from Tribe. It's crazy how that happens so consistently.
Yeah, now we're going to see Fade fighting Luffy over here. They're both going to end up trading out, so the lead remains on the side of KCP right now. He's also got a Ghost up there in the middle, so that could be like more or less of a trap, or it could be there to heal his teammates. However they want to do it, they have the option to do so. Tyrant has his hypercharge on the Grom as well, and he's going to let that rip on RBM. Only is able to connect 1 singular shot there, so not the best use of his utility. RBM's going to be taking it slow. He's got hypercharge ready to go, and with only 30 seconds left, this might be their last chance with a real push.
Yeah, hypercharge from Fade from the left-hand side. It's going to allow Tribe to be a bit more aggressive, and KC may be a bit more aggressive because they don't want to be locked in on this zone right now. Tyrant is going to be facing off against RBM in a very sticky situation. Fade and Luffy take each other out. Now RBM gets a kill onto Tyrant, but he's going to be very low. Gets taken out by Fade at the right moment, at the right time. There is a super though, hyper super, but it misses absolutely everybody. Luffy low gets taken out, and Zeus can't really do much for Tribe Gaming as the first game goes to KCP.
Yeah, it just seems like the Lu does not have much to offer as far as kills go. I mean, he's able to get like 1 super throughout the game, and they can use that for their final push to kind of trap the members of KCP back there and allow RBM to get some easy bubbles off. But we didn't really see that unfold the way that I'm sure Tribe would have liked to see it. Tyrant was able to hold it down on the Grom, and I mean, just starting off with that blue star is so impactful as we see Fade go up to grab it once more. And just, again, it's going to be Tribe having to come back from behind in this game.
Once more, the blue star being picked up by Kansas City Pioneers, Tribe Gaming. Ooh, nice stuff from Zulan and Fade to completely collapse on the squeak. RBM, it looks like he's in trouble, and he gets taken out as well, with Zulan managing to dodge all the shots and get out of harm's way. 5-star lead for KCP.
The Kaze Super is going to be thrown up pretty aggressively as well, limiting the visibility that RBM and Luke have. But RBM is really going to be the linchpin of this comeback. If he's going to be able to get a lot of value up, then that's going to be what they need to bring this lead back into their hands. Luffy is fighting against Fade on this right-hand side, but Fade just has so much maneuverability. It's going to be hard to get a kill onto him. He's kind of waiting for Luffy to overextend. That's what he's doing right now, but RBM's going to be the help, and he's going to save Luffy, so that's going to be the blue star transferred over to Tribe. They are still down by 3, but now if they are able to kill Zulan or any 2 members, they're going to have the lead in their hands.
Oh, for sure. Hypercharge being popped by Fade, and they aren't able to get that much of value from it, but they have moved up and they've pushed Tribe away from the very dangerous position of it being in the mid, because obviously you don't want to lose too much of control and get pushed back all the way to spawn, especially with Luffy having a super. Now Fade, awkward position, gets taken out, but there is parity in terms of what we had before that engagement. It is a 3-star lead for KCP.
Yeah, we did see Zulan miss his shield, though, so that's going to be a little bit of a waste of utility. He's going to be pretty far away from charging a new one up. Although they do still have that lead, things are not looking the best position-wise. Only 3 stars separating these 2 teams. Zulan is going to be the man to look for, but Luffy is going to be getting pretty pressured over here. Tyrant picks up a kill on the left-hand side. RBM's going to fall weak, but he is able to kill Fade. Only 3 stars separating these 2 teams. Tyrant's in a tough spot, but he takes down RBM, and that is likely going to be enough to secure this set for Kansas City Pioneers. Zeus is the last man with anything to say about it, not able to secure that kill. That's going to be KCP going up 2-1 against Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from Kansas City Pioneers. There was a talking point that you were talking about, Duncan, wasn't there?
Oh yeah, is it how we got old Tribe versus new Tribe?
Yeah, it's old Tribe versus new Tribe, 2-1 right now. Wait, is it 2-1? Am I done?
Yeah, 2-1 for old Tribe above new Tribe. But yeah, guys, in case you didn't know, I've seen some people chatting about this, but this is the Tribe Gaming roster from last year that is currently occupying Kansas City Pioneers. So I don't want to say there's any bad blood there, but there might be a little bit of extra ego to play for, considering this is an org that employed them last year and decided that they did not want to move forward with them this year. KCP wants to prove that they still got what it takes to be a representative of one of the strongest teams in the North American region, and it looks like they're off to a hot start so far. They'll have a chance on set number 4 pit stop to be able to secure this, but man, this is such a cheesy map. It's definitely going to be a little bit hectic here.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, like, pit stop, it is one of the cheesiest maps in the current rotation of heist maps, right? You have Edgar being viable, you have Bulls coming in thick and fast. Shade's also pretty cool. RT is great for defensive plays as well. Obviously you can mark up the safe like we've seen today, but you know, defensive on RT on this is great. You can also run brawlers like Cordelius, maybe even the Charlie specifically to shut down brawlers that are jumping on the safe. So a lot of different ideas and attitudes that can be brought to this map, but certainly a map which a lot of people, at least the ones who are playing, don't really prefer.
Yeah, I mean, some people, I feel like you either love it or hate it. If you're a fan of fundamental Brawl Stars, it's definitely not going to be your cup of tea here. There's a lot of brawlers like Miko, like Lily, like Bull, of course, and Chuck that are just pretty diabolical for getting that safe damage, especially the Miko. There's really no counterplay to him. He's just able to jump over those walls. Edgar is another pretty fun one that comes out on this map pretty often, and because of that, there's also going to be Charlies and Cordeliuses that are there for the counterplay, and RT, like you said. So lots of options that we can go with here. I'm expecting each team to have at least 1 to 2 brawlers that is pretty much strictly there for safe damage, though.
Yeah, that is certainly a thing that you have to be worried about. And we do have some unorthodox picks which are brought out from time to time, especially in NA, because a lot of teams, I feel like, overthink what they need to do sometimes. But I feel like both these teams understand the fundamentals of how drafting works right now, along with the brawler set that we see. As we go into our draft, we have our bans. They're Lumi, Charlie, Kaze, Dynamite, Barley, and Cordelius. First pick for Tribe Gaming being the Berry. I like the Berry pick, but you really need to be very aggro with Berry in this composition, or rather, you need to tango, right? You need to be aggro at certain times with your gadget, and then other times you need to hold that line for your team.
Yeah, Barry's not a brawler that fares too well on defense, so the way you want to play him typically is just kind of healing up until you get your super and then going up and then just peppering the safe with those shots that just stay on the ground for so long and get so much damage done. Pioneers are just going to be going aggro here. They're going to take the bull first pick, and I do think that it's a pretty solid option right here. Barry's not going to have any defense that's able to deal with that. So now I'm curious if they double up with the aggro or if they go more defensive. It looks like it's going to be the latter. They're going to pick up that Nita right there for the defensive end. I do like Nita in general, but I don't love the Nita into the Barry. I feel like the Barry is able to melt down that Bruce Bear so quickly.
Oh yeah, for sure. But you know what? I don't mind it all that much. Yes, Barry into the Bruce Bear is a problem, but I feel like Nita and Bull can do some split lane pushes where you have to address both of them, and that kind of will confuse the other team. RT's coming out for the defensive aspect of it, and this makes sense to me because that Bull is going to be aggressing on the safe repeatedly time and time again, and RT can dabble, right? If needed, the RT can go on the aggressive, but I feel like most of the time it's going to be on the defensive side of things. But this last pick from Tribe Gaming, yeah, it has to be the Buzz. There is no way you can't go for a brawler that can directly jump onto the safe or get to the safe at least. So that Buzz pick makes a lot of sense for me there.
Yeah, it should be pretty solid as far as damage goes. He's able to maneuver up the map a lot quicker than a lot of his counterparts. The RT, I feel like, is such a staple on this map as well. It's so good for defense. You can just leave your butt on the safe and get so much of that damage, or you can go up on offense and mark that safe and just shred it right down. Pioneers finish up the draft with a Hank. Not a map that you see Hank on all that often, although that's pretty rare that you can say that these days because Hank is pretty much played everywhere no matter what. But it's going to be double tank Nita coming out for Pioneers. I'm very curious to see how this one goes. I mean, the Hank should have decent defense, but unless you're able to get that full super onto the high safe, it's not really going to be all that good for that purpose. But if KCP is able to win this, then they will be our first team to advance to our grand finals winners bracket here. So we're going to see how it goes. It looks like Zulon's going to be trying to charge up his bear off of Luffy right here, but things are looking pretty decent for KCP so far.
RBM should be taken out by Fade, and now you're going to see a lot more damage coming in from Tribe. They're completely going for the split lane base race right now. It's kind of crazy how much of damage is going to be rolling in from Tribe, but on the other side we are going to have a lot more damage as well from Kansas City Pioneers. Tribe seems to be in the lead here. Last shield, and it's a complete base race. Zeus actually changing his decision, and that is probably actually what did them under.
Yeah, whenever you make that decision to commit to the base race, you are kind of stuck with it. You can't really go back on your word there, and that's exactly what Tribe found out the hard way. And just like that, like within 5 seconds, we are already onto a match point. KCP looking to be our first team to advance.
Yeah, it's crazy. They're on match point here in a very dominant display against Tribe Gaming, and honestly, I feel like Tribe Gaming today are unraveling ever since the Brawl Cup. It seems like the mental of Tribe Gaming is not all the way there for them, and that's been a little unfortunate if you're a Tribe Gaming fan. If you're anybody else at NA, it's really great.
Yeah, we're going to see RBM just playing full defense over here. He's going to be able to take out Tyrant, but Fade is still alive on very low HP. Might have wanted to heal up a little bit there, but I guess he's going to be happy going back to the defensive end. Zulon is going to be able to force this up here, though. Might be able to get that Bruce onto the safe. The defense from KCP is staying strong. It looks like RBM was able to distract that Bruce, so good defense coming in from both teams. Seems like nobody wants to repeat of that base race.
Turn going in, he's gonna get a little bit of damage on the objective, as so does Fade as he peppers the safe. The shield is procced, and it is also procced on the other side. The lead, though, on the side of Kansas City Pioneers, just ever so slightly. There isn't a bear for Zulon, who's gonna be taken out here, and Fade finds a mark on the other side.
Zulon tried his hardest to get that bear, but Zeus's jukes were on point right there. Not going to feed, and that's going to be massive for the side of Tribe. The lead is definitely heavily in their favor right here. Zeus is just going to suicide up for that one shot on the safe, but it looks like he's a little bit short, actually. No damage is ticking in, so now it's going to be Luffy going for that damage, but KCP is going for the full-on base race. They got a hypercharged bear down, Tyrant, hypercharged bear, and a Hank on the safe. That's the final shield done, and I think that KCP is likely going to have enough damage to get it done. Indeed, there are, and they are going to defeat Tribe Gaming, their old organization. That is a massive victory for Kansas City Pioneers.
Oh, that is juicy for Kansas City Pioneers. They're going to be really happy about this one as they move on to the upper bracket finals. And now Tribe Gaming are going to be facing the prospect of going to the lower bracket lower bracket here, which is not something that they want. But Pioneers need to see who they're going to be facing, right? Is it going to be Elevate or is it going to be STM and Esports? But what do you think about this match so far, Duncan?
That was a really good match. I mean, I'm definitely a little bit surprised that Tribe Gaming is going to lose in 4 sets right there. But once you get onto set point and it's going to be a map like why am I forgetting the name? Pit Stop. It's definitely going to be a little bit hectic right there. Not going to be as conducive to high skilled gameplay. So definitely a little bit unfortunate for Tribe, but they did not answer the call today. KCP just looked like the better team, and indeed they were. They're going to walk away with that victory, and they're going to be our first team in the finals.
Mm-hmm. We're still waiting to see who Tribe Gaming is going to go up against. Is it going to be SSG or Code OG? I'm not 100% sure, Chad, but when I do find out, I will let you know. But regardless, for now, we're going to be taking a small break till we come back for Elevate versus Stamina Esports, which is going to be the 8th and final match for today. Yeah, everybody, we are back. It is time for Elevate versus Stamina. I'm your host, Petcast, joined by Duncan Brawl Stars. Make sure you use code UNC in the shop if you want to support Dunk. But code PAN in the shop, I would appreciate it. And we have the draft here, Duncan.
Yeah, code UNC. I would not mind that, man. Supercell, if anybody's listening, I would accept it. But we've got our draft, guys. It's Ring of Fire, and we are going to have Elevate with the first pick. They take Charlie. Our bans are going to be Bo, Jaeyong, Amber, Hank, and Kaze. Both teams opting to ban out the Jaeyong here. Definitely one of the strongest first picks. But another brawler that we've seen be a very strong first pick is going to come out. It's going to be Charlie, and then STMN is going to answer that with the Lumi. They wanted the Pierce to be able to go through the Charlie spiders, and they're going to double down on that thought with the Carl as well. Definitely a pretty mid-range comp that they're going with so far, so might not have the most range to be able to deal with those options in the middle, but Elevate's going to go with a Gray, so it's going to be interesting to see if they add a tank here and go for a cheese strategy.
I like this Gray pick here. Gonna be kind of cheesy. What? We had the Bull coming out for Stamina. Bull with the Carl and Lumi. And that is a pretty interesting pick because Bull is certainly a fire brawler. But into a Charlie, I'm not really sure that is well advised here, but chat. I think we're stuck, chat. Oh, it's an 8-bit.
Yeah, I was about to say that draft order didn't add up necessarily to me there, but this makes a lot more sense. They're gonna go with the Gray Bull strategy. And hey, stop me if you've seen this before. Has Elevate maybe played Bull today, Panda?
Just a few times.
Yeah, no, this is definitely one of their favorite picks. Evex is definitely going to be the man for the job right here, but STMN is taking a little bit more damage to be able to try to counter that out. They should be able to charge free 8-bit turrets off of that Bull, but it's going to be a little bit difficult for them to get set up on that zone. Their highest HP brawler is their highest range brawler. So I think a lot of this game is going to be on the 8-bits back. I'm very excited to watch Evex get back on his signature Bull pick right here. But we are into game number 1 of our second upper bracket semi here. And it's going to be Elevate taking the first couple of deaths right here. It looks like Evex is able to survive a lot longer than I would have expected. But Juan's got that damage booster up. And Patchy is just going to be working for that first teleport.
Indeed, right now he's trying to go and get the turret down, which he does, and that's going to allow Evex to go in a little bit more aggressively if he requires, and he's going to go in and just scare, and ooh, there is stun. Patchy is taking out double kills from Stamina as Elevate are completely, oh, never mind, Patchy actually jumped away.
Yeah, it's a really good start for Stamina nonetheless, though, but they do have the portal set up, so now Evex is going to be able to do a lot of work, but the teleport is there from Juan, and he's going to completely catch Evex lacking. That's going to be a quick death, and just like that, STMN is ticking up this zone very, very quickly. This might be a little bit too late for Elevate to be able to make their way back into this game, but Evex is going to try to say something about the matter, not able to get that kill, though, and it looks like this is going to be game number 1 going to Elevate unless they're able to pull off an insane comeback. Or STMN, my bad.
Yeah, I mean, I don't expect that to happen. I think Stamina's got this one on lock. If I was Elevate, I'd forget about this game. Think about what you're going to do in game number 2. But that first game was a complete lockdown of the objective from Stamina Esports and Elevate. Were, I guess, descending instead of elevating.
It seems like Elevate might be doing a content creator type strategy here, like the Bull only in GKR finals video. I don't know. That's going to get a lot of clicks, I guess, but I don't know if it's the right pick for this game mode here. We're going to see if it works out better this time. I think Patchy needs to get his teleport online a lot quicker if they're going to be able to pull off this win here. But once again, Payne is going to be able to get that first kill onto Diego Gamer. Patchy with a nice hook, though, able to connect 3 shots. So already a better start for Elevate. Evex moving up with the limited health that he has. Patchy 1 tap away, but he's not able to get that portal online yet.
Yeah, beautiful stuff coming in from Stamina to keep Elevate back from the lines here. Obviously, you don't want them to get any objective on the hot zone. But Patchy going in finds an assassination on a Payne. Super coming in from Lucy, but Taco's a little bit scared, so doesn't completely commit on that push. Gets cocooned as well. Still alive, but Evex going to go in for the kill. Just making W sure. Finds the brace, and that is crazy as Stamina can't really brace for that.
And this is what Elevate was looking for when they drafted this comp. I'm sure of it. Patchy's got his hypercharge online as well, so able to set up a portal if needed, but Evex going in with the hypercharge. That's an easy kill on the Payne, and he might as well go for 2. That's going to be Juan Carlos falling next, but Tacos is able to get Patchy pushed off of the zone. He does, in fact, get that hypercharge teleporter up, though, so now Evex is going to be able to make it back in a lot simpler than before. That's going to be pretty useful for the side of Elevate. Another beautiful dash coming in, and he is just absolutely bullying Payne right here. Juan surviving maybe a little bit than he should, but Patchy cleans that up, and it is full control for Elevate now.
Ooh, nice kill from Patchy to cap that off. Pain is also going to be taken down. Now, Evex, he's been kind of crazy with that bull. And we have, I guess, an AFK Tacos, or he's lagging, I think. But I think they know that this game is cooked. That is going to be game number 3, though, that they have to go for, because it is tied at 1 apiece. Whoever wins this next one is going to be winning the set. I like the second game much more from Elevate. We saw Avex completely popping off, but that was because he was given license to with his teammates. So beautiful synergies coming in from Elevate, which is what we expect. But, you know, the STM and Esports had their number in game 1. Maybe they do it once more, Duncan.
Yeah, it all comes down to Patchy, I think. When he gets his portal early, it's going to be pretty free for Elevate, but if he's not able to get that up, then the lead is going to be insurmountable. So he's already hit 2 shots. He's the man of the hour right now. He needs 2 more to be able to let Evex control the rest of this game, but Evex somehow is able to take out Tacos nonetheless. He's got a dash ready to go, and it looks like he's lining it up. He can go for Pain or Juan or both, but it seems like, yeah, he's going to get greedy with that. That's going to be only one. Now he gets 2 kills. The damage booster is going to be wasted as well. Diego or Patchy is going to be able to get this out of the picture. Patchy does, in fact, have his portal up as well, getting it even higher than before. So this is going to be looking pretty good for Elevate. Not a big deficit to overcome now.
I don't know if you noticed, but the reason Juan Carlos went down was because Evex actually had one small little minor super, which he hit right before dying, which killed him. And that was crazy. He's going in once more with 0 HP. He manages to take down Tacos once more. Stunned, though, on the other side. Gets a kill. Patchy is going to be managing to stay alive. There is a turret finally online for Juan Carlos. It's looking much better and more equitable for Stamina in this one.
Very even game so far, but Patchy is going to be quick to fall right there. Evex is going to have to go in all by himself right here with the help of the Gray Shield. He is going to be able to get 1 kill, but not going to be able to do any more than that. Patchy trying to take out the damage booster right here, but he's going to get absolutely destroyed by Pain's Lumi Super. Evex going for Juan Carlos, another simple kill, and he's going to go for a 3-peat right now. Taco's able to survive a little bit longer and lights Patchy on fire, but this game is tied up at 75 apiece.
Dude, Evex on the bull is crazy. The number of stuns, the dashes, the knockbacks. He's going in once more. Oh my god. Why is he destroying them? Does he see no reason? He's just going in, finds one on Juan Carlos, a complete team wipe of Stamina as they have none. And Elevate take set number 1. What a dominant display from the man in the middle of your screen right now.
I've seen enough, man. If I'm Stamina, I'm banning Bull for the rest of this tournament, bro. I swear I'm not letting Evex touch that one more time. He is an absolute demon on that brawler, and he has proven time and time again he will go Bull anywhere, and he will manage to make it work no matter the circumstances. Diabolical stuff coming in from the strategy on Elevate. They're able to reverse sweep that set and take a 1-0 lead on Ring of Fire. We're going to be moving into set number 2, which is double swoosh. Panda, do you think they'll ban the Bull?
I think they'll ban the Bull. I think that we've seen enough of Bull. Yeah, it's reached a point where he's viable in every map. You just have to, you know, satisfy the conditions to actually run it. It doesn't even need to be a composition that Bull fares well into. It could be an even composition. It's just that crazy how Bull is right now. With the Stomper, you get the stun, you get the knockback as well with your regular super. Bull is probably one of the better brawlers after the rework, and it's gone from figuring nowhere to being such an integral part of the meta. Bans expected.
Yeah, I've always been since the rework, I've been a little on the fence over whether he's like just usable now or if he's a good brawler. I think Evex might be answering my question. Obviously, a lot of skill still has to be used to be able to pull it off to the extent that he is, but Bull is definitely strong, guys. The way that he's just cycling those charges together is absolutely ridiculous. He's been cooking so hard this entire day with the Bull picks. I don't know if he's played a different brawler yet.
I'm not even sure if they've allowed him to do that, because they're like, just go Bull Evex. You just go Bull. But I have a question. I'm not really steeped in the Evex lore. I know that he was Evex in the past and he was a ladder player. I believe he used to push to 100k like a year and maybe 2 years ago at this point. And I want to know, was he like known as a Bull main? Was he like, you know, another Pika, or is it just that Bull is that broken that he can make it seem like he's Pika?
I'm not even sure. We might have to rely on the chat for a little bit of background right there, but man, he's looking like Pika out there. Somebody said Pika might have to take notes, and I could not agree more. He is pulling this off to an amazing extent right here. He has just been absolutely dominant the entire day, pretty much just spamming the Bull picks game in, game out, And as we move into double swoosh, I would definitely love to see it again, as much as I don't think that we'll get to. But I mean, I don't know. We haven't seen any teams ban Bull except for like in a couple of niche heist situations. So I still think that it could somehow get through the bans if STMN is confident in what they came in prepared with.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, but the thing is, STMN hasn't had an opportunity to really scrim all these maps for this specific competition.
That's
so
true.
They just have to go based off of, I guess, their previous knowledge and hope for the best. Terra, Chester, Amber, Lumi, Gray, and Kaze are going to be the bans here. First pick for Elevate, and Elevate are drafting really well and playing really well. They do have some moments of weakness, but they're able to refactor themselves, and I feel like the experience at Brawl Cup has enhanced Elevate even more. They were definitely out of their depth going into the Brawl Cup, but ever since, they look more confident. They look more in control of how they want to dictate things, and you're seeing Elevate kind of taking on what the role that Tribe Gaming had prior to the Brawl Cup. I feel like Tribe Gaming's aura has kind of fallen off just a little bit, but Elevate's is probably more than it's ever been.
Yeah, I agree with that take right there. It seems like since Brawl Cup, Elevate has taken over kind of at the face of NA so far, maybe absorbing a little bit of that lost aura that Tribe had there. But Elevate's been playing so well since that moment. They're going to start it off with a Lily first pick. Very, very aggressive right here. And just something to note, Bull has not been banned, so it's going to be there for Evex if he wants it. STMN is going to go with the Janet second pick. Pretty solid mid brawler right here. We saw it do decently well for Tribe, but they did manage to squander that set. So Buster is going to be the second pick coming out. I think that it's a pretty safe draft coming in. Nobody does great into the Lily, but they have enough defense to be relatively comfortable about it.
Indeed, Buster, great for those pulls. You want to be sure where Buster is the entirety of the game, right? And I feel like one brawler that can help you do that is probably Pam. We saw Fade running Pam on this map, and I feel like Pam with the vision gear, it allows you to see where everybody is at all times. But Lily and Gus are the picks for Elevate. They have this last pick here. They need to go for something that can address the Buster, or maybe even ensure that they don't get caught out randomly, right?
Yeah, I would agree with that. They're going to go with the Surge, which not one of my favorite picks. I'm not going to lie. I've kind of been on the record as a Surge hater for quite some time now, but we saw it didn't work out well for Kodo G when he tried to do it. He was relatively hard stuck the majority of the game a couple of times on that Surge pick, so it's going to be tough. And we're going to see the Spike come in as the counter for STMN right here, so I'm a little sad that we're not going to see Evex hop Bull again. Might get to see him make some crazy plays on the Lily right here, but definitely some interesting drafts. Didn't expect to see a Spike or a Surge on either of these comps.
Indeed. I mean, like, Spike has fallen off a lot, and so has Surge, but there are moments where some people do see value in it. I think I can see it because, like, Surge is going to be predicated on the fact that it gets its supers, right? But if you have a Buster on the other side, it's more or less guaranteed. So Surge is not going to be facing that many issues if he goes for the right lane matchups.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it goes. Patchy is going to be using that speed gear, but he still just looks so slow on that level 1 Surge. The use of the level up gadget is going to be very helpful. And he's able to get his first tap, and it is in fact going to be a kill on the Pain. Evex trying to waste as much time as he can up here. He does manage to collect that super, not going to choose to go in quite yet. Probably the right decision, but it looks like Tacos is pushing up pretty aggressive with the Buster. Diego might have his work cut out for him here. Patchy's going to use this opportunity, though, to charge up his first jump of the game, and he is indeed going to have that level 2 on respawn.
Crazy stuff coming in from this matchup here. It's 4-2, but all the members of Tribe is hiding in the bush, cowering from this Elevate side, and Tribe, what am I saying, Tribe? Stamina, cowering from the Elevate side. Evex going in, he tries to get that damage in, but not able to get those kills, and that is his major job. He needs to be there to ensure that he gets those kills and pushes back Tribe. Now he's going to go in onto Lucy. Nope, he's going to course correct and opt to be there against Juan Carlos. Lucy on the other side, making sure that Diego can't really do anything. Actually, Diego is in a very bad spot. Ooh, what is going on? There are kills coming in on the other side. Oh my god, Stamina completely rocked.
Diego was in a bad spot, but Evex was in a great spot. He was able to take out Juan Carlos, walk away with all of those gems, and now it's just Diego and Patchy in the back with a Gus hypercharge. Pain is going to be up, though. Tacos is going to be up. The jump from Patchy is there. He does, in fact, fall, though. And once again, it's going to have to be 2 members of Elevate to survive this final push. But with only 10 seconds left, it's going to have to be a very, very conceded push coming in right here. Juan Carlos has his super ready to go, but it's going to be tough to land enough of these bombs to get a single kill right now. Diego is quite weak, though, and Tacos is coming in. Might be able to finish off the kill before the reset, and it is, in fact, not going to be there. That is going to be a successful countdown for Elevate, and they're going to be moving on to set point.
Yeah, I gotta say that Lily pick was unaddressed in the draft, and it seemed like it was always going to be a problem for Stamina Esports. Yes, the Buster exists, but like, if the Buster exists, Lily isn't going to go for the Buster. She's going to go for the other lane, and they already have a mark specifically for the Buster, which is Patchy's Surge. So I feel like already in the draft, it was a good shout from Elevate to do this. Oh, wow. Very aggressive start from Evex. Manages to get taken out, but creates room and space for his team.
Yeah, he was almost able to get a double kill to start off the game there. That would have been exactly what the Elevate Doctor. But Patchy's using these gadgets to try to get his level up. It's going to be very difficult to get it off of Pain, though. Definitely one of the better counters into Surge. That's pretty much the only reason we see the spike being picked here. It is going to be Fertilizer as well, which is quite interesting. Haven't seen him use his super for healing quite yet. Evex misses the Lily assassination shot. He is going to pop a gadget here, going up for Pain, but he's just going to choose to wait his time here, but he's going to get sucked up by Tacos. That's going to be a rough break for Elevate.
The right flank going down is going to be scary for Diego, as he's going to be slowed down with that super there, but doesn't get taken out. Also getting pushed back, but Evex in a awkward position here. Obviously, the marks that he wants to go is the Janet or maybe even Juan Carlos, and Janet is Juan Carlos, and he goes for it, but Janet takes flight.
Yeah, Juan is going to have to just kind of circle around and get out of this bad situation. Patchy does have his level, but he's going to be falling down to Pain's hypercharge super right here. Pain is in a power position now, but Evex has his hypercharge. He's going to allow Diego a little bit of room, but another miss coming in from Evex. Some uncharacteristic mistakes from somebody who we've seen kind of carrying this Elevate roster today. 8 gems on the side of STMN versus 6 on the side of Elevate. And it's going to have to be some pretty aggressive plays in the middle for Elevate to prevent this countdown from happening soon, but Patchy's in a good spot.
Yeah, Juan Carlos doesn't know Evex is there. Evex goes in, has his hypercharge, goes for the hypercharge, finds some value, tries to get a kill onto Lacos, but not able to do so. And it is 8-9 in terms of gem score. Super being found onto Diego Gamer. Still not addressed, though. Finally, Patchy goes down. It is a countdown for Stamina, but they need to keep on here. They need to get at least one more gem, and that's exactly what they do, as the kill on Diego Gamer has been confirmed. Flight from Juan Carlos, but it doesn't matter, as the entirety of Stamina gets the kill onto Elevate members here. So pretty good start from Stamina here to get a 1-1 in terms of the game score, and the next win is going to give the set to either Stamina or Elevate. I lost everything there, chat. I lost everything.
All good, Panda. This is definitely a big game, though. I mean, if Elevate wins, we're going to be up 2-0. If Stamina wins this next game, it's going to be a blank slate and a best of 3 from that point forward. So we'll see how it goes this time. It looks like they're switching up the strategy with Patchy going on mid, Diego playing a little bit of lane here. Evex is going to go straight for Tacos and Juan Carlos. He's going to not be able to kill Juan, barely one shot away from walking away with that victory on that matchup. Patchy's trying to get his level up, but it's going to be a slow process once again, as we've seen so many times. Tacos is in a power position. He's going to get an easy kill onto Diego, and the shield is there as well, so Patchy's going to have a lot of difficulty getting out of the spot. Evex is going to have to be the man to get them out of the spawn trap, but things just look way better for the side of STMN, so
I'm not sure why they aren't pushing Patchy onto Tacos. I feel like that is the best interaction, the best lane matchups, and once more Patchy tries to go and gets taken out, but so does Evex as well. 8 gems being picked up by Stamina. They have control as well. There is no super, there is no ability for Elevate to utilize to get these gems from Lucy unless they physically go up and get those kills.
Yeah, Patchy is still hard stuck level 1-2, and with a 9-0 gem count, the lead is already there, the countdown's already there, and that is going to be very difficult. That's a full squad wipe. This might be a very comfortable finish, but Evex does have his hypercharge and his super. That's going to be the final saving grace for Elevate if he's able to connect it, but Tacos is all the way on the other side of the map. It's probably going to be over here, and indeed it is. That is going to be one set going to the side of STMN. We are tied up at one set apiece now, Pan.
Oh yeah, for sure. I like the fact that Stamina Esports realized that yes, Surge is probably the weakest link for the Elevate roster. Yes, the Surge can get a lot of value if the Buster moves up, but you know what you can do instead? Just have the Surge move, or say the Buster move back. Just have the Buster get shielded by both the Spike and the Janet, and they keep the opposition back, and then the Buster uses opportune moments to get the value, get those supers in, and that's what they did. They shut down Patchy in his entirety, and I felt like Patchy's Surge pick, only for the fact that it was going up against Buster, was a pretty good one. But Stamina knew exactly what they needed to do, and you know, it didn't help that Evex was missing a lot of his supers too.
Yeah, I mean, you can justify the Surge pick, but I still think that there had to have been some better options there. Not a huge fan of that draft. Honestly, Panda, they might as well have just went Bull, in my opinion, man, but it seems like that wasn't going to be the play right there. So they are going to take the L, and I think I'm noticing something. Pick Bull, win set. Don't pick Bull, lose set. I think that's the method for Elevate going forward. But on a serious note, we've got Layer Cake coming up here. Probably not a Bull map, but it could definitely be. I mean, I've seen crazier stuff today.
Yeah, I mean, there is that saying, which I think Drage started. I'm not 100% sure, but it might be Drage. Win lane, win game. Or maybe it was Bobby. I'm not sure. But some pro player said this. Right now, you can change that to win Bull in the draft and win game, because that's exactly what's happening. You win Bull, you win game. Layer Cake is up next. I wouldn't say this is a great Bull map, but you know, I think there are a lot of other options which are viable here. We could see Bull coming in pit stop or triple dribble, as pit stop now is guaranteed, as both teams have won a set each. But Layer Cake is the name of the game, and I'm not 100% sure about how this one's going to be going. I liked Elevate, but Stamina Esports, you know, there are a storied roster as well in their own right. So, I mean, Elevate, great this year, but in terms of history, it's only Patchy who's been to multiple World Finals. Vegeta, Evex, Dio Gamer, they're still relatively new in the esports scene, especially in Tier 1.
That is very true, but there's always some of these young stars that just rise to the scene in esports, especially in Brawl Stars esports every year. Once those players turn 16, they always just come in and make a name for themselves. That is one of the most fun parts of the game. It's like the rookie class in the NFL or NBA, but instead it's 16-year-olds playing Brawl Stars. We're going to see the bans coming through on Layer Cake, though. It's going to be Hank, Juju, Buster, and Kaze is actually going to be the only other unique ban. We have two players, or both teams banning out the Juju, both teams banning out the Hank, and we are going to see Elevate go with that Willow first pick, but this is the first time I think that we've seen only 4 brawlers banned today.
Indeed. Ooh, Gray coming out, Willow coming out. That is interesting. Obviously, Willow, you can do a lot of damage from range. Not as much as, say, a Juju, but with Juju being banned, I think that Willow has, I think, one of the longest ranges with a thrower. Obviously, you have other options like Grom as well, but Gray being picked up into the Willow makes sense because, one, you can pull her through the wall, you can teleport to her, and a flurry of 3 shots can kill her unless she goes under and uses that dive gadget. But you know, you can be patient enough in that scenario to ensure that you get those kills regardless. But I like this Gray. It has so much of counter play, it has so much of sustain, I mean, not sustain, but it has the ability to get into the face of opponents and be a menace. Kenji also satisfies similar tasks once he gets his super and even his hypercharge. You gotta be careful about how you play around this one.
Definitely. Kenji is a brawler that keeps on slipping my memory every time we go through the... He was so meta, and now he's fallen off a lot, but good Kenji players can 100% still make him work, and I'm curious to see which player is going to man that brawler for the side of STMN. But the Charlie is going to be there for Elevate to try to counter out that idea. Also has the spiders to counter out the Gray. So I think that is a really good pick right there. Obviously a brawler we've seen a lot, but this is one of the first situations where we've seen her picked as more of a reaction rather than an early pick in the draft. So I like the look from Elevate. They have one more pick here, and I'm expecting them to go a little bit aggro. They've got a thrower, they've got some range, and the last pick is going to be... Come on, let me see a bull. Ah, it's going to be a Shade. That's low-key even more fun. I'm super excited to see how this plays out.
Wait, what is the last pick from Stamina?
They have the last pick of the draft, so it hasn't been
okay.
yet.
I am very intelligent, but yeah, Shade on this map, yeah, Shade, great. We've seen it from East Asia. It was adopted in EMEA, and then the rest of the world on this specific map, and seeing it here makes sense. Charlie, as well as with a Cocoon, is going to be great to address a Kenji who tries to go in, or even a Gray. maybe as a possibility. So I like this all around. They have a lot of ways to shut down aggressive decision making by Stamina with both the Willow Hex and the Charlie Super. So all around a really good draft. And there's a thrower from Stamina's side to, I guess, address Willow, but Larry and Laurie's range has massively reduced since its introduction, so it's not going to be as great, but I think it addresses the Shade a little bit. You can't have Shade, hugging the wall and getting his super up anymore.
Yeah, it's definitely not a bad pick into the Shade, and the ability of that Lori is just gonna kind of distract the ammo. It's gonna be pretty solid here, but we're gonna have Tacos dashing up with that Kenji to get the first blue star. The hook is going to be badly missed though, so now Elevate's gonna be taking advantage of that missed utility, going in pretty heavy here. The Cocoon is going to be out for Patchy. And now Evex is a little bit too weak to capitalize on that, though. The Willow shots on Pain are going to be significant, though, and he's actually going to fall to a singular tap from Patchy. Really good shots from Diego Gamer on the left side and the thrower.
Yeah, indeed. He kind of forced him in a position where Patchy could take him off, so great stuff there. You just see the amount of range that Patchy has with that Charlie. And this is why Charlie is so good in bounty and knockout modes here. Hypercharge coming in. Now Evex going to swap lanes here. He's going to go in for Diego Gamer, who pops his own gadget and are able to completely bamboozle Stamina. Two members going down with the Juan Carlos being alone.
Yeah, this is looking like a dominant game from Elevate so far. I'm not sure if it's just the draft or the gameplay so far, but Evex hasn't really even had to do all that much yet. He's probably going to be relatively passive considering he is the man with the blue star on his head. Patchy avoids getting pulled through the wall, and now Evex is going to be trying to clear out some space for his teammates. The long slap is there, but it's not going to connect. And now Tacos is going to be aggressing onto Diego, but thinks better of it considering the super is in the pocket of Diego Gamer. He can mind control anybody who steps too close to him. Pain is stepping up, though, and clearing out some good spots. And Elevate is pretty pinched back.
Yes, Pain has been pretty aggressive in ensuring that Stamina get a pretty good position against this Elevate roster. Ooh, Evex going to go down. Diego Gamer, maybe the next one, but the X is there, and we see a teleport to ensure that he doesn't die to his own teammates of Juan Carlos on top of that, and they still need 2 more kills, Stamina.
Yeah, that was pretty funny to see somebody teleport away from their own teammate, but the Cocoon is going to be there. Tacos might be able to still secure a kill, but the Charlie gadget is going to buy Patchy some time. The lead is on the side of Stamina, though. They're hitting a lick at the last second. The teleporter from earlier going to clutch up, and they're going to be able to retreat with the victory right there. Very well played to Stamina, staying down till they can come up with that final kill, and then a very clean retreat to be able to steal that game.
Yeah, it was a little bit of luck compounded with the skill as well. Obviously, you don't expect to use your own super on a defensive play, but it worked out at the end. 20 seconds later, you saw them using that as an escape portal. So great stuff from Stamina. Game number 1. Pull coming in for an Apache. It gets taken out. Beautiful start from Stamina. This is what we were lacking in the last game.
Yeah, that's going to be a pretty nice lead for them so far. Evex is going to be trying to charge up his here, but the Larry is going to be keeping him pretty far back. Juan teleporting in, taking advantage as well. He's going to be pretty weak, but they are going to survive that. That is an advantageous teleporter as well, if Tacos chooses to use it. Indeed, he does. Trying to charge some super up on Diego before he gets that mind control, but it is online now.
Exactly. About a minute 26 left, and 5-star deficit for the side of Elevate. Super coming in. Evex is the mark. Nice dash away, actually, from Lucy. Looking like he was going for Diego Gamer. Course corrects, gets the kill, and that was beautiful stuff from them here. Gadget from Larry and Lori to get out of harm's way from Evex. Evex trying, but caught in awkward positions. Now he's going to go up against Lucy, gets taken out. Beautiful 13-0 scoreline by Stamina against Elevate of all teams.
Yeah, this is surprising. This has been absolute domination from the side of Stamina Esports so far. They have not faltered for a single second in this game. 13 stars to 0. Even if they get a full squad wipe, I don't think it'll be enough. Evex is going to do what he can on the Shade right here, but it seems like the Larry pick was enough to kind of counteract that, and he's going to be going down next. It's going to be 15 stars to 0. I don't really see a way that Elevate's going to be able to win this game. I think that's going to be a set going to Stamina.
It's a complete lockdown by Stamina. That is crazy. I know that Elevate can do something, but the fact that they've been outclassed in every moment in this set is just testament to how good these guys in Stamina actually are. They are one of the best players classically, historically. They've been in multiple world finals, and they're showing us why they are so good. Evex is going to be taken down. Nope, his teammate Patchy is with 8 seconds to spare. Stamina wasting no time and are up 2-1 against Elevate.
Yeah, that was a dominant set right there. I mean, game number one looked pretty close, and then game number two is just a completely different story. Seems like Elevate was overextending maybe a little bit to try and correct some of the issues that they saw in game one, but it just went completely downhill. It was like 5-0, 7-0, and then 13-0. Like that's more or less over in competitive bounty. So very well played to Stamina. They have bounced back incredibly well since getting a bull diffed on Ring of Fire. They have one double swoosh, they have one layer cake, and now they have the chance to close out Elevate on pit stop and be they're gonna, if they win this one, then they're gonna have the chance to face off against KCP in our upper bracket finals.
Oh yeah, that's going to be great for Stamina if they are able to pull this off. That would also mean in the upper bracket finals, we don't have anybody from the monthly finals, grand finals actually appearing. Because the monthly finals, grand finals, if you're not aware, is Tribe Gaming versus Elevate. So Tribe Gaming already not making it to the upper bracket finals or in the lower bracket. And Elevate seemingly look like they might join them.
Yeah, I guess we'll see how it goes here. I mean, this is going to be a very big set coming out from Elevate, and it's going to be on pit stop, which, like we've talked about, one of the crazier maps in the game. Even if it's like a very, very good team, not saying either of these teams fit the bill, but if it's like one of the best teams versus one of the worst teams, you could still pull out an outdraft on pit stop and get away with it. So I think that that does kind of mitigate any type of skill gap that there might be between these two rosters. Not even saying that there is one, because Layer Cake was a little bit more fundamental and Stamina absolutely waxed them there. So it's all going to come down to the draft here. It's all going to come down to the timing of whether they full commit to a base race or they want to play more defense. So we'll see how it goes strategically, but definitely excited to see what brawlers are going to get picked.
I mean, it's gonna be a little bit of cheese. It's gonna be a lot of aggression. You're gonna have some base races possibly. I mean, we saw Pioneers completely blitz through Tribe Gaming and pit stop. So if Elevate and Stamina were watching, then that is probably a concern for both teams, that they need to understand that, you know, base races might be a possibility. We are going to go into our draft. We have Barry, Barley, Nita, Kaze, Barry, and Miko being banned out, so they really don't want to see any throwers coming out here. But we still have Cordelius, we still have Charlie as brawlers that can shut down people. RT is also available, with Elevate going for the Charlie as a first pick, and I think that makes sense for the fundamentals of this map in particular. One of the best brawlers for shutting down tanks that can get onto your safe and damage dealers all around, with Hank being picked up by Stamina.
Yeah, I like the Hank pick, honestly. I was a little bit sus on it when we saw it in the KCP versus Tribe match, but now that we've seen how well it can work, when played correctly, I do not mind it at all, especially with the amount of walls on this map. Even though Charlie does counter Hank on paper, if you can't get that cocoon around the walls, then the Hank is going to be able to completely dominate that. They're going to take the cord as well for a little bit of defense. I mean, there are still a lot of base racy brawlers that are left on the board. Obviously, no Miko, Kaze, no Barry, no Barley. So it's not as many of the brawlers that Cordelius can counter, but maybe pre-countering out a bull pick perhaps, because I would not be surprised if Elevate still forces it.
Buzz coming out next for Elevate. I like this Buzz pick, getting onto the objective. That's what you need to do, right? And that is exactly what Buzz can do. But the Cordelius is going to be their stiff opposition, telling you, hey, you might try to go on the safe, but I am going to put you in the other realm. Elevate have this last pick here of theirs, and Stamina has their own last pick, Duncan.
Yep, and Elevate is going to go for the fan favorite. This is the type of energy boost I needed to bring us through the rest of the day, baby. We got the Bull, we got the Buzz, and we got the Charlie. A beautiful comp cooked up by Elevate. The Cordelius is going to be able to take one of those two brawlers to the realm, but that's the thing, is you can only take one at a time. So we'll see if they're able to time those pushes in together and at least get one of them onto the safe to deal all of that damage. But Evex is definitely going to be a menace on that pick. STMN going full defense with the final pick of the draft, going with the Lu. And I feel like that might just be too much of a reaction. I don't know who on STMN is supposed to get this safe damage.
Yeah, I mean, how are they going to go about doing this? I have no question, because they have a Lu, a Cordelius, a Hank. Lu is not going to get the damage. Cord isn't going to get the damage. It's up to the Hank. I think this is cooked. I think it's going to be a set 5. Just saying this outright. Yeah. It's a set 5.
I kind of agree with that. I guess we'll see how it goes. I mean, STMN's going to have to hold pretty much full control for the entire game if they're going to be able to win this, because the safe damage is just so limited. But we've got the Aura over here with the Gold Buzz and the Gold Bull, and they're just going to be making a beeline straight for the safe. Juan is using that slow bubble to at least take Evex a little bit out of the equation, but Patchy going straight for the safe. He is going to be quickly frozen right there, and the super is out from Tacos. So clean defense so far, and they actually are managing to out damage the safe, so maybe might make us eat. But Evex is going to go straight for Juan. Gonna be able to get some good damage there, but the big bubble is gonna slow both tanks of Elevate, and they are finally able to get that kill, but a really good start for STMN, surprisingly.
Patchy with that super hit a wall. That wall is definitely stunned for sure as this Pain jumps out of harm's way with that gadget there. It's a great start for Stamina. I feel like Elevate still have the way forward. They definitely have a draft which can work, but MX jumping into Juan Carlos, which is pretty free if you go right in the center and get whacked with that super.
Kind of crazy that we see a Cordelius getting all of the safe damage for the side of Stamina, but hey man, we've seen crazier drafts today, and this is just the way that the meta is evolving right now. Evex and Patchy are still struggling to get onto that safe. Nobody's really got a clean look at it yet, but Diego's going to be able to take care of Pain, so that clears up a little bit of the defense. But Tacos has that Lu hypercharge online. If either tanks go in, they're going to be immediately stunned out. Patchy is going to be deleted by Juan as well, and Evex is using this Cordelius super to allow him to get onto the safe, but I'm assuming this hypercharge super is going to come in immediately.
Ooh, yeah, it does come in online. He uses super there while he's already stunned, but he manages to get back a little bit of value. Nonetheless, it is a lead for the side of Elevate, as Stamina are, I guess, now back in the swing of things. It's 52-52. It's an even heat.
Yeah, Elevate's just trying to keep up the pressure to the highest degree, but they're going to be the first one to pop the 50% shield. Juan Carlos is going to quickly follow that up, but I believe Patchy is still up, getting a little bit more damage right here. We see Stamina safe is but 35%. Compared to the 43% of the Elevate safe. Juan is going to get that full super off, though. Unless Patchy has something to say about it. That is a huge clutch by him. 1 second later, and that would have been a ton of damage coming in.
That's a huge misplay by Juan Carlos. I mean, why didn't he just hit that button? He didn't have to be exactly perfectly there. But now we see Pain picking up the slack for his team. Gets a kill on Patchy. Doesn't get one on a Diego. It's still a lead for Elevate here. MX going in, but he is stunned. Pain, can he find the kill? No, he just does not have the damage necessary. It is over as Elevate are going to be taking game number 1 here.
That was really well played by them. It was not the best of starts, but they just managed to stay down. They just kept on sending those 2 tanks up the map and just got a little bit of damage any chance that they could, and it was enough to edge out Stamina at the end of the day. The lack of safe damage seemed like it wasn't as big of a problem as we had originally anticipated, but throughout the course of the game, it definitely came back to bite them a little bit. Juan might have had a chance to make it a little bit of a closer game if he managed to get that Hank super off, but nonetheless, that is going to be Elevate winning game number 1 on Pit Stop. This is a huge game right here for Elevate, and it looks like Evex is not going to start it off on the hottest of notes. At the very least, he's going to be charging his super off of that, but Patchy's going to get a little greedy going on the Juan, and that's going to be a waste of his stun as well.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Juan Carlos used his super after Patchy died, so he didn't get that value that they wanted. It was like a nullified 0 value for both teams, 0, which is unfortunate. It is still, though, a pretty decent spot for Elevate, because even though they're trailing by 5%, their potential for damage is kind of crazy. Now, FX going in on a Juan Carlos, who gets that super off right onto him, and he gets taken down. Now, Patchy has a stun. He goes for Juan Carlos, long range stun, gets a full 1.5.
Yeah, and he's got it charged back from that. So Patchy is playing a fantastic buzz so far. He's going straight for Pain, and he's going to allow Evex to dash up there. The Hank Hypercharge is going to get a lot of damage done to him, but Evex, nonetheless, is going to almost get the game tied up right here. Still a lead for the side of Stamina Esports, but Diego is holding down the mid. Pain has his Hypercharge on the left. Likely going to be looking to get that onto a tank, but he actually missed it onto Diego. That is a mistake, and now the Buzz is going to be able to get so much more damage. Evex is stuck playing defense. Not ideal for a bull.
Oh, for 100%. He goes in, he tries to get one. He is able to get one, Diego, surely, to be able to address the Hank at the end when it comes out here, as he does. Yes. It is a 73 to 87% line. Now we're going to see some counteroffensive coming out. Evex going to be rolling in along with Patchy, but I feel like the respawn of Juan Carlos decentivizes that a little bit.
Definitely. We have all 3 members of STMN playing defense now as Pain takes Patchy to the realm. That's likely going to be him meeting his fate. Although he is almost managing to somehow win that 1v1 in the Shadow Realm. Very well played to Patchy to make that even a close matchup. Diego's trying to get that pinch off, but Juan deals with Evex on the other side of the map. Diego is doing what he can, but he's not able to finish off either of these members right here. And it's still going to be a Stamina lead with only 30 seconds left on the clock pin.
Yeah, that's crazy. I don't know why Evex didn't just commit on the save, but he did not. And now super coming in from Lucy on the safe on the other side, but there's so much of damage being dealt onto the Elevate save. 14 seconds left. Diego Gamer manages to dispatch Pain, but that's not going to be all that much here. Oh, kills have been confirmed. Patchy going in. Can he get the damage that they need? It is still a damage disparity, and it goes to Stamina Esports, who are now on match point.
That's crazy. Didn't expect to be saying that quite yet, but one more game of Heist, and Stamina could be moving on to our upper bracket finals to face off against KCP. That would be Elevate and Tribe both going down to the lower bracket, which would be crazy to see, but we're not there quite yet. STMN still needs to lock out this next win, and with the comp that they have, I feel like they have to play it pretty perfectly right here, so we'll see if they're able to get as much damage as they did the last time around. Evex is going to make a beeline straight up the right, and he is very quickly dealt with, but Patchy, on the other hand, might be able to get some damage of his own. Indeed, he does, but Payne is getting some shots onto the safe. Evex respawning now is going to be enough to dissuade him from...
What I like about Payne is that he isn't a passive player by any means, and he plays this brawler so aggressively. He doesn't care about who he's facing. He is going to get those kills. He's going to go for the objective. Just look at the amount of damage. He's done 35% by himself as a Cordelius. That is crazy. Patchy on the other side tries to get this back to parity, but they are still back in terms of the score onto the high safe.
Indeed, really good shot from Diego, though, and he's going to clear out the path for Evex. That's going to be a ton of damage coming through momentarily here, but Evex is going to choose to take a little bit more time right here, wait for Tacos' immune shield to go away, but it's not going to be that successful. Diego's going to be trying to get a couple of kills to clear the path for Patchy. He does, in fact, trap Juan Carlos there, and now Patchy has a tough choice to make. Is he going to go for kills, or is he going to go for damage? It looks like he's going to get Juan Carlos out of there, and he might be greedy. He's going for more. And that's going to be the save down to 50%. Patchy is playing out of his mind right now on this buzz.
Oh, yeah, he went for the brace. There are a lot of kills coming in, though. What a defensive effort coming in for Stamina. They completely destroyed Elevate's offensive pressure. Those Stamina are behind, though, by about 25%. They have a way forward. They have such aggressive positioning. What a super from Payne. How was he able to get the kill on Patchy? That's kind of crazy. But he's caught in an awkward position. Jumps out of harm's way, but finally being taken out. And just like that, we're back to parity.
Yeah, Tacos is getting a good amount of damage onto the safe. Juan's popping that hypercharge, and he might choose to go in and try to get the safe. Diego is there, though, and he's going to clutch up with the cocoon. They've got to deal with Juan quickly. Patchy is there, and he's not going to be able to do so. And it looks like that is going to be 15 HP left on the safe. Is Stamina going to be able to close it out right here? Not quite yet. This is insane if Elevate's able to come back here.
I mean, it is going to be now or never for Elevate. They are facing down the match point here. Barrel of a gun. Juan Carlos gets a super off. Patchy double stun. How? Another stun for Patchy. Lucy goes down. MX is going to be addressed by Payne. Payne managing to hold the line. That is crazy. This man taking his team, kicking and screaming to the upper bracket finals. Elevate are not ascending. They are descending to the final bracket. They are going to be facing off against... Space Station Gaming? Yeah, Space Station Gaming.
What an absolute insane victory coming out from Stamina right there. We all thought that the draft was in favor of Elevate, but they just played such good defense that was so textbook from Stamina Esports. A team that didn't even know they were going to be participating in our playoffs today, Panda. And now they are our second representative in the upper bracket finals, where they will have a chance to be our first grand finals representative if they're able to beat Kansas City Pioneers. Not the upper bracket finals we expected, but it is... I'm going to be very happy that it's the upper bracket finals that we got. I'm excited to see what these two teams have to offer. What a matchup, though.
It was beautiful. I gotta say, like, Stamina, what a story. They got knocked out in the group stages. They are able to come back here in the last 6 hours before the start of the stream. They locked it in and they were like, okay, we'll play and everything. And now they're defeating teams left and right. They are taking no prisoners. And tomorrow we are going to be seeing a few matches. First up, we're going to have Elevate versus Space Station Gaming in the lower bracket quarterfinals. Then we're going to have Tribe Gaming versus Code OG in another lower bracket quarterfinals. The loser of that is going to be facing off against Space Station Gaming. And I think the Space Station Gaming. Am I wrong? Wait, it's on the screen. It's on the screen. It's on the screen. So yeah, tomorrow we have KCP versus Stamina in the upper bracket finals. We have Elevate versus SSG and Tribe versus Code OG. The winners of whom are going to be facing off against each other in the round 3 losers bracket. They're going to be facing off against the losers of the upper bracket finals. And then the winner of that is going to be facing off against the winner of KCP and STMN in the grand finals. And if there is a grand finals reset, which is when the round 4 loser wins against the grand finalist from the upper bracket, we get a grand finals too. So it's shaping up to be 6 matches, possibly a 7-match day tomorrow, but it's going to be starting at the same time it started today.
Yeah, either way, I mean, however the bracket falls, we've got 6 of the best teams in the region still alive in this tournament. KCP and Stamina have 2 lives left. Elevate, SSG, Tribe, and Code OG, only with 1 life remaining. So they've all got to be locked in on that lower bracket. The upper bracket, you got a little bit more room for error, but qualifying from that gives you such a huge advantage. So KCP and Stamina Esports looking like the 2 teams to beat so far throughout our first day of the playoffs. But amazing stuff, guys. Thank you so much for sticking with us through the entire 7.5 hours of streaming today. Really good time, Panda. What do you got to say to?
I mean, I don't know what I gotta say here, but I have to say that I am, kind of satisfied with the matches that we saw. They were pretty good. We saw some big upsets, like the Stamina Elevate match. We saw Crumbs crumbling, unfortunately, but they did really well, all things considered, taking a few teams to set number 5. Kind of crazy the way they were able to do that. Beautiful stuff today, but we have more for you tomorrow, and I know that Duncan and I are super exhausted, but I guess I want to thank you, chat, for coming out today. It's a long day, 7-hour stream, 7.5 hour stream, so appreciate your presence here today. Also, thank you to the sponsors and the people behind the scenes, the production team and the admin team for making this possible. Thank you to the esports athletes for showing up and actually participating today. Shout out to STM and esports for coming out at short notice and, filling out that spot and giving us a real show of force at how good they actually are. So I'm gonna say I can't complain about this day. I guess the only thing I could complain about is how long it went on for, but thank you so much for dropping by. Any last words, Duncan?
No, I just gotta say, I couldn't agree with you more, man. I don't know if we would be able to go through 7.5 hours of straight Brawl Stars streaming without the energy that you guys gave us. So thanks for watching along with us. Hope you guys had as much fun as we did. And we're gonna get some good rest tonight, so we are locked in for another hype day and a finale to our GKR season coming tomorrow, guys. So make sure that you don't miss it. I don't think that anybody would want to miss what we've got after the games that we saw today, but super fired up to get into it. And we will catch you guys next time.
Yeah, we'll see you guys tomorrow.